غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Shall we pray in Jesus' name? Our Heavenly Father, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, we thank you for yet another privilege given to us to gather here for a reason. We thank you for the life of our governor, the Star-Boy. We ask the Lord, Father, may you enrich him with more knowledge, wisdom, so that he can be able to do more for the glory of your name. As we are going to start this program, we ask the Lord, Father, you take the lead from the beginning to the end. For in Jesus' most wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, clergies in the house. At this junction, ladies and gentlemen, just as we've said, for due to time, we will go straight to the program at this junction. Let me welcome to the microphone the number one civil servant in Taraba State is already seated, and we had introduced him much earlier, Dr. Ahmed Kara. Please, it is your turn, sir, to come for the welcome address. He is the state head of service. Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Ahmed Kara. Before he comes in, let me quickly welcome our commissioners that are here already seated. Of course, the permanent secretaries, retired and present, and of course, chairmen and their vice, and also councillors from all local government. We are gathered here once more again to improve on governance. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this particular moment. Dr. Kara, please.
This mic. I'm tall, little big, guys. Your Excellency, the Governor of Taraba State, all other aspects of protocols duly observed and respected. Your Excellency, before I start my speech, kindly permit me to introduce some people here, please. All the retired head of service, those that are here, please, can you stand up for recognition? Retired head of service. Your Excellency, do we have the retired permanent secretaries, please? Retired permanent secretaries. Do we have people from Labor? Labor. Thank you very much. Do we have contingents from the local government, the directors and the chairman of local government council? Please, can you stand up? Thank you very much. Can we have the directors from the state, if they are here, and secretaries? Your Excellency, these are the directors. Well, I deliberately did that so that you know your target audience, sir. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this important occasion. I wish to first of all welcome His Excellency, the Governor of the state, to this memorable gathering. I wish also to welcome members of the State House of Assembly and that of the State ESCO to witness this great occasion. Permit me to again welcome all critical stakeholders, resource persons, and participants to this important event. What we are about to witness is the opening ceremony of a 5-day training workshop for permanent secretaries and directors in the state civil service, as well as orientation course for newly elected local government chairmen, vice chairmen, and other senior officials of the council, aimed at not only building their capacities, but giving the council and the civil service in the state a rightful direction for effective and efficient service delivery. Let me explain something a little bit here. If you look at on the board there, you look at the team, rebuilding Taraba State Civil Service for optimum performance towards achieving effective and efficient service delivery using ICT. That is for state. The second one, they are strengthening local government in Taraba State to enhance sustainable service delivery is for the local government. So this is a combined opening ceremony. At the end of the opening ceremony, the people in local government will move to their venue, and then the state will have about 8 different venues. So each group will move to their venues for sake of clarity. I therefore wish to sincerely thank the governor for the laudable initiative. The efforts and giant strides of the present administration in the area of manpower development, welfare, upliftment of civil service is commendable. and that is what informed the choice of this team and the sub-team. May I at this juncture commend His Excellency Governor Abu Kefas for awarding contract for the renovation of State Secretariat Complex, the payment of minimum wage to all civil servants in the state, our bonded medical students, talking about those studying medicine, dentistry, physiotherapy, radiology, and medical lab science across the country and outside Nigeria. They've just received their first month's salary this month. And then the payment of new salaries for permanent secretaries, the introduction of pension reform, and then the approval and release of the sum of 7.5 billion naira for payment of gratuity. Your Excellency, I wish to inform you that we have concluded payment of 2013 gratuity. We've paid 2014, we've screened 2015, and the payment will commence today. It will interest you to note that there are other commendable initiatives that His Excellency has done. For example, this workshop for local government, which is just beginning, is going to be continuous, and then the workshop for civil servants, as well as setting up committee for staff screening in the state. All of us will recall that when His Excellency set up that committee, there were so many controversies surrounding that committee. But today I can say here boldly that we have achieved our mandate. That when I came on board, I did not know the number of civil servants I had in the state. And therefore, it was very difficult for me to plan for training. It was very difficult for me to plan for posting. It was very difficult for me to plan for virtually anything. But today, I know the total number of civil servants that have been screened and handed over to me. So thank you very much for your boldness and for insisting that that exercise must take place. And with that, we now have a baseline for our civil servant, which we can now use for planning, for training, for staff appraisal, for professional development, for posting of staff, for promotion of staff, and even retirement plan, and most importantly, to design a policy for continuous training in the state. While we remain appreciative to the Taraba State Government, I wish to also appeal for the remobilization of the contractor handling the project for the renovation and remodeling of the State Secretariat to side, with the view to ensure the timely completion of the project. In conclusion, therefore, Your Excellency, I wish to assure you of the unflinching support and maximum loyalty by the civil servants in the state. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the State Service. Please a round of applause once more for him. Thank you, sir, for properly articulating the purpose that we are here with your wonderful team, of course, and the organizing chairman of this very occasion, Dr. Tijos MNI. We appreciate all of you together. And before we bring in the state troop distinguished guests here gathered today, let me recognize a very important personality. He just walked in. He is no other person but a friend of His Excellency, who is also here. He is Prince S.J. Samuel. Please, a round of applause for the Prince. You're welcome. Thank you very much, please, sir. You're welcome. Thank you. The Arts Council, please, the State Troop, please, if you're ready, can we have you? Sharp, sharp. Thank you.
To da ni da shi kuma sai an harɗe. Abokicin mushe. Ka, wannan kuma yau wani irin nisa ya haka ne. Wurin ka nake kawo kuka kullum amma kai yau kuma fitan ka ya zama bakanta. Ka zo an taɓo abokinka, ka zo. Haba. Ai kai nake ta nema ai. Haba. Abokina yau na gaya ma na gama cin karin kumallo na. ina shiga office kawai wai batun wannan promotion da nake gaya ma shekara 12 kenan.
Amma din ne?
Wai ina aka gano file din? Wai ta bata. Wai file din ma ka ji ba ma open file ba secret file.
Wai da yaman. Ni ban gane ba. Kuma yanzu wai file a ma'aikata kan yayi kafa ne da hannaye ni ga na gagara ganewa.
Ni ma tambaya nake. Nace in dai tafiya ne dan adam aka san shi da shi ba.
To ni yanzu baka sani ba. Wato ni da yake ba gaskiya da ni ba shi yasa na dan boye nawa. Zo ka ji. Ni dama ni babban matsala na shine ya za a yi in samu file ɗina in je a rage min shekaru. Saboda na fara harkan gini ban gama ba ga kuma gwamna ya ƙara kuɗi wa ma'aikata. Shine babban matsala ta. Amma
abokina. Ni da nake ta zolayanka kullum nace ka kusa ritaya. Ka dama addaba ta kake ta yi a office.
Ai ni da ritaya alƙur'an ubangiji ba yanzu ba. Wai ai har in dai har akwai da za a yi in gyara file ɗina wallahi na gyara.
To don Allah ni ma gano mun file. Barka dai. A'a to haba. Mene na dinga jin ku surutu to. Me yake faruwa? Ke da kin sani. Ai idan aka taɓo ni to ina ga an taɓo ministry baki ɗayanta. Ake kullu kina gani na ko? Ana ganin ka kan. To ina mai tabbatar miki wannan file da aka ɓoye shekara 12 nan har yau ba gane ta ba.
An ɓoye file naka?
Promotion ya zauna kaman dutse? Ba motsi.
Zan iya amana da ke?
Me ka gaya min wallahi.
In zan iya amana da ke hin ga miki me faru da ni.
Wallahi ba wanda zai ji.
Ni kuma dama ni shekaru nake so a rage min kamar shekara 10 haka. Na ne file din na rasa.
Dole ya irin halin ku nan dole file zai bata ai. So bari in gaya muku ba irin ku ne shi yasa baban mu kefa ya kawo ni program. Ina ga maka ka gan kaman kai da ya kamata ka yi rita December kana sai ka je ka kara shekaru to ya kare
saukar da murya mana yanzu in wani ya December nan ba sai dauka kuma
ba ka iya cuce gwamnati ba gaskiya ya kare
damuwa na ma starboy take ta kira kasa fa soja ne
to bari in ga maka ba kana ji yanzu uban mu ya riga ka wanda za a yi musu training su pamsec su secretary duka da su directors za doki fa ba magana cewa fa ya boye ko a ja rage shekaru fa za koma computer yanzu ai maka iya computer ba ya rage naka bari ga
computer wai
an tabo aboki na yau
zo nan to wai kika ce da su director
dukkan su
duk manya office
dukkan manya office na boye
mu kan namu shugaban ba addu'a
kai kuka
yo ni mutumin da kullu yazo ya ce da Allah domin mun number 1 ai imin saving din wani a number waya sa to ina ga
wallahi ka tuna mu kada dai a ce mata fespi ya ce fespo
amma ranka shi daɗe gaskiya mu muna yaba gwamnatin jihar Taraba nan irin wannan aiki ba ƙaramin ƙoƙari da zai ɗan jinkirta kaɗan nan da sati 2 a to gaskiya aikin da zai kyau kafin na gama na aikin nema
ba zai yiwu ba ai yanzu magana boye fa ya kare
wa alaikum
assalam ya kuna surutu me yake faruwa wa ga musu ne ai yanzu kam komi da komi su fa za mu da shi computer ba magana cewa masu admin za su kai gulma sirin wani yana ciki karya ne
ba wani maganar promotion yanzu kawo 2,000 ko 5,000 babu everything is going to be computerized ICT everybody is going back an bar maganar analog yanzu kan
digital ne ai
to wato kina nufin kenan aboki na ya shiga 3 ne kuma na shiga 8
shikenan
saboda ai ni dama kin ga yanzu aka dawo digitalize that means kenan ni file na za ta dawo kenan
zai dawo
to amma shi kuma fa
ka gani yanzu kaga baban mu Kefas kwanakin baya yace APC kowa za saka datan shi a computer to bai tsaya APC ba fa har gwamnatin sa yace ba maganan kafa file bai da kafa amma yayi tafiya babu magana komai yanzu digital ne
wai iya mu jihar Taraba ne kadai aka mana wannan ko kuma
babu ba jihar Taraba kadai ba fa ko ina ai duniya komai ya canja abokina baban mu Kefas in baka manta ba shi duk inda aiki yake a wurin yake duk inda sabon abu yake baka kashi nan gangariya ko
masu wadansu da suna je za ki gan wani na aiki a Ministry of Works wani na aiki a ina suna karbar salary da tuku ya kare
a heba ni kadai ba ne
ke dan Allah dan tsaya ina so in yi tambaya waya ce wai akwai wayin da su suke ganin su ma'aikata ne amma ba su san ta window suka bi ba to irin wayin nan kuma fa
wai sun ce su ghost workers wannan wa'innan an ba su aiki ne ba su san ta ina suka shiga ba sun samu kansu a damuwa kaga yanzu komai ya zama computer ba wani magana wani ya baka fake appointment ba ruwan kowa da wancan Yanzu ni dai zan yi tsauri in je fara nawa kaga mu ne za mu yi training nan. In kun ba ku zo ba ku masu problem kai kana so a kara maka shekara. Ba maganan kara shekara. Yanzu ba maganan ka zo ritaya kai ritaya ka tafi lafiya.
Ai
hankali. Har ma yara wuri.
Hankali na ma a kwance.
Ni zan je training nan ni ina cikin da za su yi training nan zan bar ku.
Da Allah taimaka.
Mun gode. Mun gode Allah ya saka.
Bai je ki. Kai. Ga koshi ga kwanan yunwa.
Amma naka ba nawa ba. Saboda aini gangariyan ma'aikaci.
Wannan gwamna namu ko? Na rantse da girman Allah. Ni din nan ina sha'awar ina ma da a ce ni uwa ɗaya ba ɗaya muke da shi.
Kai.
Wallahi tallahi.
Kan muna kama ba ne?
Ni mutumin nan yabo ke sha kullum. Kuna kama da wa?
Da gwamna.
Inna lillahi wa inna. Kai zo mana.
Ka san Allah? Murnan da nake yi shine.
Ka san Oga Shedra?
Na san shi.
Wani ma'aikaci a akansu?
Sosai ma kuwa.
Mutumin ne yana burge ni.
Kuma ga surutu.
Akwai surutu. Kuma ka san me yake burge ni? Tsayin su ɗaya da gwamna. Ka san Allah? Na rantse maka da Allah da zan zama kanin gwamna ko? Wallahi tallahi ni din nan ba da na zama daban.
Ai shi isa ba zan manta ba. Organic sai ya ce in kana so ka ga gwamna ai dariya da shi da wato sakatarensa. To sai ka ce musu ai aiki daidai a office. Sai na ce to ni ma in nazo zan ce in Allah ya da aiki daidai zan yi.
Ni ma na janye maganan karin shekara tunda gwamna ya gyara maganan gratuity da fanco. Ai kawai ne ma.
Shikenan an gama.
Wallahi tallahi.
Godiya dubu. Wai.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, shall we clap for Arts Council once again? Your Excellency, that is why they're the best in the nation, because when we travel for national events, Taraba State have the best costumes, more than 45, 50, 60. Every dance, every costume. And while I was speaking in one of the events, I told them you can, in fact, let me say it. In Yoruba, you have the Eyo, and then we have the Bata dance. They will just do one pattern, and the costume is still the same, like my boss putting the same cap. But here you go to Karem, you have the same different dance and pattern. In Karem, you have so many kind of costumes, so many kind of food. So that is why we are always on top. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap to the nature's gift to the nation, please. So at this point in time, Your Excellency, we quickly go to one of the speakers to come up to give us what we are here for. But quickly, let me recognize the presence of SPDO Office, Mrs. Ejiro. Major, welcome to Taraba State Nature's Gift to the Nation. And of course, one of our lead consultants is here, Major General E.A. Henry, retired. Sergeant, also welcome, in charge of local government training. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please permit me to welcome for presentation of aims and objectives of the training by a consultant who is coming up here to do that. Please, sir. Let's clap for him as he come up, please. Thank you. Let's clap. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping, please. Sir, you're welcome. E.A. Henry, Major General, retired. You're welcome, sir.
Raise it a little bit. Yes. Just a little. All right, thank you. All right, thanks. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Agbu Kefas, the Speaker of the Taraba State House of Assembly, please permit me at this juncture to just rest on the already well-established protocol. But I hasten to acknowledge all the participants that are in this banquet hall this afternoon. My name is Major General Henry Ayamasawe, retired. I'm the lead consultant for the series of trainings that are happening over the next few days. So I have been mandated to give a general overview of the combined trainings, as you can see on the screen, of the civil servants of Taraba State, organized by the head of service. And the theme of that training is rebuilding the Taraba State Civil Service for optimum performance towards achieving effective and efficient service delivery. That is on the one hand. And then on the other hand, following the elections of the new chairman of local government councils and their vice chairman, His Excellency, the governor, thought it wise to train them as well. And so in that regard, we are having an orientation course for the local government chairman and vice chairman, as well as senior council officials in Taraba State. So those senior council officials include the following. They are the directors in the Bureau of Local Government Traditions and Chieftaincy Affairs, the Auditor General of that Bureau, as well as the Secretary of the Bureau. Following that, we have all the heads of local government administration in the 16 local councils. We have the heads of development areas. There are 2 of them, I believe. We also have the local government directors of finance, as well as the local government revenue officers that are participating in the training. Your Excellency, permit me to inform you that for this local government training, we already started this morning. We needed to gain traction and utilize the morning hours before we came over for this opening ceremony. That was just a preamble. Euclid Resources Limited is the lead consultant for this series of trainings, like I said just now. And we are once again delighted to present our kind compliments to you, Your Excellency, the dynamic and highly performing governor of Taraba State, and as well to the government and the good people of Taraba State, which is nature's gift to the nation. We heartily welcome you, Your Excellency, and your entire team to the year 2026. This is the first formal engagement we are having this year. We wish you and your people a very happy and prosperous new year, with greater expectation of more sustainable developmental strides as you consolidate the peace and prosperity already gained in the state. We are gathered here today for yet another milestone in the furtherance of your vision to build the Taraba of our dreams. I'm sure all of us will agree that K-Move is working. We are also in agreement that an efficient and vibrant civil service is critical to delivering the public goods to the people in a state. By the same token, local governments are also foundational to our democracy, and they are tasked with maintaining order and improving community life. When citizens vote, therefore, they entrust officials with significant powers, such as levying taxes and meet community needs. In return, the people expect that the government at the grassroots will operate fairly, effectively, and efficiently. The local government is the closest to the people, and you are the ones to translate the ideals, the vision of the governor of the state to the people. Just to save on time, I will go straight to the aims and objectives of the 2 trainings that are being opened today. Firstly, for the 5-day training for permanent secretaries, chief executives of agencies and directors, the objectives are as follows: to understand the core concept of strategic leadership and strategic thinking by Taraba State public servants. Secondly, to enhance management and administrative skills for team effectiveness and organizational growth in Taraba State public service. Thirdly, the training will develop competencies in visionary goal setting and leading true change in the Taraba State public sector. Also, to learn how to lead ethically, communicate persuasively, and make high-level decisions by Taraba State public servants. Lastly, is to build a personal action plan to apply learned strategies by Taraba State public servants. Now I'll move on to the training objectives of the orientation course for local government chairmen and senior officials. Number 1, to acquaint the newly elected local council officials with their duties and responsibilities as political office leaders within the democratic context. To enable participants reflect on the critical roles of local government administration in Taraba State. To acquire knowledge to effectively manage local organizations and promote development to meet the needs of local communities in line with the state governor's KEFA's 5-finger development policy agenda. To foster harmonious working relationship between the elected and unelected council officials and their bureaucracies. You will notice that the orientation course are for the elected persons, the chairman and vice chairman. Then the other senior council officials are not elected persons. The training is also to enhance cordial and collaborative working relationship between the 3 tiers of government in Taraba State, as well as enhance synergies between local administration and the various stakeholders operating at the grassroots level. Lastly, for want of time, this orientation course seeks to enable participants to acquire knowledge for human and financial resource management at the council level in Taraba State. We're going to have modules or sessions on financial management. We'll have sessions on revenue generation. We're going to have sessions on budget, just a peep, and some of all those needed areas. The methodology for the training is as follows. The participatory training approach will be done. There will be formal presentations by professionals and richly endowed resource persons with cognate experience in the academics, in international development, public sector engagement, and hands-on expertise in local government administration and as well as in civil service administration. The sessions will be interactive, and relevant case studies and comparative examples will be provided to illustrate the application of each of the topics that will be covered. Opportunities will be provided to learn and apply the key principles that will be taught, and practical lessons and exercises will also be engaged. As a matter of fact, we are going to have some panel discussions to drive home some of the critical areas that are contentious, so that we can be able to harvest all the ideas and provide solutions. The dates and location of the training, the head of service has told us, and I think I do not need to go over it. 5-day training for the head of service, civil service, and a 3-day training for the local government areas. In conclusion, Your Excellency, Euclid Resources Limited is grateful for the opportunity to facilitate this orientation course for the local councils. Our company is proud to boldly state that we have become trusted partners with your government in the effort to raise the quality of the human capital among the various leadership segments through the customized and detailed training programs that we have conducted thus far. And at this point, I must thank His Excellency and commend him hugely for being so keen in developing capacity, recognizing the fact that the human resource is the most critical factor for success. If we are to deliver the democratic goods, if we are to be efficient in our service delivery with results, tangible results to show, it is the human resource, not the finances and other resources, that will take the lead in bringing this into reality. Our efforts will therefore continue to deliver usable knowledge skills, and competencies in Tarabans, leading to socioeconomic growth and development for Taraba State in general. Once again, Your Excellency, we heartily thank you for approving these training programs, as well as your support always, now and in time past. Be assured, Your Excellency, that Euclid's Resources Limited will not fail you. We will always deliver on the assignments that you give us. And we also have a number of training programs that we intend to bring to your attention that will help your administration in delivering good governance to the people of Taraba. At this juncture, I also want to thank the Permanent Secretary of the Bureau for Local Government Council and his staff for their hard work in putting this training together. In the same vein, I want to thank the Head of Service and his very efficient team for all the work they have done in making the training of Permanent Secretaries and Directors a reality. While looking forward to more platforms for contributing our quota, we urge all our participants, please take note of this. We urge you all to be open-minded and embrace the knowledge that will be delivered to you during the trainings that you are receiving. You senior officials in the civil service and at the local government councils are the ones who are primed to translate the vision and developmental agenda of Mr. Governor into reality. This will only happen if you apply the myriad of resources, the knowledge that you receive, and all the experience that is shared into the work that you are going to be doing. Permit me at this juncture to take opportunity to congratulate the newly elected officials in the local government council, primarily the chairman of the councils and the vice chairman of the councils. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless you.
Please, once more, let's celebrate our lead. Thank you very much, sir. Major General Henry retired, for that recap. And just as he has said, a lot will come during the sessions. We appreciate you for coming to Taraba State. You are indeed a dependable ally. Thank you, sir. Our esteemed participants in the House, at this juncture, we shall be taking a brief presentation. For now, we will welcome one of us, a doctor indeed, and also someone knowledgeable in the administrative sphere. He will come over here for the presentation of his paper and overview. I'd like to welcome Dr. Tijos Minge MNI to the microphone. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Doc, you're welcome. It is your moment to give us an overview. He will introduce his paper properly as he takes the microphone. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for you.
Your Excellency, sir, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, the man who has prioritized capacity building since I've joined the service of Taraba State in the last 20 years. This man knew that for him to effectively succeed, there is need for him to reposition the workforce of Taraba State. We want to appreciate you for this initiative, and we trust that this will continue so that it will add value to all that you are doing. Other gentlemen that are here, I stand on the existing protocol. I am Dr. Tijo Kenneth Minge, the Director of Training, in the Office of the Head of Service, Taraba State. I will be presenting on the topic, Overview of Strategic Management in Public Sector, Nigeria and Taraba State in Focus. My presentation outline is as shown on the screen. Let me begin with the introduction. Strategic management, once central to the private sector's success, has become increasingly vital in the public sector as government seeks improved performance, accountability, and responsiveness. Although rooted in competitive business environment, its adoption in public administration, especially in developing countries, reflect the need to navigate complex and unstable environment. By formally integrating strategic management, public institutions can clarify their mission, set long goals, and allocate resources more effectively, moving beyond routine administration towards achieving societal outcomes. This shift has been driven by public sector reforms and influences, such as a new public management, which encourage adopting private sector practice to improve efficiency and service delivery. However, public sector implementation faces unique challenges, including political interference, diverse stakeholder interest, strict accountability requirements, and legal limitations. These challenges are especially evident in places like Nigeria and Taraba State, where despite numerous policies and reforms, weak implementation, abandoned projects, limited revenue, and poor monitoring remain. Therefore, the main issue is not the lack of plans, but rather a weak strategic management system, emphasizing the importance of understanding and addressing the socio-economic, political, and institutional context to enhance public sector performance. This brings me to the aim of this paper, which is to provide a comprehensive overview of strategic management in the public sector with a specific focus on Nigeria and Taraba State. Now to the specific objectives. 1. To analyze strategic management foundations by evaluating the conceptual and theoretical model underpinning in the public sector in Taraba State, Nigeria. 2. To identify the challenges to strategic management, effectiveness, and provide valuable insight in its applicability in Taraba State, Nigeria. 3. To investigate the future direction in strategic management that emphasize digital transformation and citizen-centered governance in Taraba State, Nigeria. Let us consider the relevance and significance of this paper. The paper aims to provide valuable insight for policymakers, public sector managers, academic and other stakeholders by deepening understanding of strategic management in Nigeria and Taraba State. These insights are intended to inform policy formulation, improve managerial practices, and encourage further research while offering a framework to enhance performance, accountability, service delivery, and long-term sustainability of public institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the conceptual and theoretical foundations of strategic management. Strategic management in public sector is grounded in diverse concepts and theories that emphasize mission definition, long-term vision, and systemic planning beyond routine administration. It involves key processes such as environmental scanning, strategy formulation, implementation, and evaluation of adapted to complex socio-political context to enable public organizations to deliver public value effectively. In its applications is informed by several theories, including the resource-based view, which focuses on leveraging unique public sector resources, institutional theory, which highlights the influence of political, social, and regulatory environments on strategic choices, and system theory, which stress the interconnected nature of public organizations and their environment. Evolving management paradigms, such as new public management and public value theory, have further shaped strategic management practice, moving from efficiency-driven private sector approaches towards a stronger emphasis on citizen-centric outcome and sustainable public value creation. Now to the evaluation of strategic management in Nigeria's public sector. Nigeria's public sector strategic management has evolved from a traditional hierarchical bureaucracy with little strategic focus to more performance-oriented and reform-driven approaches. The late 1990s adoption of the new public management introduced performance contracts, fiscal accountability, decentralization, and private sector management practices aimed at improving efficiency and service delivery. Reforms such as IPPIS and the Treasury Single Account have further strengthened transparency and financial control, while agencies like NAFDAC illustrate the potential benefit of applying new public management principles. Despite these advances, implementation has become uneven, constrained by political interference, corruption, weak institutional capacity, and poor data system. Recent shifts has moved beyond efficiency alone towards citizen-centered governance, collaboration, and public value creation, alongside growing use of digital technology for transparency and evidence-based decision-making. However, persistent data gaps and institutional weakness continue to limit effective strategy planning and execution in Nigeria. I must mention at this point, Your Excellency, sir, and the dear people of Taraba State, this is the current shift that we are seeing from His Excellency and is yielding more than expected results. Let us take a closer look at the distinctive feature of public sector strategic management. Strategic management in the public sector differs markedly from the private sector due to unique nature of public organizations and their operating environment. It is heavily shaped by political influences, as strategies are often driven by political mandates, policy priorities, and electoral cycles, making long-term consistency dependent on political feasibility and legitimacy rather than managerial efficiency alone. Political influence is a key feature of public sector strategic management, as strategies are shaped by political mandate, electoral cycles, and the priority of ruling administration rather than by market forces. This often leads to shifting strategic direction, making long-term consistency difficult. As a result, successful strategy implementation depends not only on managerial efficiency, but also on political feasibility, legitimacy, and trust between political leaders and administration. This is what we are currently witnessing in Taraba State, and is being driven by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State. Multiple sector stakeholders. Public sector strategic management involves engaging multiple stakeholders with diverse and often conflicting interests, including citizens, government, officials, agencies, and employees. These differing expectations require careful stakeholder analysis, negotiation, and consensus building to gain support for strategic initiatives. The central challenge is balancing these competing demands while still creating public value. Again, this is what we are witnessing in Taraba State because of the balance that His Excellency is bringing in the administration. Legal and regulatory constraints strongly influence public sector strategic management by limiting flexibility, prescribing process, and restricting resource allocation. Because compliance is essential to institutional legitimacy, public organizations must carefully align strategies with laws and regulations, making strategic change more complex and legally grounded than in the private sector. Service orientation versus profit orientation. The public sector differs fundamentally from the private sector in its service orientation rather than profit orientation. Instead of focusing on financial returns, public sector strategic management prioritizes delivering public goods, meeting societal needs, and creating public value. Success is measured by citizen impact, equity, accessibility, and service quality, requiring strategies that emphasize collective welfare over profit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us consider strategic management process in public sector, particularly Taraba State. Strategic management in the public sector involves key processes of environmental scanning, strategic formulation, implementation, and evaluation. Environmental scanning assesses internal and external factors, but is often weakened in Nigeria by poor data system. Strategy formulation aligns organizational goals with national and local priorities, as seen in initiatives like tax, automation, and agricultural reforms in Taraba State. And this is also driven by His Excellency. Strategically, I wonder what to say at this point than to say that His Excellency is one of the strategists that Taraba State is blessed with. Evaluation and control rely on monitoring performance using indicators and tools such as public scorecards to ensure accountability and strategic adjustment. Now to the strategic management tools and techniques. I'm sure after reading this you will understand why we are doing this, because the man on the seat is leading us well. Public sector managers rely on strategic tools to support decision-making and improve performance. SWOT analysis helps assess internal strengths and weaknesses alongside external opportunities and threats to guide strategic choices. PESTEL analysis focuses on external macro-environmental factors, political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental that shape long-term strategy and policy alignment. The balanced scorecard provides a comprehensive performance management framework to translate strategy into measurable objectives across financial, customer, internal process, and learning perspective, ensuring a balanced and strategic approach to organizational performance. In all of this, Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, there is a benefit of strategic management in public sector. Strategic management in the public sector enhances service delivery, accountability, and responsiveness by aligning budgets and expenditure with long-term goals to improve resource use. It promotes transparency through stronger data and monitoring system that reduces financial leakages and encourages ethical management of public funds. Additionally, it supports greater citizens' engagement by incorporating public input into planning processes, leading to more inclusive services and improving public outcomes while strengthening the legitimacy of public institutions. Now, a quick look at the challenges in strategic management in Nigeria and Taraba State. Despite the benefits, challenges persist. 1. Low revenue base. Taraba State was ranked lowest in IGR generation in early 2025, with only 2.33 billion collected in Q1 at stark contrast to other states. Take a note, I said early 2025. This is not the current situation now, because Taraba State situation has improved greatly as we speak. Governance performance, Taraba scored just 20% on governance index, reflecting weaknesses in accountability and service delivery as reported by Newspointer in 2025. This is not also the situation currently as we speak, because His Excellency has changed this data. Your Excellency, sir, let us now consider the best practice on strategic management and lessons learned. Successful strategic management in public institutions depends on clear target, data-driven decision-making, and collaborations across sectors. States that implement digital revenue and citizen-focused service systems generally outperform those using outdated process. Taraba State is not using outdated as we speak now. Best practice includes articulating a clear shared vision and mission linked to societal needs, providing strategic directions for priority setting and resource allocation, and ensuring coherence between plans and actions. Other key priorities involve evidence-based environmental scanning, including stakeholders' engagement and alignment of strategy with budgets and operations, strong leadership and governance, performance measurement, continuous monitoring, and learning capacity building using use of digital technologies and institutional strategic management. Some lessons learned from this paper include: 1, Your Excellency, strategy must be clear, shared, and communicated. 2, evidence and data are essential for credible strategies. 4, participation builds ownership and feasibility. 5, alignment between planning, budgeting, and execution is also critical, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, the Speaker, Taraba State House of Assembly, honorable commissioners that are here, Chief of Staff of Taraba State, Secretary to the Government of the Federation that is seated, permanent secretaries, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, globally, strategic management faces significant challenges, particularly in developing countries like Nigeria and in Taraba State, where political instability, corruption, limited funding, weak data system, and bureaucratic hurdles persist. Addressing these issues requires stronger governance, institutional capacity building, improved data and accountability system, and inclusive planning process. Despite these challenges, strategic management offers a framework to enhance public sector performance as seen in Taraba State reforms in agriculture, infrastructure, and digital tax system, which I have mentioned earlier, have changed the narratives of the IGR of Taraba State. Effective implementation depends on prioritizing digital-driven decisions-making accountability. Finally, Your Excellency, sir, here are some policy recommendations for Taraba State as I wrap up. 1. Taraba State government should upgrade integrated data system for planning, budgeting, and evaluation to support evidence-based strategic management and modern public sector planning models in the state. 2. Taraba State government should develop mechanisms to monitor performance and institutionalize scorecard via clear KPIs as strategic management tools to balance scorecard, performance management system, and result-based management in Taraba State. Number 3, Taraba State government should strengthen revenue systems through automation and taxpayer education to address weak financial capacity, inefficiencies, and low compliance while adopting global best practice in e-governance for the state. Number 4, Taraba State government should institutionalize performance scorecard while with KPIs that mirror international best practice in accountability, transparency, and performance measurement in the state. Number 5, Taraba State government should conduct stakeholder engagement mapping with public and private partners to promote collaborative governance and citizen-centered strategy designs. Number 6, Taraba State government should automate the revenue system and expand taxpayer education that can reflect technology-driven public service delivery and citizens' inclusion in the state. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your rapt attention. My references are as shown on the screen. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Please, once more, a round of applause for Dr. Tijos MNI. We appreciate you, sir, for that. That was a beautiful one. While he was speaking here, he did make a prophecy that our SGS will become the federal government, and I saw my big brother quickly shaking, indicating that I accept. Do I have a witness in the house? Okay. Thank you very much. The prophecy has gone forth, and so shall it be for us in Taraba State. Yes, at this junction, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our directors in the house, Your Excellency, team lead, and then the protocol officers in the house, just as we have already established. We want to say here that the next presentation will be coming up, and that is the vote of thanks. We expect that the Permanent Secretary, Bureau for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Engineer Godfrey Andrew Dame, will be here to give us his vote of thanks. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, Permanent Secretary. You're welcome. Yes.
The Executive Governor, Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas, the father of all the 16 local government councils. Chairman, is it true? Let's put our hands together for the governor. The Speaker, Right Honorable Ezekiel Kezito, permit me to stand on the existing protocols. May I, on behalf of the 16 local government councils of the state, thank Your Excellency for graciously granting approval for the conduct of orientation course workshop for the newly elected local government chairman and other top local government officials. This will certainly serve as a moral booster and build the capacity of targeted participants for optimum productivity and effective service delivery at the grassroots. Let me mostly sincerely also thank the lead consult and the Chief Executive Officer of ECLOS Resources Limited, Major General Henry, and other partners for your steadfast commitment and well-packaged training modules for the participating top management of local government councils. Finally, it is my prayer that God will guide and protect Your Excellency, the entire cabinet, and all the local government councils of the state. Thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you very much for that wonderful word of thanks, and I want to thank everyone for that make presentation. Your Excellency, the People's Governor, a bridge builder, the man that has united the Taraba State to become one flag of renewed hope. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for the architect of free education. At this point in time, Your Excellency, it is time to hear from our father, the mentor and a leader. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, shall we keep clapping? Let's clap for His Excellency, the Governor of Taraba State, as he delivers his speech in this occasion. Let's keep clapping for our father, please. Let's keep clapping, please. Thank you.
Please be seated. The Speaker, Taraba State House of Assembly, Right Honorable John Kizito Bonzena, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Haman Adama Abdullah Ibrokonu, and other members of Taraba State House of Assembly that are here present, Honorable Commissioners and members of Taraba State Executive Council, the Secretary to the Government of the State, not the Secretary to the Federal Government, Chief Gibbon Timothy Katab, the Chief of Staff, Dr. J.G. Williams, the Head of Service, Dr. Hamidou Kara, Special Advisors, Senior Special Assistants, Chairman of Statutory Board and Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Security Agencies that are here, Chairman of all the local government council in Taraba State, the consultant, Euclid Resource Limited, my boss, Major General Henry Ayamasawe, retired, and other resource persons that are here, distinguished participants, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of this retreat is very clear. For the local government chairman and all other representatives of the local government, is strengthening local government in the state to enhance sustainable service delivery. And for the civil service, rebuilding the Taraba State civil service for optimum performance towards achieving effective and efficient service delivery using ICT. We are all here again today at the opening of this strategic retreat, distinct in structure, but united in purpose. Though the retreats for local government chairmen and senior civil servants are being held separately, it is deliberate and symbolic that we begin together. The future we seek for Taraba State cannot be built in silos. Since the inception of this administration, our emphasis has been clear and consistent. Reforms, reforms, reforms. And it is not cosmetic reforms. It is not slogan, but systematic, deliberate, and sustainable reforms. We choose to reform the civil service, the local government system, the welfare and dignity of our workforce, and the culture of governance itself, because reform was not convenient but necessary. We met Taraba State at a very difficult moment. Institutions were weakened, system distorted, and confidence eroded. Yet, through commitment, resilience, and collective sacrifice, we navigated those challenges to this point we are today. We
implemented the 30,000 naira federal minimum wage and later the 70,000 minimum wage, even under severe fiscal pressure. We commenced payment of outstanding pensions and accrued benefits, not because it was easy, but because it was the right thing to do. And we are now entering a new phase, a phase where priority attention will be given to incapacitated workers, those facing serious health challenges, and those in extremely difficult personal circumstances. Let me say this clearly and sincerely. We will not punish people who have sacrificed their life to work in this state. We must pay them. We will not abandon the loyalty they gave their life for. We will not dishonor those who gave their strength and years to this land. By every lawful and responsible means, we will seek resources to restore dignity to service, because a government that dishonors its servants ultimately dishonors itself. I can proudly say here today that our workforce is sound, our people are capable, but the foundation was faulty. Distortions crept in, manipulated records, unverified payrolls, and the shameful phenomenon of ghost workers. Names without faces, salaries without service. These were not accidents. They were deliberate acts of exploitation. This administration is confronting these challenges with ICT-driven reforms, data integrity, transparency, and courage. What Taraba State needs now is a professional, transparent, disciplined, and accountable workforce that restores confidence and delivers results. To our newly elected local government chairman, once again, congratulations. You have been given an opportunity to create history. Your predecessors did theirs. Some did very well, some poorly. But history will judge you by impact, not excuses you will give. Because some people have been given the excuses. And let me be very clear here. I have never, and I do not hijack local government funds. I have never done so. I will never do so. All allocations are properly and transparently released. I am not in government to look for money. I'm here to serve. At least one thing I am certain of is this: to do what is right. And I expect you, the local government chairman, to do the same. Taraba State is blessed. We do not need to steal public funds. What we need is to create an environment where investors are confident, institutions are strong, and people are served. Let us speak to ourselves always. Let us speak to our conscience. Why are we here in this position that we are today? What are we meant to do? I want you to know that governance is a teamwork. And that is why you have to work with people that are around you. And know that leadership is sacrifice. Service demands commitment. Work transparently. Work honestly. And work with the people, and God will guide you. My local government chairman, you are the real face of government to the common man. And you will have my full support if you will focus on the people. And now let me speak from my heart. Education is not negotiable in Taraba State. Let me say it again. Education is non-negotiable in Taraba State. As Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," unquote. For us in Taraba State, education is not charity, it is strategy. Free and compulsory education remain the soul of our agenda. What we see today in some of our schools, like collapsed classrooms and unsafe learning environments, is unacceptable. I'm speaking to the local government chairman now. We cannot even rear animals in such conditions, let alone raise future leaders. Chief Obafemi Awolowo warned that the children of the poor you fail to educate will never let your children live in peace. Therefore, education is not only a moral duty, it is a security and stability strategy. After this retreat, I want you to listen to me, local government chairman. After this retreat, your first assignment is very clear, and I'm going to make sure you have the fund. 3 critical schools must be renovated. 3 critical roads must be constructed. 3 critical bridges or covered that you have identified with verifiable data and cost implication must be carried out. Why I have to ask you to embark on this is because we have started construction of 20 smart schools. But smart schools will take time. But renovation must begin immediately in these schools so that our children will have a good environment to learn. And this will be guided by standards that will be provided to you by me. As Paulo Freire rightly said, I quote, "Education does not change the world. Education changes people, and people change the world," unquote. In furtherance of our drive for rural development, economic inclusion, and food security, I am pleased to inform you that the Taraba State government is finalizing a memorandum of understanding with Origin Tech Group Nigeria Limited on a comprehensive implementation framework for the Taraba Accelerated Agriculture and Rural Development Scheme, TADS. This scheme is designed as a structured public-private partnership arrangement, PPP, intervention to unlock rural productivity, modernize agriculture, and open up hard-to-reach communities. Already, through this partnership, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has begun receiving critical heavy-duty equipment, including bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks, graders, harvesters, with additional equipment still expected. This is part of a $25 million structured arrangement. Upon full delivery, this asset will be commissioned and strategically deployed to zonal locations across the state to support rural road access, land preparation, mechanized farming, and community-based development. To ensure efficiency and accountability and sustainability, a special purpose vehicle, SPV, will be established to coordinate, implement as a special intervention platform, working closely with local governments, communities, and private partners. This is not politics. This is development. This is about taking governance directly to the rural economy. We will continue to strengthen our security architecture, advance our energy reform agenda, deepen agriculture and livestock production, and build investment confidence across Taraba State. We cannot achieve everything overnight, but Taraba is firmly on a pathway from fragility to stability, from stagnation to growth, from despair to hope. My distinguished and local government chairmen that are here, I want you from today to be my good soldiers in your domains. And for my civil servants, be the custodians of systems and standards, and you will have my full support. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, with faith in our collective resolve and confidence in the future of our dear state, I hereby declare the 2026 retreat for newly elected local government chairmen and senior civil servants officially open. May our deliberations be sincere, our resolution practical, and our outcomes transformational. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Please, shall we clap for His Excellency, please, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you, Excellency. Very important guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. With His Excellency's notes, we have come to the end of this session, and the session continues. May we rise for the national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Technical session, while we please, all the permanent secretaries and the directors should stay.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
That is where their key leaders, their key detainees, people like Leah Sharibu that they abducted and then converted to a midwife, that is where she and others are. So we need to focus now, having dismantled them at Timbuktu Triangle, we need to now focus on the islands of Lake Chad, where they have considerable presence where I dare say their headquarters is.
Okay.
So the same intensity of the fighting, the same determination, the same teamwork that was used to dislodge them from Timbuktu Triangle is what we need to do. We have never gone this far in terms of dislodging them from Timbuktu Triangle. We have never gone this far. This is very significant.
All right, gentlemen, let's move straight to our next conversation. For the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, the recent industrial action by workers was nothing but a misunderstanding. Reacting to the truce reached with FCT workers that led to the suspension of a planned protest by labor unions, Nyesom Wike said there are no winners nor losers. The minister expressed delight that the union leaders have seen the realities on the ground, which has helped clear misconceptions about workers' welfare in the FCT. I mean, talk to me. The FCT minister said no winner, no losers, but over the truce reached. But what's your interpretation of this?
Honestly, no win. I thought they said that during wars.
No, but it was a serious disagreement.
I thought it was a labor disagreement. So it shows for me the interpretation means that probably the disagreement we saw was bigger than misunderstanding between labor and the government. Because if the minister could say no winner, no loser, well, anyway, we are glad that the whole thing has ended, and for me, a lot of money was lost while this thing lasted. Because practically all activities in the Federal Capital Territory, as per the Federal Capital Development Territory, FCDA and the rest, FCTA, they were, they came to a halt, and it means that those who wanted to process land documents, those who wanted to do anything with the FCTA, practically you couldn't do anything. So it's good that both parties are now on the path of peace. And but then, why did we have to get to this point?
Absolutely.
Because if the workers are just understanding certain misconception about what they think should be part of their welfare, it means there was practically a communication gap between the minister
and the labor,
which shouldn't have been, because if there was proper communication, I think the workers should have known what was on ground. And well, anyway, the good news right now is that the minister has said that no worker will be victimized over this strike.
Yeah, that's very, very key.
And that is very, very key, because if there is any form of victimization again, we can still go back and all of that. So I think it's good that both parties, at least we can now Eve.
That's our relief.
Yes. So.
Absolutely. All right, Bike, I'll come to you. I mean, when the FCT minister said no winners, no losers, is this an attempt to de-escalate the tension, or, just to control the political narratives?
No, I think generally the minister was making the point that, look, this is a mere storm in a teacup. If Nyesom Wike is someone often misunderstood, but when you look at this matter holistically, he was talking about some facts that were not known to the workers who are on strike, but that when these issues were explained to their leaders, it was not difficult for them to agree with the minister. Don't forget, that meeting was held in the minister's house. So that's already a very friendly symbolism, that because if they were so mad with him, they wouldn't even want to hold a meeting in his place. And before then, many of the workers had already returned to work. So it was a good place to even begin to talk. The workers, we look at some of the demands. The workers wanted the arrears of the 35,000 naira wage awards paid at once. FCT was owing 5 months in arrears. 2 months were paid in December and January, meaning that they have 3 months to pay. And the entire arrears is about 5 billion naira. So the minister simply said, look, it's difficult for us to pay at once. And let's face it, many of the states are even owing these arrears. Even the federal government is owing this wage award arrears, if we check. So to him, it wasn't such a strange thing that he was owing. And he said, look, I will be able to pay everything. Each month we will pay. And in no time, in 3 months' time, this whole thing will have cleared the whole thing. So, yes, so he did not agree that this money should be paid at once because he felt that it was high. Then the matter of their promotion arrears, he also reminded their leaders that he approved the sum of 281.1 million in December. So it's not as if some of those issues were not being addressed.
Okay.
So I think this was one of the key reasons why the labor leaders felt, look, we need to slow down on this matter. And then there was also the matter of extension of service for people who are on the verge of retiring. They were also, it was also one of the issues for which they came up with the idea of going on strike. And the minister said, see, I am in support of you guys. I don't think anybody who is due to retire should have an extension, should stay 1 day extra. So you can see that another area of disagreement had been addressed because the minister too does not believe that those people should be allowed to stay, because what that means is that it stops other people from growing.
Exactly.
I also do not support it. So the minister says, look, I'm in agreement with you that we don't need to extend either for 6 months or for any time, whatever. So then they also complained that there was a plot of land which was to be used as their garden, Joak garden. But the minister said, see, somebody already had a CFO, because they accused the minister of revoking their piece of land. And the minister said, look, somebody already has a CFO issued on the 28th of October 2019 by the former FCT minister on the title deed on that land. So it's not like it is cast in stone that it belongs to you. Somebody has the CFO already. And it wasn't he, Wike, that issued it. It was the immediate past minister of FCT, Sani Bello, that issued it on the 28th of October 2019. So that has to be addressed. So it's like at the end of the day, those accusing Wike of revoking a piece of land meant to be used as a garden for workers, they now saw that it is true that this somebody else had the CFO for that piece of land. I think one of the biggest issues for which they were not happy, as I round up, is the matter of stopping their approval thresholds.
Okay.
So persons like directors, executive secretaries, top managers at FCT used to be allowed to give approvals for payment, little payments here and there. And the minister inherited about 12 billion naira as a result of that, which he cleared. By May 2025,
Okay.
the indebtedness arising from these little approvals that these senior public servants give for contractors and all that rose again to about 15 billion. So Nyesom Wike then decided that no more.
Okay.
Everything must come to me as a minister. Because as far as he's concerned, he can't continue to look for money to clear those indebtedness. Of course, when you do this to civil servants, you stop them from being able to give approvals for money for contractors to be paid some little stipend here and there. They can't be happy. So it was a major issue for which they had to confront him. But at the end of the day, these issues were resolved because he was able to explain to the labor leaders that, look, these matters are not as bad as they've been presented. And some of the matters had already even been addressed or been addressed by me. So when Deji Folutile talks about communication, I believe that they dropped the ball. The management, led by the minister, dropped the ball in that area because if these old matters had been communicated in the way the minister had handled them, I don't think anybody would have wanted to go
on
strike because you are not going to get support.
Absolutely.
If they realize that, okay, he's paying, it's not as if he's not paying the wage arrears, he's paying them every month. And in 3 months, everything will be cleared.
Okay.
And if you can show that, yes, you paid in December, then you paid in January again. So some of those issues, I mean, nobody would be bringing up those issues. So, but communication was not good enough. And then some of them acted because they felt certain steps were not being taken to address their grievances. But now, even Labour admitted that all of their grievances have been addressed. So, and that explains why they told their people to go back to work, and everyone is happy again.
All right, thank you very much for that clarity there. Now, we need to go on this quick break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go away. This is Journalist Hangout.
We're interrupting this program to bring you a live telecast. Our regular programs will continue shortly. Please stay tuned.
It is not an instrument to help us solve problems that no single state can solve alone. Systems thinking teaches us something important. Strength does not come from conformity. It comes from intelligent connection. The human body does not work because every organ is the same. It works because different organs are coordinated through a common nervous system. When those connections fail, even the strongest parts are weakened. The Southeast does not need to erase its differences. It needs to organize them. And the Southeast Development Commission can help us coexist and make this region function as a coherent economic space. So, how do we step from vision to execution? If this forum is to mean anything, it must mark the transition from agreement in principle to action in sequence. Not everything can be built at once, but the direction must be set clearly, and the first steps must begin immediately. First, we must commit, by the time we leave this event, to a region-wide feasibility and project preparation phase. And I'm not talking about those that had existed, and as my brother from Anambra had indicated, we have quite a lot of these documents. But that's not what we're here today to do. We're talking about producing documents that would give us implementation timelines. So we have a strategic framework of action. We know clearly when we start what, when we end it, and what the outcomes are. We know who the actors are. We know what the fund implication is. So this is what thank you very much. From the day we leave this hall, resources should be allocated to research and develop an initial set of bankable cross-state projects, beginning, of course, with studies that answer hard questions around cost, sequencing, and delivery. Second, we must begin with logistics and connectivity, because economies do not integrate on paper. They integrate through movement. The Southeast is first deliberately designed interstate logistic corridors, road, rail, inland waterway hubs, and multimodal systems that allow goods, people, and services to move seamlessly across state lines. These are not prestigious projects. They are productivity, infrastructure, and they must be planned and contracted as regional assets, not just state trophies. Third, security must be treated as regional infrastructure. Criminal networks do not respect boundaries, and neither should our response. Criminals in the zone should be ring-fenced, so they don't simply find sanctuary elsewhere once dislodged from one neighboring state. We must commit to enhanced cross-regional security coordination, shared intelligence, interoperable communication, and a centralized information and response hub that allows state security architectures and federal agencies to act as one system. Safety is not just a social good. It is a precondition for investment and everyday economic life. And fourth, we must align the rules of engagement, investment processes, regulatory expectations, and dispute resolution, so that the Southeast presents a coherent face to capital, enterprise, and its own citizens. Complexity discourages participation. Predictability enables growth. These are the first moves. They are achievable if we decide collectively to treat the region as a unit of execution. Initially, the true cause will be revealed in our inability to embrace a different mindset. We must be willing to engage honestly with the dialogue around change. We must balance personal priorities with a system-thinking approach. For too long, collaboration has been treated as a courtesy rather than a necessity. Regional thinking has been aspirational rather than operational. We agree in principle, but retreat into familiar silos when decisions become difficult. A region that remains busy, talented, culturally alive, but increasingly peripheral to where value is created. A region that exports people instead of products. A region whose children learn to measure success by the distance they've traveled, not value built at home. We must interrogate those. That region is not offering a future worthy of its people. So this forum must mark a shift from conversation to commitment. Again, make no mistake, there will be obstacles, old habits, political friction, personal differences, impatience, sometimes, for quick wins, skepticism born out of past disappointments. We should not underestimate these challenges, but we must also be clear-eyed about the alternative. Nothing we will encounter by trying to change this system will be more damaging than leaving it as it is. So the question before us is not whether this is difficult. It is whether we are prepared to do what difficulty demands. Before we leave this hall, we must be able to say, practically, what comes next, how coordination will work, how priorities will be sequenced, how accountability will be shared, how momentum will be protected. Because the future of the Southeast will not be shaped by the quality of language we used here today, but by the discipline of our actions tomorrow. So let me end where I began. This region has never lacked energy. It has never lacked ambition. It has never lacked talent. What it has lacked until now is a shared strong enough to hold those strengths together. A shared purpose strong enough to hold our strength together. Vision 2050 is now our chance to build that system as a framework for action. Not for someday, but starting now. So let us leave this forum. Thank you. So let us leave this forum with a clear commitment to fund and begin regional feasibility work immediately, to prioritize interstate logistics as the backbone of integration, to coordinate security as a shared regional responsibility, and to align our institution around execution, not rivalry. This is about more than relevance. It is about survival. It is about ensuring that in a rapidly changing Nigeria and a competitive world, the Southeast is not left managing decline, but building its prosperity. That responsibility sits with us. We carry on our shoulders the enormous weight of history. And history will not ask what we said in this room. It will ask what we did when we left here. And I think I couldn't have said it better than Elsie. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. God bless the Southeast. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
governors, entities and residents of Enugu, you have every right to dance. You have a wonderful governor in this town. You know, at a point in the speech, I thought it was a point, because the language of opposition is not that of a lawyer. Let's put our hands together one more time. Well, if it is a point, the next speaker is a philosopher point. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is a friend of the Southeast. He's our Vice President. Please welcome here His Excellency, Senator Bashir Ketima, to the left.
Because there are more Igbo in diaspora than in the homeland. Imagine what you brought together after the Yorubas and the Igbos. You cannot win election in Surulere, in Pesa, in Amo, in so many communities in Ojo without the Igbo vote. And this lady is a Lagosian and she can be a testimony to the power of the Igbo vote. And in Abuja, the Igbos are the single largest voting bloc. So you cannot even combine the Igbos to the 5 southeastern states. In Ghana, Mena or local government area of Kogi State, and also in Ibaji, there are resident Igbos, Igbo-speaking indigents of Kogi State. So also in Odu and Odu local government areas of Benin State. If you find him in New Zealand, anyone there in Chibuja Amechi or Yeso region, he can claim to be a Ukrainian man. Even in Greenland, the nation with a Igbo man. If you are in Okoa, you can call himself an Ikama. Of what he can do in a day, you can call himself an Ikama. But anywhere you find someone there, he can do. Or he can. Even if you know Africa, that person is an Igbo man. Our host, the executive governor,
Enugu State, my brother, Dr. Peter Ndubisi. My brother, the governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Scott. Our erudite governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Solomon Silva. I'm like the disciplinarian governor of the Holy State. I'm the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly, representing Governor Hospital. The Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, represented by Professor Julius Yombere, the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives. And I want to use you to appreciate and recognize all members of the National Assembly, former Minister of Regional Development, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, Dr. the Honorable Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. I think there is anybody close to Igbo royalty. There is none closer to her. She is the daughter of former Governor Sisi Ono and the widow of him, Ifeanyi Oyedepo. Excellency, we are proud of the Honorable Minister of Foreign. Senior presidential ministers present here, members of the diplomatic corps, the High Commissioner of Independent Nigeria, the Chairman of the Board of KCDC, Dr. Emeka Nwoko, the young and dynamic Managing Director, Mr. Mark Okoye, our royal fathers, the Catholic Archbishop of Awka, Most Reverend Paulinus Ide Okafor, and all the clergymen present here. President General, I can't dare to forget for Senator John Azuka Amaka, members of the Enugu State House of Assembly, captains of industry, members of the 4th Estate of the Ring, our distinguished personalities, who numerous to mention, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The South is, I never had it so good. The building we are in was started 20 years ago by former Governor General of Exam. It was completed during the tenure of the Speaker. When he agreed to mantle of leadership, Enugu was getting 2 to 3 million liters of water by day. He swung into action as a proactive president. And now Enugu is very supplied with 120 million liters of water. The other, the Smart School Initiative is a beauty to behold because education is the greatest need. On a Monday, I was in Abia, where I commissioned so many of the hospital roads, the market roads. Abia used to be a super slum, a very big slum. Incidentally, some of the slums was the governor of Indians. We are from the amazing village of who we are a village and we are able to add value to Abia and to Rwanda. We are very proud of the governor. When there was a crisis around a week ago in Amasiri and also other communities in Enugu State, while we lost lifelines, the governor swung in action, suspended political leaders from those communities, sanctioned traditional rulers from those communities. This is called leadership. Leadership is about taking leadership. Right now, all countries, we are widely proud of you. And of course, there is one party who is almost an aberration. Eastern African. They have a pension for facing the boom. It was a make-or-mark budget. There were genuine grievances in this country, no doubt about it. Senator Mbaka has highlighted it. But when criminality takes over, it makes a mincemeat of legitimate aspirations of the people. And this projection is an invitation to think beyond electoral immediacy, beyond reality governance, and beyond short-term fixes that deliver headline but not progress. It asks us to look 25 years ahead and answer difficult or necessary questions. What kind of Southeast do we intend to build? What infrastructure must we start delivering now to make the future possible? What institutions must we strengthen to support growth and stability? What opportunities must be deliberately created for young people? And how do we ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and anchored on peace and productivity? These questions cannot be answered by government alone. They demand collective leadership. They demand a partnership of states, markets, communities, and citizens. It was this understanding that informed the creation of the Southeast Development Commission. The decision was both deliberate and necessary. The Southeast carries a unique historical calling, particularly in the form of infrastructure deficits that followed an unfortunate civil war. For decades, these gaps limited connectivity, reduced competitiveness, and constrained opportunity. The Commission was therefore established, not only to address inherited deficits, but to provide a platform for long-term regional planning and the delivery of projects that cut across state boundaries. The LCDC was designed to think beyond annual budgets and electoral calendars. Its mandate is structural transformation, infrastructure, industrialization, and regional competitiveness. And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. This is not another layer of democracy. It is a deliberate institution focused on tangible outcomes that translate into jobs, productivity, and growth. In recognition of the distinctive character of the Southeast, its entrepreneurial spirit, its global diaspora, and its long-standing relationship with international capital, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company Limited. This bank was created to mobilize resources from the diaspora, capital markets, and development finance institutions, and to channel them into infrastructure and human capital development across the region. From energy infrastructure to transport connectivity, from industrial clusters to skill development and enterprise, the pathways to accelerated growth are clear. What will determine its success is discipline, coordination, and a shared sense of purpose. And I want to thank my sister from Ghana, Nigeria for Congress, and we made a very beautiful ending. One of the most important aspects of this war is its inclusive and global character. Here we see federal and state governments working in partnership. We see traditional institutions and political leaders seated at the same table. We see private sector leaders and development partners engaged from the outset. We see the voices of youth, civil society, women, and the diaspora fully represented. I am particularly pleased to acknowledge the participation of Women Igbo Unite, the United States-based organization of over 10,000 finance, law, technology, and other critical sectors represented here by this president. Why the president? Kindly stand up for recognition. You are asking that the Lord so recognize that you are happy to show myself. Government cannot deliver this vision alone. It requires shared responsibility across states, the private sector, traditional institutions, civil society, and the diaspora. And to the young people of the Southeast and of Nigeria as a whole, let me speak clearly to you on behalf of President Bola Tinubu. You are not spectators in our nation government. You are citizens. You are enemies. Creativity and ambition to Nigeria, we are hoping to build. This moral model will translate into real opportunities. Opportunities for skills acquisition. Opportunities for jobs and enterprise. Opportunities for leadership and participation. Development must not remain an abstract promise. It must be felt in the daily lives of our people. As deliberations continue over the coming days, I encourage all participants to engage openly, constructively, and with a shared sense of responsibility. Let this world generate ideas that are bold yet practical. Let it build consensus while differences exist. Let it lay the foundation for partnership that endure not after this world is ended. Nigeria is strongest when it begins to thrive. The success of the Southeast is inseparable from the success of the nation. Let it gather at the turning point. From combination to coordination, from ideas to implementation, and from vision to technical value for our people. It is therefore with optimism and confidence that I declare the Southeast Vision 2025 Regional Stakeholders Forum officially open on behalf of the Thank you, and God bless us all.
God bless you too, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, to remain on stage. Let me invite all the governors and the group now to please come on stage. The chairman of the commission, the managing director of the Joint Vice President. Let's bring the music down, please. Thank you. Now we will add the SSA.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Last April, I was I was getting dressed for work in the morning. And while I was getting dressed, my wife noticed that there was a black patch underneath, you know. So she was not like, that's why, that's, as in she was just questioning me, what is that dark, this thing, your body? So I was not like, what? So that was when I checked. And when I checked, I discovered that it was where I had that lump that, you know, it had increased in size and it was now having black patches at the surface of it. So that was when I got really, really scared.
According to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, 4 in every 10 cancer cases globally are preventable. The agency estimates that about 37% of new cancer cases recorded worldwide in 2022. Diagnosed at almost 50 years, Jacob tells us it has not been an easy road as he seeks better health systems that will support care for cancer survivors like him.
I want to appeal to the government to please try and set up get more machines, you know, because a whole lot of the problems that we actually face as cancer patients is the fact that the care is very, very poor. You get, and you go to hospitals, you find out that before you see a doctor, it's 1 month, it's 2 weeks.
Some experts believe this year's theme, United by Unique, should be measured by whether prevention reaches those with the least access, with conversations around this issue never been more urgent. Kemi Balogun, TVC News, Abuja.
Joining me on Beyond the Headlines today is Dr. Bukola Oshinkalu, who's a radiation and clinical oncologist at the MedServ Luth Cancer Center, one of Nigeria's foremost cancer treatment facilities. She's a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and a member of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, with years of experience managing complex cancers in adults and children. Tonight, we move beyond the slogans that we are very familiar with. We're asking questions Nigerians want answers to. Why are cancer deaths still so high? What does early detection really mean in Nigeria? Who's been left behind? And what must change urgently? That's after this break. Stay with us, everyone. Welcome to TVC Town Square series.
Welcome to the 3rd edition of the TVC News Town Square, our first Town Square of the year. And today, we confront a battle that defines our present and shapes our future, the war against drug abuse. Our theme, taking control of today, protecting the future. Join us on Saturday the 14th of February from 2 p.m. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, retired Major General Buba Marwa, former member of the House of Representatives Shina Pella, and legendary music producer ID Kabasa will be joined by a live studio audience to ask and answer the hard questions and demand real solutions. With 1 out of 5 drug users suffering from drug-related disorder and over 15 million Nigerians involved in different forms of drug abuse, this is more than a conversation. It's a call to action. Saturday the 14th of February, studio goes live at 2 p.m. Welcome to the Town Square.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Power, politics, and accountability on fireworks. No seat is too high, no question too hard. If they hold an office, they are on the hot seat. If they have power, they answer to the people and answer the hard questions.
Only strong men lead, not weak men who don't have knowledge, who don't have capacity, who don't have access.
This is not just talk. This is fireworks. Corruption
It started corruption in when you cannot send your animal to where they train police officers.
No filters, no favoritism, no fear, no holds barred, unbiased, unafraid, unfiltered.
Why should people elected into office and are being funded by the treasury of the state, and then their salary and allowances will be treated in secrecy?
Fireworks, only on TVC News.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
I write to request the kind approval of the National Assembly.
Behind every decision, every vote,
The ayes have it.
and every heated debate lies the heartbeat of democracy.
This matter is very, very important.
I therefore rule you out of order. Welcome to the place where it all unfolds. Every week, I take you inside the inner workings of the assembly, where laws are shaped, decisions are made, and the future of the nation is decided.
The ayes have it.
Join me, Tijesu Adeoye, and other seasoned experts, analysts, and lawmakers at the National Assembly as they uncover the real stories behind the headlines and offer unfiltered insight on the most pressing issues of the day. This is your front row seat to the heart of power. Watch the Hallowed Chambers every Saturday at 9 p.m. only on TVC News.
And the winner is TVC.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin.
Better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba.
Ekaro, Ekodede Asikoyi, Shedadalabayi.
Igbo.
Ndewo, Auto Innovation. Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro.
And Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim, kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now, first in Nigeria with AI news anchors. Joining me on the show now is a radiation and clinical oncologist, Dr. Bukola Oshinkolu, who is with MedServ Youth Cancer Center. Dr. Oshinkolu, we won't allow traffic to mess up our conversation today, so let's ground it right away. When you look at Nigeria today, what cancers are we most commonly presenting with, and more importantly, how late are most of these cases coming in?
So the most common cancers, good evening everyone, the most common cancers that we have in Nigeria, or that we see in Nigeria, include breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, colorectal cancer, and then we also have some lymphomas amongst other cancers.
The theme,
those are the top 5.
Oh, those are the top 5. The theme for this year talks about United by Unique. In practical times, what does people-centered cancer care look like in a country where many patients are still paying out of pocket and arriving at advanced stages?
Yeah, so most patients are arriving at advanced stages. So patient-centered care, starts with a patient presenting to a health facility and getting the right care when he or she presents there. So it's very important when we talk about cancer that there is early presentation, but unfortunately in this environment, that is rarely the case.
What do you think is responsible? What are the reasons Nigerians delay seeking care?
Sorry, please repeat the question again, please. Sorry.
No, I'm asking why Nigerians delay seeking cancer care. From your experience, what are the, let's say, top 3 reasons?
Okay, sometimes it's ignorance, sometimes it's out of care, and most times it is financial implications of cancer treatment. So they simply do not have the money to go out to seek care. And then sometimes as well, the facilities to seek the care from is, very far away from them. So when they put all of those together, some patients, even though they're diagnosed early, they just, they would rather just wait until help gets their way in terms of financial assistance in seeking care. So these are some of the factors. And then fear, of course. So some patients, they feel that cancer is, an evil arrow, so to speak, or something that doesn't require orthodox care. They would rather go the traditional way or non-orthodox way, to try to seek care for their cancer. So these are some of these things that contribute to late presentation of cancer.
The perception for many Nigerians is that cancer is a death sentence. But which cancers, if detected early, have the best survivor outcomes, and how Nigerians are aware of this reality?
So cancers with the most best survival outcomes, breast cancer, prostate cancer, cervical cancer, if these cancers are detected early, usually the earlier the stage a cancer is picked, the better the outcome, because the patient should be able to achieve a cure from the treatments that would be given to the patient.
I want us to talk about screening, because this is often mentioned, but uptake remains very low. Which cancer screening should Nigerians genuinely prioritize by age and gender, and why are we not doing enough of them?
So again, screening is hampered by the cost implications of doing such screenings, and it could also be hampered by ignorance. But screening is available, and for patients who subscribe to screening, they are lucky because they will be picked early, and if they are picked early, the earlier malignancies are picked, the better the chances at a cure. So, if the screening facilities, if the patients who are aware and they subscribe to screening, when they go for screening, their cancers are picked early and they are also, treated properly and they get a cure. For those of them who do not subscribe to screening, they then have to wait till they have symptoms. And by the time patients are presenting with symptoms from their cancer, most times it's already advanced, locally advanced. And unfortunately, sometimes it's already, spread. It's metastatic disease already. So at best, they will just get treatment. And the goal of treatment will just be to optimize their quality of life as opposed to ensuring a cure. Screening is actually very important.
Absolutely, but it's also very expensive. Cancer outcomes, we understand, are deeply unequal around the world. Who do you say is most disadvantaged, and how does this show up in survival outcomes, survival rates in Nigeria? Doctor, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm saying I didn't get the question. Please repeat the question.
Oh, I'm asking the category of people you would say are most disadvantaged and how this affects survival rates in Nigeria as we know it today.
The category of people most disadvantaged and how it affects the survival rate.
Exactly. The survival outcomes in Nigeria.
Okay, survival outcome. Category of people most disadvantaged. For example, that's
We're going to get back to that conversation in the course of the program. It's important that we continue to highlight the importance of awareness, public awareness, and government engagement, especially the private sector, and the need to also present some of the symptoms or screening very early. How accessible, how affordable are the screening and diagnosis like in public hospitals? There are also concerns about pediatric cancer, which is often overlooked. What are the, for instance, biggest gaps in childhood care, and what happens when families cannot afford treatment? From diagnosis to treatment, delays we understand can be deadly. What exactly does Nigeria's cancer care lose? Why do we lose so much patients at diagnosis and with issues of affordability and follow-ups being very, very important? Radiation therapy is also critical, but still largely misunderstood, because many people believe that going through all of these kind of treatments accelerate and aggravate the symptoms, and they don't see any coming back from it. It's important that we open up the space for enlightenment and that government begins to also invest in research and begin to subsidize many of these processes for those who are affected. What role does radiation play today in curing or controlling cancer? And what are the genuine fears that patients wrongly have about it? There are also people who would say there are alternative care, go through other means apart from the orthodox medicine that we are acquainted with. Are we exploring these from the scientific point of view? Are we paying attention to it? Are we also bringing some form of regulation into this space in order to be able to ensure that we get it right? Nigerians often travel abroad for cancer care, and you find out that it's only a few individuals who have the capacity, who can ensure, who can take advantage of treatments outside the country, but there's also the need to identify what the quality of overseas treatment is like, and when it's necessary, and when it's simply a failure of trust or information at home. There's no doubt that cancer care is expensive everywhere, but it's also devastating without safety nets. So when patients pay out of pocket in Nigeria, it's something else entirely. What must government do right now to prioritize insurance coverage to ensure that every Nigerian, has access, to ensure that our hospitals and healthcare facilities are well equipped, we have the adequate manpower, we are able to decentralize cancer centers from just mainly urban areas to Nigerians also living in rural areas. Dr. Shikalu, glad to have you back. I'm looking at the 2026 focus now, and it has to do with personal stories. What has the patient experience taught you about the emotional and social toll of cancer that statistics do not usually capture? Doctor, can you hear me? Dr. Shikalu, are you there? Are you still there?
Hello.
Yes, I'm asking what you've learned from your experience.
I'm outside already.
Okay, beautiful. Already. Let's take a short break and see if we can engage the doctor in a few minutes before the end of the show today. Stay with us, everyone.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Thank you for staying the course on the show, everyone. For Nigerians watching tonight, many are afraid, some are in denial, and we are trying hard to get our hands on experts who can help us explain the reality of this disease and what we need to do differently, especially the single most important step that we must take this year regarding cancer. My guest is an oncologist who just walked in. We are completely out of time. So what we're going to do is keep her for the news at 7 p.m. and engage her more extensively. That's our show today, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. See you again at 7 p.m.
And the winner is TVC.
Good morning, everyone. It's a new day. Veronica, where are you at this time?
I am here. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Hi, Olamide.
Hey, guys. I'm just at the rooftop, keeping my finger on the pulse and my eye on the street.
Hey, Choma, good morning. Hope you're up and ready for the show today.
Yeah, I just got to the office now. Have you contacted Abuja?
Hello, guys. We are set and right on our way to the studio.
And the guest is standing by.
Hi, Ria.
I'm almost ready. Just let me get my glam for the show.
Good morning, Ibrahim. What about the dailies?
I just grabbed the papers. I'm on my way.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Right. Nobody knows how the day will go, but every day starts with breakfast.
Start your day right here on TVC Breakfast every weekday from 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
Imagine a country with over 300 plenty languages. Why you go the only focus on Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo? Where we get a common language, where they unite everybody from Oga to even Madam self, and every person where they for street. That's now why we dey introduce you 89.9 Yanga FM, the #1 urban pidgin radio station where they unite us all. From the award-winning breakfast show, Waiting Day, with your brother, your friend, Wale Po.
Everywhere. Oh, Bobo.
Kenzie, it a joke for this time.
This na Cruise Express.
And this go be the best 4 hours of our life. Country people, make una join us.
Aww.
Now we be What's Up Naija crew. Now we they give you wetin dey sup for inside we country.
Yes, so
keep it locked.
If God be your papa, why you not gonna make Yanga?
How do I holla?
Now here we dey settle all the matter.
Okay, now whispers be that. Make I just be the last sensible voice where you go hear.
Now we be 89.9 Yanga FM.
From the beeping mainframes of the 1960s to the smartphone in your pocket, and now machines that can think, learn, and speak like us. This is Techni Fire. Hello and welcome. I am Dr. Arua Joy. On this show, we connect the dots between the past, present, and the future of technology. We revisit the genius of yesterday's breakthroughs, the microchip, the internet, and the first robot arm. And we dive into tomorrow, AI that can create art, machines that can heal the body, and tech that's reshaping how we live and work. Every week, we explore where we have been, where we are, and where we are going. This isn't about gadgets. It's about the people, the possibilities, and the power of imagination. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Techni Fire.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin,
better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba, Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi, Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation, Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro,
and Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
And now, first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Nigeria's electricity crisis is once again at the center of national debate. While countries like South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria generate over 40,000 megawatts, Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, struggles to keep 5,000 megawatts on the grid. Gas constraints, collapsing grid infrastructure, and shrinking disco load uptake are common excuses given to defend inefficiency. Today, we will make an attempt to discuss some deeper issues. What is the real role of DISCOs? The growing influence of the Rural Electrification Agency, the over 4 trillion naira debt overhang choking the GENCOs, and whether recapitalization is reform or a quiet shutting down of struggling operators. On the hot seat today is a man who sits at the intersection of policy, power, and private sector reality. High Chief Barrister Sunday Odutan, a key voice in Nigeria's electricity distribution space. He is the MD CEO of Association of Nigeria Electricity Distributors and also the spokesman for all distributing companies. I am Eshomomo Imodu. This is Fireworks. We put them under check. Mr. Odutan, it's nice to have you on my turf today.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
All right, now let's hit the ground running. Just recently, the Minister of Power made a very profound statement that several electricity consumers have been celebrating. But that is not the case with the distributing companies. They seem to disagree with that. And what he said, let me try to quote him. It is an offense for any DISCO official or an installer to request a dime before installation. These meters must be distributed and installed completely free of charge. Why do you people disagree with that.
Thank you very much. We do not, and I repeat, we do not disagree with the minister. It is the media houses that have been hyping this thing and making it look as if there's a problem between us as operators and the minister. What this government is doing is very great, and we must commend it. But I think some people also misunderstood the minister. In your statement, you said the minister said, these meters are going to be free and should be distributed free and no payment for installation. And you need to understand what that means. The minister was not talking about MAP, meter asset provider, which is still very much on and ongoing. The minister is talking about a very brilliant initiative brought by this president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And the initiative is this. Let me explain it to you. First of all, the government decided to import 3.4 million meters free, for free distribution to our customers. But before I mention what has happened in regard to that 3.4 million meters, let me give you some figures so that you understand where we are. We have about just a little over 12 million active customers. We have 6.66 total, 6.66 million Nigerians that are metered. We also have at least 5.36 unmetered customers. So over 5 million customers need to be metered. In Q3 of 2025, to the credit of the government, the operator, and of course our regulator, 228,614 meters were installed. Now, this one that we're talking about, the government wants to bring in 3.4 million meters. This is a World Bank funded program, and the discos are well in tune with it, because at the end of the day, this thing is in our interest. So the first batch that is expected is 1.43 million meters. The numbers received so far is about 1 million meters. They come in batches of 500,000 meters.
Mr. So that we won't drag this for too long, I'd like us to just go straight.
So what I'm saying is the minister is referring to these meters that are brought in, this one.
Those are the ones that are free.
Those are the free meters.
So which other meters should we pay for now?
Or say we have other schemes on metering that have been ongoing long since the time of President Muhammad Buhari.
Okay.
That is meter asset provider,
right,
where customers willingly pay for their meters and get metered, and even their own money is refunded over time by way of giving them.
But will you agree with me also that these ones you talked about, Mr. Dutton, these ones you talked about, these customers, it's been also challenging for a lot of customers to get these meters. Some have actually confessed that they've applied for meters and it's taking like forever for them to get it. Now, what is the bottleneck built into this system? Now, in your discussion earlier, you said about 12 million active subscribers, customers, is that not? You have about 12 million active customers. Now, 12 million active customers, is that not a very low figure? 13 years, about 13 years after privatization.
Now, okay, let me tell you this, and please take note of this.
All right.
You cannot correct the adversity of 50 years in 12 years. And until we all come to that realization, we'll be talking and going around the bend for no reason. Number one, the power sector has been neglected during the years of the military. And I can give you a simple one. Between 1989 and 1999, a period of 10 years, we had 4 presidents in this country, 4 heads of states. After 1989, it was General Babangida, followed by Shivene Shonekon, followed by General Abacha, followed by General Absalam Abubakar after 1999. So 1989 to 1999, 4 leaders in this country, not a single power plant was built. Nothing was done to even renew the transmission grid. And now what we failed to do in 1989 or 1999, we catch up with us by 2009 or 2029.
I quite agree with you.
So we should commend President Jonathan, who did the privatization. We should commend President Obasanjo, who started the reform. We should commend President Muhammadu Buhari, who continued the legacy of President Jonathan as far as this power sector is concerned. And we should give more commendation to the current president, who has taken the bull by the horn, who believes so much in electricity, who knows that you cannot develop this nation without electricity.
I quite agree with you.
And when we start abusing our leaders, we should be talking about the good thing that they have done.
Yeah.
You cannot expect a Tinubu to correct the mistake of 1966, 1976.
We have neglected let's not get things mixed up. The power sector was privatized. Yes. You have the discos, you have the GENCOs, you have the TCN. And yes. the discos are privately owned companies, are not? You came into the business.
The discos are owned 60%. Hold on, let me break it down for you.
Okay.
The discos are 60% private, 40% public.
Okay, 60% private. Now the 60% private. My question is,
it's private.
Will it take you, if it took you about 13 years to meter just 12 million active customers, how many more years will it take the distribution companies to meter Nigeria? Because this, you will make your profit when people are metered, is that not so? The question is, you will make your profit if people are metered.
Before I answer that, let me correct you.
Okay.
When I told you that we have just a little over 12 million active customers, I also told you that already we have metered 6.66 million customers. So when you are banding 12 billion, just take off 6.66, okay? We are now talking about 5.36 million customers that need to be metered. And that's why this government has taken that huge, bold step of bringing in 3.4 million meters to bridge the metering gap. It is in our interest for people to be metered. Let me tell you this. When people are metered, they're able to measure their consumption. When people are metered, we don't have argument with them. They don't have argument with us. Estimated billing is evil. We don't want it. Okay. The government doesn't want it. The regulator doesn't want it.
Now, can I give you some practical illustrations? Because I'm a journalist, I'm also in touch with a lot of Nigerians, and what a lot of people say is the discos prefer a situation where people are given estimate bills at their discretion because they make more money off the normal stuff. Now, do you know that is the situation, the conception, the view out there, that you make more money when people are not metered, so you come to give estimate bills to people. And that is why the discos are finding it difficult to give the people the prepaid meter so that the people can pay what they actually consume. Now, that is the perception of the public.
Thank you very much. That's a very wrong perception. I've been in the sector since 2013, November 1st. As you know, and for me, there's no point not saying the truth. There's nothing for me to gain or to lose by saying the truth. Estimated billing, as I said, is evil. What we have had, our experience in the past, is that in some cases, people are overbilled, and in other cases, people are underbilled. Those who are overbilled have a right to say this is a crazy bill. But even those who are under bill still call it crazy bill. Even when the bill is not crazy, it may even be the owner of the bill that is crazy. Because people that are on estimated billing, they don't even pay. So we cannot continue with that idea of estimated billing. So what we need, all of us, is for people to be metered. And that's why I said the government is already taking the right decision. We have a regulator that is completely very credible and are up to the task of what they are trying to do. What we should do is for all of us to cooperate with them. And let me tell you this, there are 3 problems that is affecting Nigerian power system. Okay. 3. 3 people, 3 areas. Number 1, government. And when I say government, I'm not talking about federal government or just picking out some other people. I'm saying there are some ministry, departments, and agencies of government, both at the state and federal level, who do not pay their bill as I went due. That is a problem. Number 2, operators, someone like me, discos, generation companies, transmission companies. We are also a problem because we are not efficient enough, okay? We need to deploy more technology, but again, we need to bring in more investment. But investment is also driven by cost recovery. That's number 2 problem. Number 3 problem, you and I, Nigerians, the customer, the consumers, because as long as we continue to steal energy, you cannot have energy. People want free light. People want everything free of charge. Even now they are talking about free meters. They are so happy because it's free. But the truth of the matter is that government is doing this so that you can measure your consumption and please pay your bill. People bypass their meters a lot.
I like
so
that.
Until we change our ways, we have to change our ways. We should stop blaming government or blaming discos. And for you to always be talking about discos, I always laugh because disco is just the one below the value chain. All of us, we are in it together. And now we work together more than ever before because it is the interest of Nigeria and Nigerians for us to provide power. We should stop blaming, naming, and claiming.
That's
and
the
the press
question
should
here.
Stop lying.
There's a question here. Somebody sent this that I should ask you. That since privatization, that discos have made little or no efforts to invest in injection substations since privatization, despite repeated claims of commitment to infrastructure. What is the level of your investment in injection substations?
Okay. I'm not even sure that person understands what an injection substation is.
Okay.
Because when people say we have not invested in the injection substation, the other question I will ask that person is that the way we are today, are we not better off than 10 years ago? Electricity in your area, my brother, is it not better today than 5 years ago? If we have not invested in injection substation, what will bring that light to your house? Remember, you cannot get the light if the injection substation is not working. What people should be saying that we should do more.
Exactly. I guess that's what the person is saying.
But I told you, I said we will do more if they stop stealing. Because investment is driven by cost recovery. If I cannot recover my cost, and how can I invest more? When my when my account is not bankable, when banks are not ready to lend me money because I'm not able to recover my cost, I'm not able to collect the money. So I'm saying that all of us need to work together.
All right,
and
Mr.
when I
Duton,
talk about collaboration, alignment, that's what I mean.
All right, just hold your thoughts there. We'll quickly go on a break, and when we come back, we'll still be here to talk about the many challenges facing the electricity sector in Nigeria. Please do stay with us. You're welcome back. Now, if you just joined us, I've been speaking with Chief Sunday Odutan, the MD CEO of the Association of Nigeria Electricity Distributors, and also the spokesman for all the electricity distribution companies. Now, we left off talking about the commitment of government, the people, and also the company, the distribution companies at this time. Now, let me quickly ask this. There are some practical questions in here. We're also aware that in several communities, when there is a default in the transformer, the community contributes to buy transformer. The community contributes to buy the cables. Now, this is a private company. It is not a public company. It's a privately owned, profit-making company. Why should communities buy transformers? And after they have paid for the transformer, should there not be a refund? Because that transformer becomes the property of the particular distribution company. I'd like you to help us understand why I should pay to get electricity. Okay. Meanwhile, you're charging me every time for every unit I use.
Okay. I will start off with the issue of refund. As a matter of fact, there's a regulation by a regulator that entitles communities to get a refund when they invest in the network.
Oh.
But to get that refund, you have to follow due process. What is the due process? Before you invest in the infrastructure within your community, you have to notify the DISCO and our regulator. Once you do that and you get the approval to go ahead, then anything you do there, you will get a refund. So, and that has happened in many cases over the years. But let me now go back to the issue of why is it that people contribute money to buy or to repair their own transformer or to buy transformer. Let me tell you this. If you are in band A, you are the one paying the true cost of electricity, 209 naira per kilowatt hour.
So I'm paying for others.
Fluctuates. Hold on. You are not paying for others. You are paying for yourself. Okay. And let me correct it and let me repeat it. If you are in band A, you are not paying for anybody. Okay. You are paying for yourself. Yeah. What we are saying is that because you are in band A, you are a patriot. You are a true Nigerian who is not being assisted by any government. If I'm band B, band C, band D, band E, you have to know today, listen to me and listen well. Government is subsidizing you to the tune of 37% of what you should be paying. And that is the problem on its own. Because government does not even have all this money. And this subsidy, in most cases, they are paid. This current government have even tried so much. But in some cases, they become shortfall on our books. They are not paid, they are deferred, they are recognized. So what I'm saying is that if you are in band A and your transformer is down or something happened, we will rush there to fix it. Why? Because in your network, we're able to recover our costs. But if you are in band D and you have a problem with your transformer,
I will pay.
This is something with apology, I will say this, and I'll be frank. I'm an Egba man. I have nothing to lose by saying this. If you are in band D and your transformer is down and you notify me, the first thing I will do is to check that injection substation. If, for instance, you have a debt of 8 million naira on that transformer, I will ask you to come and pay part of your debt. Because I cannot invest 12 million in a place where you are owing me 8 million already. These are the problems that Nigeria need to understand. Okay? If your community is niche, you are not owing money, I bet it, whether you're in band E, band D, or band C, or band A, the DISCO will do their best to immediately rectify it. Because if I know I'm recovering my investment from you, my cost,
definitely,
I will come. But if I know I'm losing money eternally, my brother, pay money, do your transformer by yourself.
I like that explanation. If you're in band A, the distribution company will rush in to fix the challenge. Now, I guess you have...
Because I recover my cost.
I guess you subscribe to telecommunication and probably you have more than one SIM card with you or more than one phone with you. It gives you the ability to make choices. So if a particular network is down, you can switch to another network and use another network. Why is it difficult for the distribution companies to open up to competition rather than the present system where that is like a geographical monopoly? If I'm in Abuja, I'm stuck with the distribution company in Abuja, whether they are efficient or not. Why don't we have a system where other distributors come into that market and I as a consumer, if a distributor is not active, if it's not efficient, I can switch to another one. Is it not allowed? And when are we going to get to that point?
Thank you very much. You are talking about no story. And please, as a media person, do more research and give credit to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He came into office and he signed the amended version of the Electricity Act of 2023. Go and read the provision of that act. We are now in competition. There's no more monopoly.
So,
every state, even local government, have a right to generate, transmit, and distribute their own power. Go and check what Lagos State is doing. Some states are already doing it. Go to Enugu. They now have their own electricity market. The reason why you have not seen this happen, many discos, is because of cost recovery. Don't let us lie to ourselves.
That's exactly what I'm asking. See, when are we going to get that efficiency level? When, for instance, in Abuja, I have Abuja distribution company, I can also have another one.
No efficiency level. Our problem is not efficiency level. Our problem is investment and cost recovery. Government has opened up the field. Everybody can come. Even you call your friends. You can come and create a disco. You can create your own disco in Eko Atlantic City. You can have your disco within Abuja in Garki. The law now allows you to do that. The reason why some people are not coming to invest now is because they see that people, the customers, are not always willing to pay. And you hear people say, we are ready to pay. Give us light. That is a lie.
So if I got you right.
Give you series of, in Ikotekpene in Akwa Ibom State, there's a community there who are owing billions. You know what they told me when I went there? They said, the injection substation, which is owned by TCN, is on our ancestral land. And so we are not going to pay Port Harcourt
because of time.
In that kind of culture, no investor will come.
No
investor will come when people are not willing to pay.
Mr. Oduton, because of time, I'd like us to, so that the viewers will understand better what we are saying. For instance, in Lagos, for the sake of this example, you have the Ikeja distribution, you have the Eco. Are you saying now, because it has been signed, the person who lives within the present precinct of Ikeja distribution can have the services of Eco distribution? It has been signed, but is it practical now? That's what we are asking.
No. That will happen. The issue of having, if you are in Ogba, you are under Ikeja Electric.
Yeah.
What you're saying, which applies abroad, which is that, can you have your electricity in Ogba supplied by Eco Disco?
That is what I'm asking you.
Get to that point. But no. What I'm telling you is that you can have Oshio Momo distribution company based in Ogba today. Ikeja Electric have no right,
because it has been signed,
from investing in that network.
Because it has been signed.
I'm saying that the law now allows more competition.
I agree with you. When are we going to break the bottleneck? The law has allowed, but when is it going to be in practice? That's what I'm asking you. Is there a time frame when we begin to have that?
Where you can attract investment and you attract investors to come and invest and recover their costs.
All right. Just because of time, let's quickly look at this. The Rural Electrification Agency. It's majorly it helps the off-grid supply of electricity. Does that infringe on the supposed territory of the various distribution companies? Whether you see a rural area, some distribution companies still exist in that area. Their operation, does it infringe into what should be your own territory of operations?
No. We have no problem with our other stakeholders like REA going to areas where we cannot serve properly. If we cannot serve an area, rural area, or places that we cannot adequately serve, why not do that? And I think the federal government is doing a fantastic job in that regard. There's nothing like infringement. There's nothing like leave my area. If I cannot feed my children, I have 6 rooms in a house. I'm able to feed only 4 people in 4 rooms.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oduton.
I will allow any other person to come and feed them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oduton. It's a competitive world. If I cannot feed my children, someone else will come to feed my children. It's been wonderful having this conversation with you on fireworks. My producer said we can chop the knuckle because you're not here to have a handshake with you. But this is all we can take on this particular edition of Fireworks. Let's make it another opportunity next week at the same time. I remain yours sincerely, Shomamo Imodu. Bye for now.
Welcome to TVC Town Square series.
Welcome to the 3rd edition of the TVC News Town Square, our first town square of the year. And today, we confront a battle that defines our present and shapes our future, the war against drug abuse. Our theme, taking control of today, protecting the future. Join us on Saturday the 14th of February from 2 p.m. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, retired Major General Buba Marwa, former member of the House of Representatives Shino Pella, and legendary music producer ID Kabasa will be joined by a live studio audience to ask and answer the hard questions and demand real solutions. With 1 out of 5 drug users suffering from drug-related disorder and over 15 million Nigerians involved in different forms of drug abuse, this is more than a conversation. It's a call to action. Saturday the 14th of February, studio goes live at 2 p.m. Welcome to the Town Square.
Breaking news is not just about the headlines. It is the ripple effects of the headlines. It is the ability to connect the dots of anger, grief, pain, repression, hope, and triumph. It is staying on the story till attention is gotten and action is taken. When we say at TVC News, we are first with breaking news. It is not just a position. It is a philosophy, a principle, and a culture.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin,
Better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba, Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi, Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation, Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro,
and Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now first in Nigeria with AI news anchors. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Senate passes Electoral Act Amendment Bill, rejects electronic transmission of election results. United States dispatches small team of ground troops to Nigeria following recent security cooperation between both countries. And United States moves to withdraw 700 federal agents from Minnesota. And coming up in sports tonight, Manchester City welcome Newcastle United to Etihad Stadium in Carabao Cup semi-final. We start off with breaking news from the National Assembly, where the Senate has now passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. The Senate also has rejected the electronic transmission of election results. In the ongoing electoral amendment, lawmakers met to deliberate on contentious provisions of the amendment bill as the ongoing amendment to the Electoral Act, which is aimed at strengthening the process. The Red Chamber insisted that it will not disappoint the public despite prolonged closed-door deliberations on the bill. Meanwhile, INEC has announced plans for a nationwide voter revalidation exercise aimed at cleaning up Nigeria's 93 million voter register ahead of the 2027 general election. At its first quarterly consultative meeting with civil society organizations in Abuja, Professor Joash Amokpiton says the commission is responding to what he described as persistent challenges, including underage registration, multiple registrations, and the continued presence of deceased persons on the voters' roll. According to him, strengthening the integrity of the voter register is central to restoring public confidence in the electoral process. He added that no election can be considered credible if Nigerians do not trust the register used in conducting it. Let's talk now to our next Director of Voter Registry, Mr. Tunde Gafari, who joins me live from our Abuja studio. Thanks for joining us on the news tonight. Your plan for a nationwide voter revalidation exercise you mentioned is aimed at cleaning up the 93 million voter register ahead of the next election, but it's already raising some dust. What is this really about, and do you think you have enough time before the next election?
Yeah. Thank you very much, and good evening, viewers. Today, the Honorable Chairman of the Commission unveiled the Commission's plan to revalidate the voter register. And what that simply means is an effort to have a more credible voter register. And that will involve every registered voter that currently exists on the register to come forward and revalidate their registration. And what that will achieve for the Commission is that going into the next general election, the voter register that will be used for that election will contain people that, have already validated their registration. In other words, it will confirm that these are registered voters that are still living, who has, on their own step forward to revalidate.
Is this exercise,
that is in a nutshell.
Is this exercise expected to be compulsory for registered voters before 2027?
That's correct. The Honorable Chair was very clear about that all registered voters will have to step forward and revalidate.
When you talk about, I hear you clearly, when you talk about the integrity of the voter register, right? You mentioned the issue of underage voters, multiple registers, multiple registration and what have you. How does this affect the integrity of our current system? Because the thinking was that with PVCs and BVAs, there is no one who can register twice. Are you saying that system is faulty as we speak, even with the BVAs?
No, not at all. If you recall that the foundation for the current register was laid in 2011 when the then Commission registered all Nigeria, call out all Nigerians to be registered. And the Commission had continued to build on that register from 2011. Continuous voter registration was conducted before the 2015 general election, and that register increased at that time. And again, before the 2019 general election, another continuous voter registration was conducted, which also added to the register of 2011. And before 2023 general election, as we all know, continuous voter registration was also conducted nationwide, which has continued to increase the registered voter. But the Commission, in doing all of this, have also, taken steps to make sure that the register is credible. Some of the actions that the Commission has taken in the past towards ensuring that the register is clean and credible is to use technology to remove multiple registration. This has achieved a great deal for the Commission. Also, collaboration with other government agencies has also helped to remove, identify non-Nigerians unregistered.
Mr. Gafar,
for the major areas, yes, sir?
Yes, it sounds like all of those were not enough, and that's why you're asking for revalidation. But this process is already being challenged. Some civil society groups and legal experts argue that if revalidation becomes compulsory for already registered voters, then it would amount to an additional requirement that is not currently provided for by law and may potentially disenfranchise millions of voters. How is INEC reacting to that?
The law provides for the Commission to revise, that's the Electoral Act, gives the power to revise the register to the Commission. And there's also this is not going to prevent anybody from, it's going to be open. The revalidation process is going to be made so easy that both electronically and physically registered voters can conveniently revalidate their registration. So as with regards to law, there's enough provision in the Electoral Act that empower the Commission to update and revalidate voter register.
Just for clarity again, as to the implementation nationwide, will this involve physical appearance, or you're saying it can be done online?
Yes, the Commission will come out with the detailed modalities on how to conduct the exercise. But the plan currently is to conduct the exercise at multiple levels. Electronically, registered voter will be able to connect to a portal which the Commission will give to log on and register on their own from the comforts of their homes. Also, there will be physical presence at the multiple levels at our local government offices. Our officials will be there for a given number of days to attend to the people that may step forward. I will also be present physically at the registration area level, where people can also approach the Commission officials to register, to revalidate physically. And the Commission is also planning to be at all polling units, over 176,000 polling units, for a number of days, where people can also come forward to revalidate. And we believe at the end of all these stages, especially when going very close to Nigerians at the polling units, the Commission will have given enough opportunities to everybody to take advantage of the exercise.
The revalidation exercise. Well, it's a good place to leave it. I guess we'll find out in time if every registered Nigerian voter will be able to revalidate between now and next year for the election. Today Gafar is Director of Voter Registry with INEC. Thank you so much for talking to us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Away from election matters now, the United States says it has dispatched a small team of troops to Nigeria following recent security cooperation between both countries. The general in charge of U.S. Africa Command, Dagvin Anderson, spoke of the development in the press briefing, saying the aim is to strengthen intelligence gathering and support local forces in the fight against Boko Haram and ISWAP. It's the first acknowledgement of U.S. boots on the ground in Nigeria since the Donald Trump presidency launched missile strikes targeting terrorists in Sokoto on Christmas Day last year. Mr. Anderson says the move followed his meeting with President Tinubu in Rome last year. According to reports, the deployment also comes following an agreement between the federal government and Washington to deepen cooperation against growing terrorist threats in West Africa. I'll talk to retired U.S. Captain Bish Johnson right after this break. Stay with us, everyone. And also coming up on the news at 7, we'll turn our spotlight to the World Cancer Day as WHO says 4 in every 10 new cancer cases could be prevented.
Improve infrastructure connectivity and innovative ideas that move our people from poverty to prosperity.
From the north to the south, across valleys, rivers, and rising skylines, one name powers it all. Secure, intelligent, and built to last. Nigeria's digital transformation is unfolding before our eyes. We connect governments, empower agencies, and enable service delivery in the private sector, all driven by brilliant minds and bold ideas. Across public and private sectors, governance to learning, e-health to emergency response, we are integrating the systems that drive our progress as a nation. We keep evolving every day, every night, because Nigeria's digital future begins today. Galaxy Backbone, enabling digital services.
When you're home late from work, you want Glovo. Shop without the queue. Grab some sharp gifts. Order anything you want and vibe away. Ding dong Glovo, ding
Order
ding
with
dong
Glovo
Glovo.
and track it to receive it in minutes.
Welcome to TVC Town Square series.
Welcome to the 3rd edition of the TVC News Town Square, our first Town Square of the year. And today, we confront a battle that defines our present and shapes our future, the war against drug abuse. Our theme, taking control of today, protecting the future. Join us on Saturday the 14th of February from 2 p.m. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, retired Major General Buba Marwa, former member of the House of Representatives, Shina Pella, and legendary music producer, ID Kabasa, will be joined by a live studio audience to ask and answer the hard questions and demand real solutions. With 1 out of 5 drug users suffering from drug-related disorder and over 15 million Nigerians involved in different forms of drug abuse, this is more than a conversation. It's a call to action. Saturday the 14th of February, studio goes live at 2 p.m. Welcome to the Town Square.
And a reminder of our top stories tonight. Senate passes Electoral Act Amendment Bill, rejects electronic transmission of election results. United States dispatches small team of ground troops to Nigeria following recent security cooperation between both countries. And U.S. moves to withdraw 700 federal agents from Minnesota. Still ahead in sports, Manchester City welcome Newcastle United to Etihad Stadium in Carabao Cup semi-final. Well, we now know there are U.S. boots on the ground in Nigeria in what the General in Charge of U.S. Africa Command calls a small team coming up in cooperation between Nigeria and the U.S. to fight insurgency and terrorism in Nigeria. I'm joined by retired U.S. Captain Bish Johnson for more on this development. Thank you for joining us on the news at 7. U.S. boots on the ground, they say, to strengthen intelligence gathering and support local forces in the fight against Boko Haram and ISWAP. How does this change the fight against insurgency as we know it in Nigeria? Captain Johnson, are you there?
I am here, but you were breaking up a little bit.
All right, I'm asking how this new reality of U.S. boots on the ground changes the reality of our fight against insurgency in Nigeria as we know it?
Well, thank you and good evening. Thank you for having me. I think it depends on what their mission. It depends on what their mission is. And from the information that I have, they said it's a small team of U.S. military personnel. I may look at that number of people as is being stated in the media as maybe an advanced team that is coming here maybe to prepare the ground for more boots on the ground. But I would say that depending on their mission and how long their mission is going to be, I think it's going to make some impact. I have stated earlier that, one-off airstrike on, insurgent or terrorist locations is not going to solve, an insecurity problem that has been entrenched in this country for nearly 2 decades or even more. So we're going to need more than just one-off, airstrike. We will need a sustained onslaught on these terrorists and insurgents location if we are going to be able to dislodge them. And so for me, it's a welcome development if they are going to stay. And if it's not just going to be just that one small team that was sent, because from the number that I see, that team, if that is all that we're going to have, their mission is probably going to be maybe to advise, to train, or to direct.
The issue with staying, Captain Johnson, is that the U.S. and its allies have a long record of military interventions that leave nations more unstable than before. You see evidence in countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. How's this different from those operations in these countries, and how do you think we have to manage it?
Well, you see, people are only looking at a few other countries, maybe that the mission of the U.S. was not necessarily to go and build nations and help nations to stabilize themselves. I can also direct you to U.S. involvement in World War I and World War II. If you look at Europe, Europe is stable. They are mostly democratic. I can also direct you to U.S. intervention in the Korea. If you look at South Korea is a vibrant democracy that is prosperous and still one of the largest economies in the world. So that's why I said that it depends on what their mission is. If their mission is to come here and assist Nigeria, I don't think that we will be referencing the cases of Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Now, understand this. U.S. went into Afghanistan because the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, protected by the Taliban administration in Afghanistan, attacked United States mainland. And so that was why the United States went into Afghanistan. From there, they went into Iraq because they believed that Saddam Hussein at that time was going against United Nations resolution and producing weapons of mass destruction. And then from Iraq, those terrorists now got into Syria, and they must have to dislodge in Syria. And so it depends on what the mission is. This mission has been dubbed as a collaborative mission between the United States and Nigeria. So I wouldn't expect that to be like that of Afghanistan or Iraq or Syria, as you have said. But if you go to Iraq, Iraq is not a failure. Iraq is a developing democracy now. The Shiites, who had been the majority in Iraq, that had been out of power throughout the whole time that Saddam Hussein was in power, now have the opportunity to participate in the electoral process and elect their own leaders according to the dictates of democracy, of majority carrying the day.
Good place to leave it. We'll keep our eyes closed on this development. From a retired U.S. Army Captain, Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for your insight. In other news now, let's turn to the United Kingdom. The corruption trial of Nigeria's former Minister of Petroleum, Diezani Alison-Maduka, continued today as jurors heard fresh testimony about the funds allegedly spent on luxury property refurbishments. The alleged offenses occurred between 2011 and 2015, and prosecutors are working to trace what they describe as a wider financial trail of benefits. Ms. Alison-Maduka is accused of multiple bribery counts. The former minister has been on bail in Britain since she was first arrested in October 2015. In 2023, she was formally charged with accepting bribes, which is denied. The former minister is also said to have received $137,000 in cash, a chauffeur-driven cars, a private jet flight to Nigeria, and refurbishment work, as well as staff costs at several London properties. Let's talk health now. Every year, millions of people around the world unite to shine a light on one of the most pressing health challenges of our time. It's called cancer. On World Cancer Day 2026, the global community is renewing its call for awareness, early detection, and equal access to quality cancer care. TVC News' Kemi Balogun has more.
Breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer worldwide, accounting for more than 2 million new cases each year. While the disease affects women far more frequently, health experts warn that men are also at risk. Male breast cancer accounts for about 1% of all cases and is often detected late due to low awareness. Jacob Omonade is one of the few men diagnosed with breast cancer, a reality many still find difficult to believe.
2024, that was April. I was getting dressed for work in the morning, and while I was getting dressed, my wife noticed that there was a black patch underneath, you know. So she was not like, that's why, that's, as in she was just questioning me, what is that dark, this thing, your body? So I was not like, what? So that was when I checked. And when I checked, I discovered that it was where I had that lump that, you know, it had increased in size and it was not having black patches at the surface of it. So that was when I got really, really scared.
According to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, 4 in every 10 cancer cases globally are preventable. The agency estimates that about 37% of new cancer cases recorded worldwide in 2022. Diagnosed at almost 50 years, Jacob tells us it has not been an easy road as he seeks better health systems that will support care for cancer survivors like him.
I want to appeal to the government to please try and set up get more machines, you know, because a whole lot of the problems that we actually face as cancer patients is the fact that the care is very, very poor. You get, and you go to hospitals, you find out that before you see a doctor, it's 1 month, it's 2 weeks.
Some experts believe this year's theme, United by Unique, should be measured by whether prevention reaches those with the least access, with conversations around this issue never been more urgent. Kemi Balogun, TVC News, Abuja.
I'm joined now by radiation and clinical oncologist at the MedServ Luth Cancer Center, Dr. Bukola Oshinkolu. Doctor, thank you for joining us on the news tonight.
Thank you for having me.
We hear that 4 out of every 10 new cases of cancer can be prevented. Let's begin from there. What is that thing about prevention that we're not getting right?
Yeah, so prevention, because majorly cancers, we do not know exactly what causes most cancers, except for cancers like cervical cancer. And therefore, there are risk factors associated with different cancers. So when we talk in prevention, we should be talking about ways of reducing risk factors associated with different cancers. And many people are becoming, the cancer awareness is really increasing. So many people are becoming more aware of things that they should do and shouldn't do if they want to stay healthy and they want to stay, you know, free of cancer. So in terms of prevention, we all need to adopt a healthy lifestyle, including screening. Because most cancers, when they start, they're usually what we call asymptomatic, meaning no symptoms whatsoever. You know, for example, breast cancer, commonest cancer in women worldwide, it starts with a painless breast lump. So if a woman isn't aware that she should do a self-breast examination once a month, and she's not doing that, and the breast lump develops, and she's unaware of it, and it progresses, continues to increase in size, and eventually one day becomes painful. By the time it becomes painful and attention gets drawn to it, it might be too late already.
Are you saying you don't have to see symptoms before you go for screening?
No, you do not have to see symptoms.
So how easy is this screening? Is it something I just leave work at 5 p.m. and go get it done? How affordable is it?
In terms of affordability, it may not be that much affordable, but it's something that if you plan for it, you know, you can get it done. For example, some people, when they want to celebrate their birthdays, especially for parents, elderly parents, 70th, 60th, and so on, they throw a lavish party. Instead of throwing lavish parties, you could decide that, okay, mom, dad, for your birthday this year, no parties, I want you to go for health screening, so that if there's anything we can pick up during the screening, we'll pick it up and deal with it early.
How many people will appreciate that as a birthday gift? When there's the option for obli. You had the young man in that report saying that it's difficult to even see doctors in hospitals. Nigeria talks about universal health coverage. I don't know what the reality is at MedServ, but realistically, how far have we come from meaningful cancer coverage under programs like the NHIS? How spread, widely spread is this health access?
The government is trying really in terms of access to cancer programs. We're not there yet, but we are trying. And especially at the MedServ Youth Cancer where I work, we're blessed with 10 oncologists. That's a lot. And I think in terms of cancer centers across Nigeria, we have the most number of oncologists at this time. So when patients come to us, yes, they will get care, and we're available to the public Mondays to Fridays. Our doors are open. And we have people come to us from all over the world. I mean, from all over the country. And sometimes we have people come from neighboring countries like Cameroon, like Cotonou, and so on. We do have people come to us. So I'll say the government is trying. We're not there yet, but we're trying. We're making great strides in that respect.
For many Nigerians, they consider cancer to be a death sentence. So when they hear cancer, the first thing that comes to mind is to go to a church or go see a spiritual figure. What are we getting wrong in that regard? What should they do the moment they get the results, the diagnosis?
So once a cancer diagnosis is received, that, by the way, has to do with our belief system, where people think all sorts when it comes to cancer, as opposed to other illnesses, like malaria, like appendicitis, okay, go to the hospital and get medication. But when it comes to cancer, it's such a big deal, and they want to go seek spiritual help and all of that. That shouldn't be the case. So like other illnesses, please go to a hospital. If you don't know what hospitals to go to, you can come to the MedServ Youth Cancer Center or other cancer centers that we have across the country, so that you're seeing the right people who have been trained to help you out with the condition that you have been diagnosed with. Because really, the truth is, with cancer is not a death sentence. If cancer is picked early, and you receive the right treatment instituted at the right time, you can get a cure. You can get free from cancer and become one of the many cancer survivors that we have across the world.
Before we go, quickly tell us what factors could make a person susceptible to cancer, and what are the lifestyle, choices everyone has to start making.
Okay, so risk factors that can make us susceptible: unhealthy lifestyle, like drinking alcohol, like smoking cigarettes.
You can get cancer for drinking alcohol.
Yes, you can. A lot of alcohol.
You know the number of people that drink alcohol in Nigeria?
I know people drink alcohol, but if you want to be healthy and more aware about your health and health... You stop it completely, or you take it moderately? Moderately. Okay. And if you can stop it, if you can be a zero alcohol drinker like myself, then go on. Zero alcohol, it will help. Smoking as well, if you can reduce, it will help. And if you can stop totally, it will also help. So other things that can help, healthy lifestyle, like, because, for example, cancers like cervical cancers, they're sexually transmitted through the human papilloma virus. So you need to, if you're married, stay faithful to your partner. If you're not married, then you abstain or you use protection.
You can get cancer by indiscriminate sex.
Yes, indiscriminate sex can predispose you to cancer. As well, for breast cancer, use of hormonal contraceptives can also predispose you to breast cancer. And also, there are some infections as well that can predispose you to cancer. Okay, so I've talked about the human papilloma virus. Also, the HIV, the hepatitis B virus can predispose you to liver cancer. And there are also other viruses as well that can predispose you to some other cancers.
Good place to leave it. Radiation and clinical oncologist Dr. Bukola Oshikalu, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
In other news now, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency has flagged off its campaign against the stigmatization of persons living with HIV. The agency says those who refuse the disease from the act will be fined or prosecuted. Senior correspondent Jacqueline Ogo has more.
That signifies the flag-off of the campaign against the stigmatization of persons living with HIV in Lagos State. This was at Ikeja Local Government Council area. The same was done in Alimosho. Lagos State AIDS Control Agency says the penalty for stigmatization is to be reviewed upward and there will be prosecution where necessary if cases are reported.
The previous fines, we are looking at 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira thereabout, but we are actually reviewing the fine now. So I will advise the general public to reach out to Lagos State AIDS Control Agency and probably lay their complaint, and we are going to fight the case.
The Director General of the National AIDS Control Agency, who was represented, says the campaign against stigmatization will be intensive.
This act has been signed into law, a constitutional document to fight stigma and discrimination across MDAs, work environment, markets, and everywhere.
The coordinator of the network of people living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria gave an important hint.
If we must end AIDS, then we must first end stigma, because stigma drives the epidemic. A lot of people will not want to come out because they are afraid of being stigmatized.
Partners on public enlightenment also gave some guide.
HIV is not a death sentence, and good enough, as of today, science has proven that people can live a normal life, they can live healthy, they can live long, they can attain their maximum potential.
A lot of people feel that they don't need to, get close to them, because they feel that once they get close to them, they can be infected. But you can't be infected unless maybe you share the sharp object or you have a sexual intercourse with people living with HIV.
Statistics have it that between 1.9 and 2 million persons are living with HIV in Nigeria. If these persons living with the virus refuse to take their medications, and people who do not know their status do not go out to have the tests done, clearly the United Nations target of eradicating HIV by the year 2030 cannot be achieved. Jacqueline Ogo, TVC News, Lagos.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has launched a 25-year development blueprint for the Southeast region, describing the region as a central pillar of Nigeria's economic future. He also announced that President Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company Limited, designed to mobilize resources from the diaspora, capital markets and development finance institutions for the region's development. VP Shettima was speaking during the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum in Enugu, where he says the gathering is a decisive break from short-term governance cycles toward a structured, multi-decade development framework.
Power is the foundation of industrial growth, and the modern Aba is proof that investments and higher enterprise outputs are functions of steady and predictable power supply. Agreed that it is expensive to generate and distribute electricity for domestic and industrial applications. A high cost in the final analysis is nothing compared to what the whole of society pays for the metaphorical and actual darkness that are guaranteed in the absence of reliable power supply.
A bold statement has been made today, unlike what happened in the past, and I said it because I have been through this before. I was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, and we tried to do this, and we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet, even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song.
Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term
planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, under whose watch Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance.
What kind of services do we intend to do? What infrastructure must we set everybody now to make the future possible? What institutions must we strengthen to support growth and stability? What opportunities must be deliberately created for young people? And how do we ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and outward on peace and productivity? These questions cannot be answered by government alone. They demand collective leadership. They demand a partnership of states, markets, communities, and citizens.
A senator representing Oyo Central and stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress in Oyo State have declared that no member of the party will work against President Tinubu's second bid. In the senatorial district and the entire state, they gave the assurance at an APC gathering held in Oyo town. We have more in this report, and we'll return with business news.
As 2027 approaches, party faithful, particularly within the All Progressives Congress, have continued to demonstrate their commitment to ensuring a successful electoral outcome. In the 2023 general elections, the APC in Oyo State was engulfed in internal crisis that split the party into factions, a development that significantly affected its performance at the polls. Now, party stakeholders say unity has been restored, with reconciliation efforts reaching an advanced stage, and members rallying behind President Bola Tinubu as the party's sole candidate.
The APC in Oyo State is united. We tore the 14th federal constituency in our unity rally, Renew Hope Ambassador and APC unity rally. I think the players are there. So if we can tour 14 hours for federal constituency, I think there cannot be any other unity like that.
Of course, that is not debatable. That is not debatable. Nobody, even people from the opposition are also coming in to APC to work for Asiwaju, not because of the party in itself, because of the symbol of the party. And who is the symbol? It's because of Asiwaju that people are truly trooping into the party. So if people in the opposition are doing that, who are we?
The event also served as a platform for the senator representing Oyo Central Senatorial District, Yunus Akintunde, to present his scorecard and achievements over the past 3 years, during which he highlighted bills he has sponsored and the motion he had moved at the National Assembly.
People are free to cross-check what I've said. I have 79 schools, renovation to my credit. I have 6 bills to my credit. I have 2 motions to my credit. And we've moved motion and adopted by members that as far as Oyo State is concerned, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu will be the sole candidate of our party. And that's what I was trying to restate again.
The gathering attracted major party stakeholders across the state, whose message was clear: a united resolve to support the APC in securing victory at both the state and federal levels in the 2027 general elections. Olaide Oyewole, TVC News, Oyo Town.
Well, in business news, members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN Western Zone, are in Lagos for their 20th Western Zonal Annual Accountants Conference. We have more in this report.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has again declared its readiness to strengthen its voice in the area of economy and governance in the country. At a press conference to kickstart its 20th Western Zonal Annual Conference holding in Lagos, leadership of the Western Zone spoke extensively on the theme, which is focused on revitalizing the Nigerian economy for sustainable development, accelerating new frontiers.
The theme of this conference reflects our collective aspiration to align professional excellence with the imperative of national transformation and the reality of an evolving global economy. It underscores the critical role of chartered accountants as trusted advisors, stewards of accountability, and architects of sustainable growth in both the public and private sectors.
We are here to influence the national trajectory through strategic and decision-making. We have invited eminent global thought leaders as our speakers, and I'm confident they are prepared to deliver deep, actionable insights. We meet at pivotal moments. The landscape of finance and accounting is shifting beneath our feet-driven and rapid technological advancements.
When we talk about economy, it's global. And either the crisis, either depression, either recessions, everybody is facing it. And the importance of professional associations like ICANN, and as it is also practiced in developed world, is very germane. That is why the competence aspect of our training, we do not joke with it. And every day, every year, every time, ICANN continues to review their syllabus.
Speakers added that the Institute is committed to promoting a robust economy and governance discourse through research and national roundtables.
The developments that you want to see in any real economy will start with growth. While growth is a number, the development shows if you sustain the growth. So how do you sustain the growth if you don't have those that understand the basic and tenet of financial reporting? Financial reporting will be the end result, but the activities that goes into it, we suppose that you understand how business records, activities of government, and whatever that comes within that arena.
This year, we are looking at a theme that would catch everyone's attention, and that is how do we revitalize the economy of Nigeria. And all accountants will be coming together to look at how can we move the economy of Nigeria forward by revitalizing new frontiers.
The consensus here is that ICANN will be positioning itself as a pillar of regulatory integrity and ethical governance with focus on reshaping the future of the accountancy profession.
The federal government, states and local councils have shared a total of 1.96 trillion naira as Federation account revenue for 2025. Allocation was announced by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation following the January 2026 Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting, which held in Abuja. Communique issued after the meeting by Director of Press explained that the total distributable revenue comprised 1.804 trillion naira from statutory revenue, 846.5 billion value-added tax, 3.8 billion naira for electronic money transfer. Well, let's talk more around this development and what it means for the larger economy. My guest is Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, and he is an investment banker and stockbroker. Sir Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us on the news. I just like your views really on what is expected from, of course, the subnationals, both local government council chairman and all, when considering the increase we've seen in funds coming to them.
Spend it wisely. They should spend it wisely. They should invest it on the people. We are not saying that. No, I've said it over and over that this government, since Ashwaji came to power and the removal of subsidy, the state government, the subnational have received a lot of allocation. But when you ask the governors, they will tell you about the exchange rate at that time and now why they cannot do big project, and all they are doing a white elephant project, because I can't understand where some states that have airport very close to them that have not been fully utilized will be thinking of building airport for their own personal use. So for me, I think the local government also, since they got this direct allocation, outside of some local government, I can proudly say that in our own local government here in Lagos, we've seen a little bit of development by the chairman in terms of uses of that money. So we expect that should be all over, but we are not seeing it all over Lagos State in some local government also. So by and large, I think we should use the term that we use in investment. There must be corporate governance. And what I mean corporate governance, there must be corporate disclosure. We must know how much you have received and how what you have spent it on. Unfortunately, I think it's just giving us the total figure. I wish that the Office of the Accountant General will split it out state to state, local government to local government, how much they've received thus far, so that we can all go out and ask them what they have used this money for.
Interesting stuff. And considering the fact that there's an ongoing reforms and it's expected to be consolidated by efforts of the governors and the subnationals, moving forward in 2026, we still expect that's facts to still be on the high side. In direct terms, what will be your expectations?
My expectation, like I said, will be judicious use of those money allocation, not only for White Elephant project. I want to see healthcare improve, especially with the subnational local government. We need to work on healthcare. Don't see a reason why somebody is sick, it will be going as far as Ikeja when he can go to primary healthcare to be stabilized first. Those are the type of things we want to see. We want to see where healthcare education, not just in the area of providing big infrastructure in schools, but also in manpower, training of teachers, and teachers should be well paid. I want to see road infrastructure. You can't be collecting levies or taxes from that woman selling on the street and yet not providing amenities for her. I think those are part of the things I want to see, so that the reforms will definitely hit every Nigerian. For now, I've said it, the reform have hit the financial sector. They will see result there. The reform has come into companies. The reforms have come into state and local government in terms of allocation. We need to see this reform begin to take life in the life of ordinary Nigerians. And the subnational and the state government have a lot to play in that regard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed. We really appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
We're wrapping up business news. The stock market closed deep in green, taking support from rising share prices in key sectors. The index of the market moved above a percentage points, giving indication for possible rounds of price jumps. Berger Paints, RT Briscoe, and Dar Communications took 10% gains on late transactions. First Bank Holdings and Zurich Agro moved above 9%. Red Star Express Deep Capital traded downwards at 9.97%. Other losers were Union Home Rates, MC Nichols, and E-Transact. But that's business news tonight. Next is sports news with Ikechukwu Obienu.
Well, thank you, Tolu. It's a heavyweight second-half clash at the Etihad Stadium tonight. Manchester City play host to defending champions Newcastle United. City enter this evening with a commanding 2-0 lead after strikes from Antoine Semenyo and Ryan Cherki in the first leg. Pep Guardiola's men are looking for their 10th final appearance, but they face a Newcastle side determined to keep their grip on the trophy. The Magpies are fighting to keep their crown, but they are flying into Manchester with a depleted squad, missing the likes of Bruno Guimaraes and Joy Lenton.
It's of course a good result. I prefer to start with a 2-0 up, but I know perfectly how many times we play against Newcastle and the pride they have, a Champions League team. And you have to be prepared and see how the players recover for that tough game in Spurs and play in our game for our people, our fans, and try to reach Wembley in March.
I think we very much have to have that belief. I think the second goal in the first game was obviously a big disappointment for us coming so late. But no, we still believe, and we have to believe we've got the players that can go to any stadium in the world and perform and score goals. So I think collectively there's that spirit within the group is there. It's going to be an almighty challenge, and there's no bigger challenge than Manchester City away. I think we say that every time we play them. But we believe in ourselves, and we're going to give it a good go.
And the Coppa Italia quarterfinals heat up as Inter Milan battles Torino for a spot in the last four. The match kicks off at the U-Power Stadium in Monza as the San Siro Stadium prepares for the Winter Olympics. Inter Milan entered as the heavy favourites, but the Nazaruzzi are expected to rotate their squad against a dangerous Torino side. And the Spanish Copa del Rey, 2 more semi-final sports are online with 2 massive all-top flight encounters. Valencia will welcome Athletic Club to the Mestalla in a battle of cup specialists, while Real Sociedad will travel to play Alaves for high-stakes Basque area derby. And in Cricket Foundation, Cricket Club maintained their lead at the summit of the Club Cricket Committee League with 4 runs and 5 wickets victories over Ibejuleki Cricket 1 and Island Titans Cricket Club. The game, which took place at the Tafa Balewa Cricket Oval, saw Foundation Cricket Club in the first innings record a low total of 91 runs and 19.1 overs. No thanks to the bowling onslaught from the duo of Jafar Karim, who got 4 wickets, and Isaac Danladi 3 wickets, while Kenneth Boniface was the only standout batter for FCC with his 26 runs contribution. The win ensured Foundation Cricket Club remains the only unbeaten side in the Premier Division after 6 matches played in the Club Cricket Committee League. In other results, Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club defeated the defending champions Rising Stars Cricket Club by 28 runs to move into 4th position on the league. Ibejuleki Cricket Club beat bottom-placed MRI Warriors by 9 wickets to maintain their 2nd position on the table. Well, that's it on Sports Wrap. Nifemi?
In other news now, the Trump administration says it will withdraw 700 immigration agents from Minnesota who were part of the crackdown in Minneapolis, which led to the deaths of 2 U.S. citizens. According to U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan, the 2,000 agents would remain, but the government aims to cut the federal immigration presence in the city to its level before the Operation Metro Surge started in December. The government is also working to ensure all officers in Minnesota have body-worn cameras. Homan added that the U.S. government has made providing body-worn cameras to all officers in Minneapolis a priority, but is also planning to deploy the equipment agents across the country. That's the news this hour, everyone. Thank you for being a part of it. You can get more on our website, tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NJ. And we're streaming live on YouTube. It's TVC News Nigeria. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. See you again at 10 p.m.
What makes a true leader in the game? Is it being the first to start? For over a decade, one name has always led in front. That name is Bet Naija. Bet Builder, Bet Freeze, One-Up, Bet Boom. Not just features, but unbeatable odds on over 300,000 live matches. You're playing to win. Just another reason why Bet Naija is truly Nigeria's #1.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin.
Better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba.
Ekaro, Ekodede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi.
Igbo.
Ndewo, Auto Innovation. Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro.
And Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Raki Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take.
Let's now bring you more developments from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Tonight on Politics Tonight, we focus on the internal wrangling in the PDP as party's Board of Trustees caretaker faction and chairman move to end internal crisis. Tonight I'll be speaking with the former national chairman of the party Southwest, Dr. Eddie Olafeso. And later on the show, we turn our attention to the ongoing electronic registration of the APC, as well as other matters. Senior Specialist Advisor to APC National Chairman, Youth Mobilization, Juliet Obinta, joins me for that conversation. Welcome to Politics Tonight, everyone. I am Olajumoke Olatunji. First, let's begin with some political developments. The Nigerian senators passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission has announced plans for a nationwide voter revalidation exercise aimed at cleaning up Nigeria's 93 million voter register ahead of the 2027 general election. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amupito says the Commission is responding to what he described as persistent challenges, including underage registration, multiple registrations, and the continued presence of deceased persons on the voters' roll. It says no election can be considered credible if Nigerians do not trust the register used in conducting it. Vice President Kashim Shettima has launched a 25-year development blueprint for the Southeast region, describing the region as a center pillar of Nigeria's economic future. The Vice President also announced that President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investments Company Limited, designed to mobilize resources from the diaspora, capital market, and development finance institutions for the region's developments.
Power is the foundation of industrial growth, and the modern Aba is proof that investments and higher enterprise outputs are functions of steady and predictable power supply. Agreed that it is expensive to generate and distribute electricity for domestic and industrial application. The high cost in the final analysis is nothing compared to what the whole of society pays for the metaphorical and actual darkness that are guaranteed in the absence of reliable power supply.
A bold statement has been made today, unlike what happened in the past. And I said it because I have been through this before. I was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Ndigbo, and we tried to do this. And we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song.
Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, under whose watch Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance.
What kind of services do we intend to do? What infrastructure must we set everybody now to make the future possible? What institutions must we strengthen to support growth and stability? What opportunities must be deliberately created for young people? And how do we ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and outward on peace and productivity? These questions cannot be answered by government alone. They demand collective leadership. They demand a partnership of states, markets, communities, and citizens.
We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we begin our conversation. Please stay with us, everyone.
I write to request the kind approval of the National Assembly.
Behind every decision, every vote,
The ayes have it.
and every heated debate lies the heartbeat of democracy.
This matter is very, very important.
I therefore rule you out of order.
Welcome to the place where it all unfolds. Every week, I take you inside the inner workings of the assembly, where laws are shaped, decisions are made, and the future of the nation is decided.
The ayes have it.
Join me, Tijesu Adeoye, and other seasoned experts, analysts, and lawmakers at the National Assembly as they uncover the real stories behind the headlines and offer unfiltered insight on the most pressing issues of the day. This is your front row seat to the heart of power. Watch the Hallowed Chambers every Saturday at 9 p.m. only on TVC News.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
My day is usually busy and it's difficult keeping up with breaking news stories, trending stories, business news, stock exchange and what have you. But with TVC News on WhatsApp, I'm able to catch up with all the breaking news, real-time updates and trending stories on the go, right on my phone, no matter where I am. It's quick, easy and always on. And here you can join us by scanning the QR code or using the link on our X and Instagram. Why wait? Come to the side of news that keeps you ahead. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Get ready to step into the heartbeat of your city like never before
Welcome to Events Diary, where every moment is a celebration.
From the electric energy of Owambe extravaganza, to the richness of our culture, to the sophistication of corporate gatherings, Events Diary is your VIP pass to the hottest gatherings in Nigeria.
And guess what? I'll be your guide, your style icon. Each week, join me as I transform from traditional chic to corporate sleek.
Whether it's a birthday bash or a high-profile gala, you won't just see it, you'll feel like you're right there with me.
Aww. From meetings to evening soirees, I'll be there. Or to the trendiest street festivals or to music concerts, Events Diary has something for everyone.
So join me as we explore the vibrant tapestry of Nigerian scene, one event at a time.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin.
Better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba.
Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi.
Igbo.
Ndewo, Auto Innovation. Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro.
And Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now, first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
This week, Nigeria's political space is abuzz, from heated debates on the floor of the National Assembly to high-profile meetings behind closed doors and high-stakes decisions with unexpected twists that impact us all. It's been a week full of headlines and heated moments. Join us on Politics on Sunday, where we cut through the noise and dive deep into the issues that matter most, helping you make a sense of it all. From the corridors of power to the streets where it all plays out, we've got you covered, because politics doesn't stop, and neither do we. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be part of the conversation. Politics on Sunday, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on TVC News.
Welcome back, everyone. Former National Chairman Southwest of the People's Democratic Party, Dr. Eddie Olafeso, is on the program tonight as we discuss the latest on efforts by the PDP BOT and caretaker leadership to end internal party crisis of the PDP. The Board of Trustees and the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Chairman Honorable Abdurrahman Mohammed, have held high-level meetings in Abuja, reaffirming their commitment to restoring internal cohesion and respect for court rulings, urging party members to embrace peace, support the rule of law, and prioritize collective interest over personal ambitions. It described the recent legal clarifications as a pathway for the party to rebuild trust, conclude pending congresses, and prepare for an orderly national convention. One major question I would be asking Dr. Olafeso is, there is a serious trust deficit within the PDP. Why should factions that don't trust each other suddenly cooperate now? Also, what exactly is new about this process that wasn't tried and failed in the past? Is this about rebuilding the PDP or simply avoiding electoral disaster? Dr. Eddie Olafeso is also a member of the PDP Board of Trustees. Thank you very much for joining me on the program, sir. Good to have you.
Good evening, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. So let's start with some clarification, simply because with your party, there is a daily update or monthly...
Can you kindly be a little louder, please?
All right. So I want us to start with some clarification, and this is because with the PDP, there is a daily update, which further confuses Nigerians. Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear.
All right. So which further confuses Nigerians about the genuineness of conversations around unity and stability in the party. As a member of the BOT, are you in support of this reconciliation moves, their moves to end this crisis? Are you a part of it?
One, I cannot be a part of it because those, feigning and faking reconciliation are the problems of the party. They've been expelled and they remain expelled until things are sorted out. So it's just an attempt to becloud, like you rightly said, confuse Nigerians and continue to execute their plans against destroying and devastating the party by balkanizing and dividing it. So how can somebody that's been expelled, somebody that a court in Abuja said that he can no longer hold office, now begin to think of reconciliation? It is not possible. And the truth is that where did they get the authority from? Our constitution stipulates how meetings can be held, how all the structures can hold their meetings. There is nothing like that in this situation. So they are just acting their script and they're not thinking about the health of the party and what can happen to millions of people that are anticipating and expecting PDP to maintain its position as the main opposition party in the country.
All right, Dr. Lafeso, does this mean that the PDP BOT is also divided? I mean, if you're speaking this way, it means that some members of the PDP BOT belong to the Wike faction, some belong to the Governor Makinde faction.
No, Wike has no faction. They have been launching all the missiles of destruction against the party. And the truth is that you can see in their utterances, both public and in private, that they have not changed their plan to make sure that the party is destabilized for the ruling APC. So I mean, nobody recognizes people that have been expelled from the party because they have actually contravened all the rules of Section 57 and 8 of our party, and there is no way they can be recognized for whatever they are doing. The reality of it is that they are still playing on the script, but the People's Democratic Party, as it's known and is set up by Constitution from our NEC 101 till date, still maintains the fact that the Damagun-led ESCO that actually midwifed the Oyo State Convention, is the right one. It are not an individual or groups putting themselves in somebody's sitting room and claiming that they are working for the party. Hell no. Wike's utterances and everything indicate is still a clue to where his mind is. And a lot of things happened between the last time I spoke here and now. There is certainty that these guys are working on a script, and I know for sure they have been defeated, because along the line, the party will rise again, and it will be shame on those who fought against the same party that brought them to limelight and to the significant level they found themselves.
All right, so Dr. Lafeso, can I authoritatively say that you belong to the Governor Makinde faction? And whose script were you referring to? Who wrote that script? Who is the owner of that script?
The script is being made known to Nigerians that one individual went to the president to say, don't worry, we'll hold down the People's Democratic Party for you. And how can we allow that to happen? How can we sell the soul of the same party that brought succor to, several millions of Nigerian people from 1998 till date? So the truth is that those are the ones with the script. And it is clear with what Governor Seyi Makinde, who was at the meeting, who was present at that meeting, said to all Nigerians that, listen, this is the attempt and we shall resist it. If you say I belong to Governor Seyi Makinde, I belong to anybody that is working so hard and committed to ensure that we did not kill the party. And those that are, those that are doing everything within their party to destroy the party are the enemies, and we continue to fight them. You can hear from them not quite long ago that they said they are interested in what is happening in the Southwest just because they feel that Governor Seyi Makinde's position is clear to the rest of the world. Seyi believes that this is the time to stand up for the People's Democratic Party and bring about a formidable opposition, because that's the essence of democracy. I have never in my entire life imagined that our party will be a one-party state. Our country will be a one-party state for whatever purpose. And the truth is that it will not happen. And we are ready to go all the way to the Supreme Court to ensure that this case is laid to rest. It is not the very first time that these people are trying to divide and destroy the People's Democratic Party. You will recollect the Modu Sharif era that actually between 2016 till 17, that we were all in the Supreme Court until they were put to shame. They are the same characters, former governors that actually contrived to bring Modu Sharif to the party to eventually destroy it, that are still attempting to destroy this party today. So it's been a long battle, but we are very close to ensuring that we put paid to all the destructions they are visiting upon the party.
All right, so according to you, Dr. Alafeso, you said one individual went to the president to say that, allegedly, to say that he would hold on the party for the APC. But recently, Governor Seyi Makinde was also with Mr. President. Are you privy to what was discussed behind closed doors? This is also someone who was part of the G5. And it took him a while to say he has repented.
But the truth remains that where Governor Seyi Makinde stands today as far as the People's Democratic Party is concerned. Let me be honest with you.
Does that take away the fact that, yes, I know where he stands now, but does that take away the fact that he worked for this emergence or the victory of this administration? Isn't it hypocritical to now totally blame the Wike faction for the downfall of the PDP?
No, let me explain clearly to you. The truth is that there was a meltdown of leadership at that time. There were issues in our party that needed to be resolved by the leadership, far beyond individual. When you decide not to do it just because you believe that you already have, what it takes to win, then there will be this kind of crisis. And looking back, an individual that is involved came to tell the nation that, listen, whatever it was that actually created that position at that time has changed completely. It's only God that is perfect. Individuals make mistakes. Owning to that mistake and moving ahead to ensure they stand their ground against the onslaught of the enemies of the party should actually be applauded. Number one, do you still want him to continue to fight the party? Number two, do you want him to take a leadership role in ensuring that things are changed and corrected? And the individuals that are involved, they have now exposed themselves clearly to the Nigerian people that there is no way they will ever change the colors of who they are. Let me tell you, if it's possible to divide the party today into two, let me know who we want to go to the other side and those who will stay with the mainstream of the People's Democratic Party, whose desire is to ensure we bring the past and the lost glory of Nigeria back to the Nigerian people and continue to play our role as a major opposition party. And the reality of it is that those that are battling the party have battled everybody on this planet, from presidents to senators, from candidates to everywhere. They are all self-imposed leaders that have actually devoted their lives in ensuring that they sell the people's democratic soul so that they can continue to prosper in wherever they are. Is it possible, Olajumoke, that somebody will be in two parties at the same time? It is laughable in this country when somebody will be called a PDP leader at the same time is leading the APC. Isn't that completely out of whack with cognitive capacity? The reality of it is that things are happening that the Nigerian people should be worried about. They should be worried about the pronouncement coming from the judiciary, especially in some certain quarters. They should be worried that justice should be done in such a way that the freedom of all these political parties are allowed so that they can continue to manage and administer their party. What is going on is a clear, corrupt, way of killing an opposition party. And the world is watching. And I can tell you it will not succeed. They will not succeed.
All right. Two questions. First, you just said human beings are not perfect. And this is a scenario I'm trying to paint to you, Dr. Olafeso. Governor Makinde was with the president some days ago. This is just me thinking and calculating. He was with Mr. President some days ago. How are you sure that another private arrangement or another secret arrangement has not been made ahead of 2027, and by 2031 we begin to hear all of these stories? Second, if the PDP is this divided, and what should be the conscience of the party is this fractured, what hope remains for ordinary members of the party who are looking forward to the resurrection, so to speak, of the PDP, and who still believe in the party?
All over the world, in all democracies, the relationship between a governor and a president is considered to be an issue of state. And the reality of it is when both of you are not, when you're not privy to the meeting as somebody present, then it is just normal to assume that they're discussing the matters of state. And 1,000 times, Governor Seyi Makinde already came out that he is standing for the People's Democratic Party, and that he believes that our party can stand to fight for 2027 and 2031. He's not saying it in secret. He's saying it on television. He said it about 2-3 days ago, and he's still fighting to ensure that our party comes together again. Then the number two aspect is the fact that every Nigerian understands where our problem, started from. From the Modu Sharif era to this moment, there were 3 committees set up by the National Working Committee of this party between 2019 and 2023, looking at the aftermath of our failure in 2015. And Ekwuremadu's report came out, with a lot of recommendations. After that, Ugwuanyi report came up. After that, Autumn came up. There is one single individual manipulating all the decisions of these committees. He is still manipulating the party.
There was also the Saraki committee.
Yes, for reconciliation. Yes. And there is also the Governor Olu Oyilola Olagosoye's committee working around the whole around the country, reconciling people. But when we do everything possible to ensure that our party, is heading some way, this group of individuals, they are very few, but they have enough resources that have been garnered together all the long years of, the exposure and the opportunity given to them by the party, and they will do everything to disrupt it. So the reality of it is that we still believe in the judiciary. Our cases are in appeal court, and we are sure that we will continue to pursue it to the highest level of the country. Since our only weapon is that of, civil obedience to the laws of the land, we will continue to pursue it. We approached the court in Oyo State for a mandamus, justifying the convention in Abuja. The court said, no, I do not have jurisdiction over this, since you have already gone on appeal. The same court equally was making pronouncements, obliterating our party and creating further chaos. How do you make Anyanwu, who has been expelled from the party, and his cohorts, and a few other people, operating from somebody's house. They cannot be the party. The party was formed long before they arrived at the scene. And what they are doing, history will never forgive them, because they know they know their antics and what they are doing against the people. And that is the reason why over time they will regret whatever they are doing to the party today. And for us, we are resolute, we are resolved. Nobody is confused amongst us. We are even more fired up with the kind of embattlement they have given to us, because we know for sure that the truth will prevail and justice will be done no matter how long it takes. So for us, we're not bothered about what they are doing, but history will be very unkind to them.
Does this mean that the National Convention scheduled for March would not hold until the finality of the cases in courts? All right.
How can somebody expelled from the party now hold a national convention? It is laughable and disgraceful, because they feel that they can just do anything.
Dr. Nafeso, please let me put you on hold, sir. Please pardon me. Let me put you on hold while we take this break. And when we come back, we'll also address this exchange between Governor Makinde and former Governor Wike, which has become personal. And clearly some say this is personal egos and political strategy driving this confrontation. Please stay with us, everyone. And when we return, this conversation continues on our other platforms. Please stay with us, everyone.
And the winner is TVC.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more developments from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello everyone, I am Dakbo Arua Joya. You're welcome to another episode of Techni Fire. This special edition is coming to you from the heart of Lagos, where the Africa's tech revolution is taking place. Welcome to Tech Revolution Africa 2.0, the 2026 edition. It's a gathering of tech professionals from around the world.
All right, it's still Tech Revolution Africa 2.0. When I say Tech Revolution Africa, what do you say? The big, bold step. Exactly, that's what we're all about.
That's our potential. What does that look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
It's a complex question. We have potential, and we've been saying that for how many years? I mean, Africa has potential. True. But I'm talking to us, me included, as a people, not just, there are some times we love to separate leaders. For instance, the leaders are the issue, like they come from another country. They are from us. And I think I'm talking to us as a people that it's really up to us as a people to really realize that potential. And what exactly am I talking about? It takes, some of the mantras we are familiar with, sacrifice. I speak to a lot of foreign founders as well, right? And foreign investors as well. One of the number one things that they tell me, investors, is that sometimes they cannot trust what a Nigerian founder says. Transparency is a problem, right? And I've talked to VCs across the board. In Nairobi, in Cape Town, in you name it. Transparency is an issue. Is your word your bond? Is what you say actually what you are going to do? So it's not necessarily just a leadership problem, it's a values problem, right? And I think we, as a country, as a people, need to look at our value sets, because your value is really what you are going to aim towards. Whatever is motivating you is what you are going to get, right? If money is motivating you, yes, you will get money, but you might do as much as you can. You will do anything you can to get money. However, if excellence is your goal, if problem solving is your goal, even when you get money, you are still going to go ahead and push, right? Because your goal is really something beyond just the mundane. So, but for me, we have so much potential. That is a given. But there are certain value sets we must imbibe for us to realize that potential.
And to host this panel session, we have Khaled Jaouni.
A lot of what's been told today, some of the words by the Honorable Commissioner who talked about what's next for Nigeria. Say thank you to the organizers who put together this wonderful forum. So let's give them a round of applause.
See, Nigeria is, just to tell you, in my global structure, in Middle East and Africa, we contribute the second biggest revenue in my company. So cluster which I head. So you can understand the importance of Nigeria and we being here conducting this event, and we are very happy, pleased to work with whatever the business we get from the Nigeria. Thanks for all the support we get from the Nigeria, my partners and colleagues.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sunil. Thank you.
When you check what was done with open source for the last, I don't know, 20, 25 years, 30 years, it's absolutely at the heart of innovation. If you check, for example, AI is built on open source. And as Red Hat, we are really representing open source. Everything, every single component that we bring into the market, that we provide to you, to the developers across the world, across Africa, is based on open source. So we are really believer in open source. We think that is the foundation of innovation.
What is important to note is that the concept of hybrid cloud is not a new concept, right? It's been spoken about for at least the last 10 years. And what we're seeing is many customers had this idea, and this was really from a marketing perspective, something that the hyperscalers was pushing quite a lot. It's the fact that everything has to be in the cloud. And there's a lot of benefits to going into the cloud. But what customers are realizing is that a lot of the times that was marketing hype more than anything else. I like what Mike was speaking about earlier. We said it has to be about the value that you are delivering from your applications and the way that you use your applications. So customers are starting to realize more and more that it's not necessarily where you run the application that is so important. It is how you're going to deliver value from that application.
So we'll be having an interesting conversation with different stakeholders.
Tech Revolution Africa 2.0 is themed The Big Bold Step, essentially to challenge local enterprise leaders, startup founders, government representatives and policymakers to take that critical step, that critical decision that completely shifts the entire landscape in the technology industry of Africa and the global scene. Now, we are creating the bridge, the connection between what's going on here, right here in the heartbeat of technology of Africa, that's Lagos State, and the world. We have the numbers, we have the market, we have the talents, we have all the resources required to thrive, and not just to thrive, but to lead in the tech scene. And that's exactly what Tech Revolution Africa is doing. We're riding on the wave of the new technology, the emerging technology, AI, cloud, IoT, 5G. These are the components that have created that shift. And we want to prove that Nigeria, even Africa, has the potential to play big, not just as a consumer, but as a leader, as a creators in this particular system. And that's exactly what Tech Revolution Africa is about.
This conference, this platform is bringing together the who is who, the leaders, executives, investors, government representatives, startup founders, enterprise companies, startups, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa and outside Africa, in one location to discuss how we can grow the African digital economy.
Lagos last year was ranked the fastest growing ecosystem in the world.
Yes.
So what do you think a gathering like this would do towards the growth of the economy of Lagos?
Awesome. So I think that this gathering is one of those main events that help to accelerate growth. And how it happens basically is that if we can bring everybody together in one place, then we can have the critical conversations we need to have. One of the things that propels growth is collaboration, is partnerships. And they are already happening in this conference, right? I mean, we're just a few hours in, and I'm already getting some good news, basically. So partnerships accelerate growth, and this event is fostering partnerships, and so it's driving growth.
In order to grow the economy of Lagos, we think that supporting events and initiatives such as Tech Revolution Africa is very important. We see the growth of technology and innovation as a key metric for the development of the Lagos economy. We cannot ignore it. We need to put more resources behind it, and that's why we are here. And we are meeting with people across the spectrum to see what they are doing and to propel the shining lights forward to help us really grow our economy. So there's an open door policy in Lagos. There is a supporting legal environment. The government supports innovation and technology, and it is evident in all of the programs that we are championing and that we are implementing. And of course, the funders as well, the venture capitalists, the angel investors, and all of that, right? So all of this has come in to have a very potent mix of a very vibrant and growing IT and technology sector. And that's why I believe we got the ranking. So this year, we are really going to double down on those things. Government investment is going to increase. We are hoping to even encourage the private sector to increase investments. We want there to be more quality products and services, more quality startups, encourage more entrepreneurs to solve problems. And that's how we think we're going to maintain the momentum.
Let me give you a story. So it's the last 15 years that I'm traveling here in Nigeria. And of course, I need a visa. That is absolutely normal. A couple of years ago, I always had all the support, but the process was taking about 1 or 2 weeks, and it was quite complex. And the last couple of months is absolutely fantastic. There's an e-visa system, and as a French person, I can have my visa in less than 2 hours. It's absolutely fantastic. And this bring and help all the business to come to Nigeria. And it's easy, it's really a process that flow and help us really quickly to be here in Lagos and to talk with the decision maker. So yes, I would like really to thank the government of Nigeria to ease this step.
Lagos is always vibrant. My native, I came from India, Bombay, which has a similar vibrant and liveliness like what Nigeria or Lagos has. And this one of the thing which I always like, that Nigerians or Lagos is always busy available for the business. and they will be very it's very. I'm very happy to work with all the Lagos people.
Thank you. There's such energy in the room. Every time we come here, we can feel that energy. We can see how things are changing, how people are actually adopting new technology. So absolutely, we can see it every time we come.
So what are you planning to take from here today?
So for me, the important thing here is the fact that we can see there's so many founders, there's so many people that are trying to bring startup business into the market. So being able to help them and to support them to develop that even further.
And we're talking about sovereign AI, the importance of creating AI locally and creating value for organizations, because the real value for organizations is the knowledge that you have. Right? In today's world of GPTs and chatbots and things like that, it's all external. So you really want to grow your AI from your own internal knowledge, your own internal data, and then grow it forward, because that's where your value is going to generation is going to come.
Are you saying is it like a native AI, or what kind of AI are you talking about? Is it indigenous AI?
Yeah, so it's basically we like to call it sovereign, and what that means is that you have as your business, you have your own data that you grow. So you want to grow that up. And then essentially your knowledge is part of that. And if that knowledge and that is then interacts with AI around the world, then you can interact with LLMs. But really what you want to do as an enterprise is create your own core value. And so whether you're a startup or a large company or a bank, creating that knowledge, making sure that it's grounded in real value, is what it is. Because going forward in the future, it's not going to be about, hey, how good are my systems? It's going to be, can you codify your knowledge and the value that you bring as an organization to your consumers, to your partners, and how that all connects together.
Amazing.
So together with my friends, we visited Lagos to write our master thesis about digital economy and startups environments in Nigeria. We are also interested in Accra, where we're heading next week. And we are looking to talk to founders, investors, and other people from the startup environment, and to network and to listen to the panel debates about the environment and what are the opportunities, but also what constraints and problems the founders encounter. We'd like to dive deep into the topic and research. Yeah.
Okay. What did you hear about Lagos ecosystem? Because last year, Lagos was ranked the fastest growing ecosystem in the world.
Yes.
What did you hear about Lagos ecosystem?
That's exactly what I heard, that it's the heartbeat of the whole continent's technology growth, and so that it's a dynamic environment. We heard about the fintech developments, and we are looking to find out what other industries are growing here.
It was a few months ago when we decided to write our master thesis about startup success factors in both Nigeria and Ghana, West Africa in general, but we decided to come to the heart of startups, so we came to Lagos here as part of our thesis research at Copenhagen Business School. The reason we came here is that we wanted to network, we wanted to meet founders, we wanted to be in the heart of the things happening, and this is the place where you go. Actually, in Denmark, we have one big event called Tech Barbecue, so we thought that let's find something like that here in Lagos, and this was how we decided to come here for this event.
So what do you think? Have you been able to gain anything in Lagos? And tell me what you've been able to get.
Yes, we have been able to gain a lot of knowledge about how you build things here, and it was very beneficial for me because we came with some kind of mindset, some hypothesis, but then you actually come here, you clash that with the real work, the real people, and I could see how actually things are built quickly and how a lot of founders are really resistant to build what they planned, and how many things are happening here.
Wonderful.
We are helping entrepreneurs, we're helping business people, we're helping brands to grow and scale. Yeah. So Connect Nigeria is like a platform that provides visibility for brands and businesses. It's like the #1 information business portal in Nigeria. So we also have a community, it's called Club Connect. And Club Connect allows you as a business executive or as a brand executive to connect with other brand executives so that you guys can connect with each other and support each other. So it's like a community to thrive and grow. We also have advertising deals at discounts. So if you're a Club Connect member, you get discounts for our advertisements. We also have quote request, which is one of our newest features. And what quote request does for you is, as a service provider, if your business is listed under quote request and somebody searches a keyword relating to the tags that you use to set up your business on our platform. Let's say, for example, you own a laundry, you own a pesticide company. If I search for anything relating to what you do, maybe pesticide or pest control or clothes, your business is going to pop up. And on your end, you're going to get a quote as somebody somewhere has searched for something relating to what you do, and you have direct access to that person. And both of you are able to reach out to each other and finalize on a deal right there and then on the spot. So you get clients faster, customers faster. We have many other features or services that we provide for people.
So, yeah, welcome to a 2-in-1 booth for both HOH and Tech Unlock. So HOH is the parent company. What we do is we do digital marketing, we do product and project development. We also help do tech trainings. That's mostly under Tech Unlock. And then we also do partnerships, sometimes for corporate social responsibility, sometimes if people want to develop ideas that they have, bring it to reality. That's our specialty. So Tech Unlock, you can have one of our flyers if you would like. Tech Unlock trains people. We have different levels of training. We have beginners, intermediates, we have for experts, but most of our trainings is focused towards beginners. We look at giving them training in data analysis, training in web development, cybersecurity, UI, UX, web development, most of the crucial things. Now for our trainings, if you want, you can have them physical, we can have them virtual. On the card, you'll notice our address there. So if you want to have a physical training, we do that in our facility in Aja. Then if you want to have a virtual training, we also do that. The training lasts about 6 weeks if you want. Then at the end of the training, we usually give them a capstone project. Now, when they're done with the training, of course, we don't just throw them out onto the streets and say, thank you very much for coming. We try and secure them internships. I myself, I was an intern. Now I work with HOH. Some of our interns also work in MTN, mostly Nigerian companies. But what we try and do is, at the end of your internship, apart from having a capstone project, we now try and give you some soft skills to add to it. How do you design a resume? How do you build your portfolio, your brand on LinkedIn? So all those things help prepare you for an international role if you're planning on leaving the country. But I can't imagine why anyone would want to do that. Most of the opportunities that you're looking for are here in Nigeria, they're here in Africa.
Pay is a payment switching company, so we help institutions, financial institutions, to process payments, to process transfers. So basically, that is the backbone of what we do, and surrounding that, we've built solutions, payment solutions around that. The solution that we are well known for in the market is Seagate USSD. So what CoralPay has done with Seagate USSD is to enable USSD payments interoperability in the ecosystem, right, in the financial ecosystem. So before, you'd realize that banks had their short codes in silos, so you couldn't make a payment with USSD from one bank to the other. So Coral Pay came in and enabled payment switching, right, on the USSD platform through Seagate USSD, right? So Seagate USSD is available on various channels. You can have it on POS. You can have it on payment gateways, web, right? In fact, actually, most payment gateways you see today that offer USSD payments they're all powered by Coral Pay, right? And we have it in such a way that, because the idea of USSD is also to drive financial inclusion, right? So we have it in a way that you don't need internet to make payment with USSD. So it is designed to also cater for people in remote areas or people that do not have adequate internet, so that they can also be financially included. So we have a version of Seagate USSD that is called the straight dial. So we just assign a code to you. You just dial that code and you make a payment, and whoever is receiving that payment also receives it. So we've also, one of the reasons why we are here, right, is I mean, of course, this is a tech event, right, and it's covering both IT, communications, payments, right. One of the things we've done is we have also partnered with OnAfric to enable USSD cross-border payments, right. So today you can actually use your USSD to send money from Nigeria to Ghana, and we are taking it a step at a time from one African country to the other. So at the end of the day, we are looking at access, right? Giving people more access to payments, irrespective of the infrastructure you have around you.
This is what we call all-in-one. What do I mean by all-in-one? All-in-one means embedded in the MP3, then battery, as well as the inverter. So this is, when you look at this is 5 kilowatts battery, as well as inverter as well. So it's all-in-one. And renewable energy, what do I mean by renewable energy? These days we see a lot of collapse in grid in Nigeria, and due to this, solution actually comes from us. And what do I mean by solution comes from us? For example, your grid is actually done. You can actually make use of Livotech products, where that's all-in-one or in combination with inverter and battery. How does it work? You're going to connect it with your panel being up, and inverter be indoor and the battery indoor as well. So the panel actually generates solar power from the solar and down to the battery. And what does it? What's the return of this? You reserve the battery. It's reserve power inside the battery, and you can actually make use of your battery at night when there's no solar power. So that's why we call it power backup. So battery backs up the power for you to use your ACs at night, or probably your chillers at night, or probably your lightings at night. And during the day, you can actually use every other thing, because you'll be generating your power directly from the solar. So, and it's God's giving, it's actually free. So all you need is just your panel to actually generate that.
Tech Revolution Africa 2.0 is indeed a gathering of like minds who are serious about the tech story of Africa. This is one of such gatherings where unicorns get sparked and even partnerships get sealed. And guys, this is where we draw the curtains on this special edition. My name is Dakbo. Arua Joya. See you next time on Techni Fire.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines. To Pidgin,
better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba, Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi, Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation, Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro,
and Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you, faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now, first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
Good morning, everyone. It's a new day. Veronica, where are you at this time?
I am here. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Hi, Olamide.
Hey, guys. I'm just at the rooftop, keeping my finger on the pulse and my eye on the street.
Etoma, good morning. Hope you're up and ready for the show today.
Yeah, I just got to the office now. Have you contacted Abuja?
Hello, guys. We are set and right on our way to the studio.
And the guest is standing by.
Hi, Ria.
I'm almost ready. Just let me get my glam for the show.
Good morning, Ibrahim. What about the dailies?
I just grabbed the papers. I'm on my way.
Good morning, guys.
Right.
Nobody knows how the day will go, but every day starts with breakfast.
Start your day right here on TVC Breakfast every weekday from 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
As one of the 9 states situated in the Niger Delta, Akwa Ibom State is blessed with abundant water resources. One of these water bodies that make the South-South state a tourist haven is the Oron River with its sprawling beaches. Oron River is situated at the mouth of the Cross River, forming part of the estuary that connects Akwa Ibom and Cross River states. As an estuary situated in the city of Oron, the river serves as a vital maritime hub for the region. With dense rainforests, mangrove swamps, and abundant marine life, the river is historically significant for commercial activities like fishing, farming, timber, seafood, and palm oil trade. It is a crucial ferry route between Oron and Calabar, offering a faster alternative to roads and making the Oron port a busy hub. It provides a pleasurable experience traveling on water from Oron to Calabar in Cross River State. But due to years of neglect, the Oron port is facing challenges, especially poor infrastructure. The Akwa Ibom State Governor, Pastor Moeno, is determined to restore the old glory of Oron as a maritime hub with a robust regeneration plan.
Oron used to be like a commercial nerve center for that axis with all the riverine things. If you taste the crayfish from Oron, and anywhere, you won't want to eat crayfish anywhere else. I'm not talking of fish, everything. Well, it used to be a major trading route. Over time, the whole thing went off. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to ensure that we bring that back.
The project involves the design and build contract for the construction of Oron Marine Terminal. Other components include construction of shore protection, jetties, a warehouse, and recreational facilities in Oron. I was received at the facility by Honorable Oman Hessin, the delivery advisor to the state government on the project.
We are at the Oron Maritime and Infrastructure Project site here in the legendary town of Oron. Oron is a town famous in our country, not just for oil production, but it's very rich in the history of missionary work in Nigeria. And I have with me Oman Essin. He is the governor's advisor on project delivery. He is busy here at the site trying to get the work done. We are here in Oron, the hometown of the great Nigerian footballer, Etim Maradona Essin, the man that the great Nigerian commentator, the late Ernest Okonkwo, renamed Maradona. This is his cousin, and he has a duty to deliver this gigantic project. Come with us as we move close to the riverside. He's going to be telling us a lot that we didn't know about this project. Why is this project necessary?
Thank you very much, and welcome to the site of the Oron Maritime Infrastructure Project. So this project is His Excellency's vision in line with the Arise agenda to further develop the maritime corridor in Akwa Ibom State.
Yes.
And of course, we're aware that where we are now is the Idwa community, where we used to have ferries that would transport people from Akwa Ibom using the Oron Channel to Calabar. And this has, in the last 52 years, we used to have the MV Edop and the rest of it, you know, moving people all the way to Calabar. But in the last about 35 years now, this area has been left moribund and nothing has been done. So when His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, came on board, he felt it was necessary to develop the maritime corridor once again. Yes. And of course, we know that the blue economy is very critical. And so His Excellency decided to put up this project, what we are seeing today. Well, here we are right at the site of the project. Yes. And I'd like to run you through the various components of this project. His Excellency, in his magnanimity, thought that it was necessary for us to bring down the old terminal building that was here. So that was completely pulled down, and right in front of us here is the new terminal building that we are building. We have the warehouse, we have the cold room, we have the workshop, and we have an area where we're going to have, where we're going to dry, you know, fish drying section that allows for commercial activities. Of course, it allows for commercial activities within, you know, within the area. Well, on my right-hand side, which of course is where the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism comes in, His Excellency decided that we should also incorporate tourism components into this infrastructure. Right in front of us here is the museum, the Oron Museum.
The Oron Museum.
Yes, well known to everyone. The truth is that His Excellency thought it wise that as part of what we're doing, that we should incorporate, a tourism component to the project.
Yes.
Of course, which is on that part of the project site. And the museum will be renovated to also, fuse into the project that we're carrying out here.
Honorable Wesson explained that shore protection has been prioritized here.
You mean from here? Now we can go to Calabar?
Yes, from here. There's a channel that takes you to Calabar. You can get to Calabar from the channel here. This is
the channel.
Yes.
So this side.
This side, yes. And even this side, it still takes you to Calabar.
So by the waterways, how long does it take to get to Calabar?
It takes you not more than 40 minutes here in Calabar.
40 minutes?
Yes, not more than 40 minutes.
And by road?
By road, it takes you a little above 2 hours.
Wow.
To get to Calabar.
So it makes
transportation very easy.
Yes.
And timely too. What you are seeing here is called the piling sheet. Before we started the project, the entire shoreline was had deteriorated, and it was eating into the mainland, and so we have about 525 meters of shore protection that we are running. So
525
meters of shore protection from the very end there, and it takes us right down to that location.
Okay.
So that is what we're doing, and the contractor has done almost about 480 to 490 meters. Okay. We just have a little left to conclude. And this is a very important aspect of this project, because without the shore protection, there's nothing we can do. So His Excellency had put us on a timeline to make sure that we get through with the shore protection, and we are almost done. When we are done...
So you are not going to use concrete, is what you use?
No, when we are done, we'll backfill. When we are done with backfill, and then we'll put concrete. The entire place will change. The aesthetics of this place will be something that will be, awesome, and then you really like what you see at the end of the day.
Representative of the contracting firm handling the project, Engineer Ime Ikono, threw more light on why the contract is so important and the extent of work done so far.
Why was it so necessary to do this
the shore protection? The importance was that if you don't do it, the river there will start to wash or will start to erode the soil here. In fact, when I came here, I started to ask people, and they said at one time the river came up to here.
Wow.
So with the shore protection and the filling, we are able to stop that. The river can no longer erode, into here. So now we have a wider area to play with, So that is this. Under that warehouse, you have a coal room, which is done, almost completed.
Yes.
The coal room, and then you have a warehouse, and you have.
What does the coal room? Who are the people that it will serve?
The people that it will serve will be, me here is predominantly fishermen. Okay. So when they bring their fresh fish, and then they cannot exhaust selling it for that very particular day, they can store it here, and then maybe pick it up the following day or day thereafter.
So you are expecting this project to also boost fishing?
Absolutely. Not just fishing, but it will also boost a lot of other trades, around here. We are going to have a cargo jetty in which they can bring even cement from Calabar, from Unisem and other sort of goods, and then they can store it in that warehouse. The warehouse is very massive, it's big. They can store whatever they want to store there. And we also have even a workshop. If your boat has problem, you have a workshop there in which it can be fixed. So that is that. When we get to here, we have a car park. We've cleared the whole area of structures that has been paid for in terms of compensation. Yes. And so there are going to be some administrative buildings, some shops that are going to come up there, and a modern car park that is going to be done there.
All is also set for the construction of a car park that will serve the port. As Engineer Ikono said, compensation has already been paid.
The modern car park, so compensation has been paid for. You can see that all structures have been demolished. Work is to start. There will be shops here, and then the car parks. Every other structure that were here have been paid for, compensated, and we've demolished them.
car park is basically for this entire park. So we are going to have a VIP car park here. Yeah.
So you have another car park.
Another car park.
So this
inside
this car park is just simply for the terminal building. Okay.
There is a new terminal building under construction.
This is the storage hall, or you call it the warehouse.
Okay.
This has also been made another cool room. So we're having two cool rooms here.
Okay.
Because he said this one, he observed rather, that this one will be inadequate. So we're installing the second one. This
so
was
a dual cool room.
Yes. So this is the cool room, this is the way it looks. This is just an ante room. Inside is the main cool room. Okay. Okay, yes. Yes. So inside is the main cool room. And it's about 11 meters by 7 meters.
The contractors are also constructing the warehouse that will serve the port and boost maritime activities.
What can you tell us about this building that has sprung up just behind us?
Okay.
What are you going to be doing there?
The first one is called the warehouse. You can see that the roof trusses and then the purlines have also been fixed, installed. By Thursday this week through Saturday this week, we're going to have the roof covering done. This one is the terminal building, mainly for the passengers who are going to Calabar and its environs. And both...
That's why they will be buying their tickets?
Exactly. So you have the ticketing, shops, restaurants, open areas, so on and so forth. And then you have the shore protection, which we have done about, I would say 95%. Just remain that small corner to complete it.
There is a tourism component to the Oron Maritime and Infrastructure project. A key aspect of this is an area earmarked as a beachfront.
This is the entry point into the beach area.
Yes.
This is the entry point to the beach area, and all of this right down there is the beachfront that we are going to incorporate into the project, which is of course the tourism component of the project, which oversees the sea and is incorporated into the museum development plan.
Okay. So are you still going to expand this beach area?
Yes, the beach area, has, space behind for expansion, yes.
Okay, you are not going to expand it?
Well, when we take up, maybe by the second phase, there's still enough land for us to open up, but in the first phase, we intend to use this area.
4 jetties are being constructed here to make travel a pleasurable experience on the Oron Calabar Channel.
The first jetty is going to be the cargo jetty, which is going to be just after the terminal building where we have the warehouse, to enable people carry their goods and services into the warehouse and whatever activities would happen around that access. And then the second jetty is the one that we are going to have right in front of the terminal building, and that is the passenger jetty. So that's the second jetty. The third jetty is the floating bar. Of course, here is the recreational area. So His Excellency thought that it would be nice for people to enjoy themselves while they have drinks and food right on top of the water. So we have a jetty that takes you about 15 meters into the water, and then there's going to be a floating bar there.
Floating bar.
Yes.
Okay.
But in all of this, it's important for us to take security as a major aspect of this project. So right at the end there, the corner there is where we are going to have the JTF jetty. Okay. And we are going to also have their station there
JTF.
to allow them oversee the entire project site.
Patrons.
Yes.
Of this.
Yes. So all of this will be sand-filled, and we are going to have beautiful huts here where people can come in and enjoy their seafood and all of that. You know, Akwa Ibom State is rich in cuisine, and we intend to further showcase the cuisine we have in Akwa Ibom State to Nigeria. So everybody will be coming from all over the world to Oron Beach to enjoy themselves. Okay, and of course, put in your hook there and do some fishing. And I believe that that is just going to further create a very good ambience in the area. So this is the location for the JTF. We decided to anchor it just at the very edge of the project site so that it will overlook, you know, the two routes of where we will have activities. Yes. So we have the JTF jetty overlooking this other side of the river, and also seeing this other side of the river where ferries will be coming in from.
It will be elevated.
Elevated, of course, yes, it will be elevated.
By road, it takes about 3 hours to get to Calabar from this point. But by the waterways, it takes, how many minutes? 40 minutes, you are in Calabar by this kind of boat. You know, it's not a speedboat. With the speedboats, it takes a lot lesser time. You know, but with this boat from Calabar, it takes about 40 minutes according to the project advisor. But by speedboat, it's a lot shorter. So if this corridor is developed sufficiently, water transportation will be enhanced. So we are going now to see the Oron Museum, see what it looks like, and see what needs to be done to put it in the right shape, so that tourists can find it attractive to visit. You can see from outside, you can see what it looks like. It's not really encouraging. Look at the walls. So it belongs to the federal government.
Very close to the port is the Oron Museum.
We are standing in front of the Oron National Museum. As you can see, it needs more than a facelift. And the commissioner has spoken about the need for federal authorities to work with the state government to give it not just a facelift, but to also provide some items that can be put there that will make it a pleasurable experience for tourists, for visitors to this part of the state. Once again, we have a good view of the Oron River. These people are coming all the way from Calabar, and it is believed that once this corridor has been sufficiently developed, water transportation will be enhanced, more people will be able to access this location through the waterways, and tourism will receive a massive boost in Akwa Ibom State.
Built between 1971 and 1979 by Keith Nicklin, who lived from 1946 to 2002. The Oron Museum has seen better days.
This is what the museum looks like, the Oron Museum.
But it is getting the attention of the state governor. The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Anete Udofia, described the project as a priority for the state government.
Tell us why this project has been prioritized by Governor Umoeno.
Okay, thank you so much. So what is of interest to me, particularly because of culture and tourism, is the Oron Museum that will be sandwiched into this infrastructure, and the jetty that will be bringing people from Calabar to Akwa Ibom for leisure. And we're also going to have some bars, and we're going to have some cafes around here. So it's going to be a kind of a mix between transport and tourism in Akwa Ibom State, particularly in Oron
By the time this project is delivered successfully, how much impetus do you think that will give to tourism in general?
Okay, when you talk about tourism, we are talking about movement of persons from other parts of the country, other parts of the world to a particular location. So the governor is building a circuit of tourism, where we have at Ibono, we have at Oron here, we have in Uyo, Ikorabasi and the rest. So when this project is completed, it's going to bring a lot of persons to Oron to come and have a flair of what the state has to offer in terms of tourism.
There is also the Oron Museum at this location. What are you doing to revitalize it and keep it in the consciousness of our people?
Thank you so much. I think some 3 months ago, I was in Abuja to represent His Excellency at the International Day for Museum and Monument. And one of the things we presented to them was the revamping and remodeling of our museum. You know, we have one here, we have one in Uyo National Museum. So with this project now, we are going to talk with the National Council for Museum and Monument to help us partner with them to make sure that this place is turned around for proper use. You can see the buildings are dilapidated. The monuments that are there are no longer still, you know, in good shape. So what we are going to do is to bring more, you know, monumental, you know, artifacts to the museum.
An interesting part of my visit here is that Oron reminds me of Nigerian football heroes that came from here.
Like the project advisor, who is a cousin to the great Nigerian footballer, Etim Maradona Essen. The project manager for the contracting firm is also a relation of the great Calabar Rovers player, Uwem Ikono. Many people who grew up in the 80s and early 90s will remember Uwem Ikono, a great player of the Calabar Rovers team at that time. I had players like Karika, I had players like James Etokebe, and even at a point, the Green Goose player, Essien.
Absolutely, yes.
So I'm in the midst of relations of great footballers.
Thank you, sir.
It's a happy experience to be here in Oron today, on this wet day.
Yes.
We're getting the job done all the same.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No?
Thank you.
Akwa Ibom will be the next tourist destination.
For Governor Umoeno, his administration is intentional about boosting the state's blue economic potential, hence the rejuvenation of Oron to revive its beach, ferry and jetty services.
We're working on the jetty. You can see the warehouse, you can see all of that we're putting in, and then so as to make sure that our people, when they go to sea, they come back. It's not going to be a buyer's market. It will turn and become a seller's market. They bring those things, they put there. What people do is to wait until about 5, 6 in the evening. They know that people don't sell for that day. Also, they just go and price it anyhow.
Yes.
We're building a cold room. We're building a drying facility. We're building a fish processing center. And we're also developing a marine transport service. There's a beach, which we are working on. But in the ferry transport, we're working with the Nigerian Navy. There's a naval outpost there. We have naval ships. We bought patrol boats ourselves, 14 of them. The Navy has donated some. Nigerian police have donated another one. So we'll be able to patrol the maritime space to ensure the safety of those boats. We're doing, one boat is being constructed by the Nigerian Navy, another one is in Lagos. So we have the ferry boat. It takes you about 40 minutes to cross from Oron to Calabar. It takes you 7 hours to go from Uyo to Calabar with the kind of roads we have now. So if we do that, and the boat constructed by the Navy can take about, I think, 10 cars. So you can cross and go on. And we're trying to, that's the life of our people. So we are trying to look at the whole of that maritime corridor and see how to revive the blue economy. And we have invested heavily in those areas.
Less than 2 months after my last visit to the Oron Maritime Hub, a lot has changed. Evidence of the determination of Governor Umoeno to deliver the project in record time.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin.
Better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba, Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shidadalabayi, Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation, Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro,
and Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now first in Nigeria with AI news anchors. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Over 1 month after oil well 14 in Kmea community, Kana local government area of River State, spilled crude oil in the area, the environment remains heavily polluted with cleanup efforts yet to begin. As residents count their losses and struggle with the aftermath of the spill, environmentalists, including Nimo Bassi of the Health of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, are calling for urgent action to clean up the environment and ease the sufferings of the affected community. They also called for proper decommissioning
of obsolete oil facilities across the region to prevent similar incidents in the future.
This crude oil blowout from Oil Well 14 in Perm community, which is part of the Yola oil field in Kana local government area of Rivers State, went on day and night for a little over 2 weeks before it was finally contained on the 21st of December 2025. The people say they first noticed crude oil leaks from the wellhead back in August of 2025. It was reported that the authorities carried out a joint investigation visit to the site on the 13th of August, where the leak was reportedly said to have been caused by the corrosion of some of the components of the wellhead. However, the people noted that nothing was done to contain the situation at the time until it turned into a fountain that left the surrounding environment completely soaked in crude oil, including cash crops that were ready for harvest. A visit to the site last week, however, showed no sign or any attempt to clean up the polluted area since the crude-spitting wellhead was fixed over a month ago.
We're having these abandoned time bombs all over the Niger Delta. None have been capped sufficiently to stop this kind of incident from happening. It shows that those who are saddled with protecting the environment don't really care about the environment. They just want the oil. And that's why they could even think of reopening oil wells in Ogoni land.
Meanwhile, the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, had visited the site of the incident late December last year after it was contained.
The sad part of it is that it is a sabotage. Enemies of the people, unfortunately, very selfish, and come and damage at the hope of stealing.
Reacting to this, Dr. Bassi and other environmentalists dismissed the claims of Malam Ribadu.
Rather than decommissioning and dismantling and repairing the land, they always find reasons to blame the victims and claim innocence. And that is why they spread white sand. Do you see white sand when you went there? They spread white sand all over there so that the crude oil would not touch their expensive shoes. But the people are there, walking barefooted, fishing in polluted rivers, farming, having their farms destroyed, and somebody is worried about crude oil touching their shoes. That shows what they think about the people and the environment.
A very unfortunate statement. It shows its lack of understanding of the plight of the people of the Niger Delta. It shows its lack of understanding of what the people of the Niger Delta have been passing through in the past 30 to 40 years, where people complain of spills, complain of gas flares, complain of human rights abuses.
For the people of Perm, the spill has dealt a heavy blow to their land and livelihoods. As the damage lingers, they are calling on the government and the facility owner to swing into action and ensure that the environment is cleaned up and families whose means of survival have been wiped out are duly compensated.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises Program in the Niger Delta, known as Life ND Project, sponsored by the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC, is already empowering hundreds of women and youths in Imo State. Many beneficiaries are now owners of agriculture-related businesses, while others are still undergoing training under the program. Both those still in training and graduates were grateful to the Commission for its $30 million investment that brought the initiative directly to their communities. They shared this last week during a supervision visit by the NDDC team and other program partners.
The Life ND program is a three-way partnership involving the NDDC, the federal government, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, to train, mentor and support rural youths and women to earn a living through agriculture-related businesses such as cassava, plantain, oil palm and cocoa cultivation and processing, poultry and fish farming. At the Fish Farming Center in Ibiasoegbe in Oro West local government area of Imo State, the NDDC and IFAD supervision team were briefed by instructors on the progress of the program.
this model of using existing farms to train rural people on agricultural enterprise is something that has not actually been in existence like very well, but the NDDC and Life ND has come to utilize this model to ensure that the rural community and rural people, their livelihood is improved.
Trainees at the center, as well as graduates who have completed their training, are now running their own businesses. With support from the NDDC, we're grateful for the opportunity.
NDDC and Life ND, I'm very happy to be in this project. And the God will bless you all people, because what they did, I don't expected that it will be like this. At the beginning, I feel that every of us feel that it's scammers, but we say that let us enter and see what will happen. And today it is true.
I'm here to thank the NDDC for what they have brought to this town, Ibiasemwe. The team favored us very well.
From Ibiasemwe, the team moved to a poultry training center in Ezimbidi, Oro East local government area. Women beneficiaries who have established poultry businesses thank the NDDC for the empowerment, which they say has improved their livelihoods.
Before, I am jobless, but today, the NDDC has created job opportunity for me and my family. So I want to thank them.
The NDDC's partnership with IFAD dates back to 2005, when the Commission supported the federal government's community-based natural resource management program in the Niger Delta, CBNRMP-ND, with about $15 million creating jobs for thousands of youths and women. Building on this foundation, the current NDDC management, led by Dr. Samuel Obuku, in line with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda on food security, invested about $30 million as counterpart funding to expand the Life ND program, which was already ongoing in 6 states in the region, to Imo, Akwa Ibom and Rivers. It will be recalled that at the launch of the program back in September 2024, Dr. Ubuku noted that the NDDC has resolved to open up economic opportunities for people of the region through agriculture.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Delta State Governor Right Honorable Sheriff Oborewori says his administration will continue to uphold the principles of separation of powers between the 3 arms of government in the state. Oborewori noted that this will ensure proper check and balance, as well as guard against undue interferences. The governor made this known last week during the swearing-in ceremony of 6 newly appointed judges for the Delta State High Court and the Customary Court of Appeal.
The judicial arm of government in Delta State has not been left out of Governor Sheriff Oborewori's ongoing infrastructure upgrades and administrative reforms. From the construction of a new judicial complex to improved welfare packages for judicial workers, many say the governor's interventions are strengthening judicial administration and improving the speed of justice delivery in the state. While swearing in 6 newly appointed judges for the Delta State High Court and the Customary Court of Appeal last week, Governor Oborewori restated his commitment to ensuring that the judiciary in the oil-rich state is strong, independent and efficient.
This administration will not relent in its efforts to enhance the justice administration system while providing the enabling environment for the judiciary to operate without let or hindrance, in accordance with the principle of the separation of powers as provided in the Constitution.
Governor Oborewori also revealed that initiatives such as the Delta State Criminal Information System, which uses biometric data and DNA technology, are already supporting law enforcement agencies in profiling criminals.
It is part of our ongoing effort to support law enforcement, enhance public safety, and promote accountability within the criminal justice system.
In a related development, Governor Oborewori last week received the newly posted Commissioner of Police to the state, CP Aino Adeshola. Speaking at the reception, he stressed that security is everyone's business and called on residents to work closely with security agencies operating in the state to tackle any form of crime and criminality in the state.
The advice I have for Deltans, as we are enjoying this peace, let us continue to maintain it. And we must support the security agencies to achieve this peace, because the security cannot do it alone.
To appreciate you, sir, by the special grace of Almighty God, Deltans will surely sleep with their two eyes closed. There shall be serious peace and uncommon peace in Delta State.
The governor warned that his administration has zero tolerance for crime, while charging security agencies to arrest and prosecute anyone found in possession of illegal firearms or involved in actions capable of disrupting peace and public order in Delta State.
Inside the Niger Delta, Ezekiel Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Ezekiel Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
The Minister for the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, has joined other observers of developments in the Niger Delta in commending the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for its ongoing development efforts across the region. Wike, who inaugurated a 9.4-kilometer network of roads and a 1,500 capacity town hall built by the NDDC in Ogu Town in Rivers State, observed that unlike previous managers of the commission, the current management has repositioned the NDDC to live up to its billing of transforming communities in the region.
With about 13,000 uncompleted projects across the Niger Delta, as revealed by the report of the 2021 Forensic Audit of the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC), the intervention agency came under heavy criticism for failing to deliver on its mandate of developing the oil-rich region. One of the strongest critics at the time was the former governor of Rivers State, Barrister Nyesom Wike, who openly questioned the commission's performance. However, today, a few years down the line, the narrative appears to be changing. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu brought leadership stability to the commission in August 2023 with the appointment of Chiedu Ebie as chairman of the board of the NDDC and Dr. Samuel Obuku as managing director. A direct result of this has been the harvest of several projects across the region. For example, the 6.7-kilometer road and 600-meter bridge in Ibno of Akwa Ibom State that now connects 20 previously isolated communities in the area. Similarly, the over 27-kilometer Ogbianembe Road, consisting of 5 bridges and 7 culverts in Bayelsa State, awarded since 2006 in partnership with Shell Petroleum Development Company (SPDC), has been completed and is in use by the people. While in Ondo State, an electricity substation in Okitipupa that has been abandoned for several years has also been completed and inaugurated by the current board and management. Several other high-profile projects have also been completed and inaugurated, while many are still ongoing across the 9 states of the region. Just last week, Wike, who is now the Minister for the Federal Capital Territory, while inaugurating a 9.45-kilometer network of roads and a 1,500 capacity town hall constructed by the NDDC in Ogu Town in Rivers State, acknowledged the turnaround at the NDDC.
This is the essence of NDDC. I'm not castigating those who have been there before, but I can tell you, this is my first time in participating in what NDDC is doing. As governor, I never participated because I don't know what they were doing. This one, I can see, and I can tell anybody who cares to hear that this NDDC is different from the other NDDC we used to have.
For the NDDC helmsman, Dr. Obuku, The recent achievements and ongoing efforts are only made possible by the support of Mr. President, who he said has taken particular interest in making life easier for the people of the Niger Delta.
These are the things that he has told us to do for the people of the Niger Delta, and we're actually taking these developments across the nook and cranny of the Niger Delta.
Earlier in the week, the Ogu Divisional Council of Chiefs conferred the chieftaincy title of Peresebubo of Ogu Kingdom on the NDDC MD, Dr. Obuku. According to them, Obuku has brought wealth and good tidings to their communities and many others across the region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Political leaders, including former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and Bayelsa State Governor, Senator Doye Diri, have described the late Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Lawrence Erujakpo, as a symbol of outstanding public service whose legacies, humility, and commitment to service will not be forgotten soon. They made these remarks last week in Ofoni, Sagbama local government area of Bayelsa State, where they gathered to bid farewell to the late Deputy Governor, who passed on December 11, 2025.
From Tuesday last week, the Bayelsa State government rolled out a series of activities to bid farewell to the number 2 citizen of the state, Senator Lawrence Erujakpo. First was memorial sporting activities at the Samson Siasia Stadium, where the governor of the state, Senator Doye Diri, led other political leaders and sports enthusiasts to honor the memory of the late Erujakpo, who was regarded as a key player of sports development in Bayelsa State. This was followed by a day of tributes at the Government House Banquet Hall in Yenagua, where family, friends and associates took turns to extol the virtues of the late Deputy Governor. On Thursday, 2 valedictory sessions were held in honor of the late Deputy Governor, one at the State High Court complex and the other at the Executive Council chambers in the Government House. The funeral rites climaxed with a funeral mass at St. Paul Catholic Church, Ofoni, in Sagbama local government area of the state on Friday, where political leaders, including the representatives of President Bola Tinubu, former President Goodluck Jonathan, joined the family to bid a final farewell to the late Deputy Governor.
It's very difficult for a politician who managed to get to the level of a Deputy Governor of a state to have that kind of image. Lawrence was a good man. He related well with people.
For his part, Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri, as well as other political leaders present, described the late Deputy Governor as a dependable ally.
We are charged as custodians of his memory to translate admiration into action, to continue policies that uplift, to govern with humility, and to remember that power is to serve the people.
Thereafter, the remains of late Senator Lawrence Erujakpo were laid to rest at his residence in Ofoni. The late Bayelsa State Deputy Governor reportedly collapsed on the 11th of December 2025 and was later pronounced dead. He was aged 60. He is survived by family, friends and numerous associates whose lives he touched during his lifetime.
Inside the Niger Delta.
As the controversy surrounding the Ologboshere title in Warri Kingdom, Delta State continues, members of the Ologboshere family have reaffirmed their loyalty to Chief Ayiri Emami as the recognized holder of the family title. The declaration was made during the first Ologboshere Day of Prayers for the year 2026, held recently in Warri at the residence of the 8th Ologboshere of Warri Kingdom, Chief Ayiri Emami. Prayers were offered for peace and prosperity in Warri Kingdom, Delta State, and the country at large in the new year.
Before the emergence of the current Olu of Warri, His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwashe III in 2021. Chief Ayiri Emami served as the traditional Prime Minister of Warri Kingdom in his position as the Ologbosere of Warri Kingdom. By virtue of that role, he chaired the Olu's Advisory Council, making him one of the pillars of the Ishekiri traditional institution. However, Chief Ayiri was later suspended from the position and subsequently derobed twice by the current Olu. The palace has since appointed another Ologbosere. While the Ologbosere family is currently challenging these developments and other related issues in court, Chief Ayiri and the Ologbosere family have continued to insist that Ayiri remains the authentic Ologbosere of Warri Kingdom. Chief Ayiri still performs the duties of the office, including offering prayers to the ancestors on behalf of the people. Members of the extended Ologbosere family, alongside other Ishekiris, were at Chief Ayiri's residence in Warri to join him in prayers for the kingdom. Beyond the prayers, the gathering also provided an opportunity for bonding and merrymaking as attendees danced and dined together.
We are very committed to see that we support our leader, our father, in the person of Chief Ayiri Emami, the Ologbosere of Warri.
So anyone that is believing that Ayiri Emami is not the Ologbosere of Warri Kingdom is dreaming.
Honorable Daniel Mayuku, son of the late Ologbosere of Warri Kingdom, Chief Omayone Mayuku, commended Chief Ayiri Emami for standing firm on what he said is the path of truth and integrity.
I'm a very happy man that I'm here today. I thank Ayiri Emami, the Ologbosere of Warri, for being steadfast. It's just a matter of time. They will come back to him and apologize for all what they have done.
Speaking at the event, Chief Ayiri said it remains his responsibility to consult the ancestors and pray for peace and progress of the kingdom.
Tradition and custom demand that we must offer prayer for Chekiri and the Ologbosere family. That's the reason why we are here today. When there is peace, there will be definitely good things for the Chekiri people. So my own is love and peace for my people.
Chief Ayiri also commended members of the Ologbosere family for keeping their unity and always upholding Ishekiri culture and tradition, while thanking them for always supporting him in the discharge of his duties as Ologbosere.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's the size of our package on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. We'll be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles showing right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria. Until next week, I am Mahmoud Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
On Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
Good morning, everyone. It's a new day. Veronica, where are you at this time?
I am here. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Hi, Olamide.
Hey, guys. I'm just at the rooftop, keeping my finger on the pulse and my eye on the street.
Hey, Toma, good morning. Hope you're up and ready for the show today.
Yeah, I just got to the office now. Have you contacted Abuja?
Hello, guys. We are set and right on our way to the studio.
And the guest is standing by.
Hi, Ria.
I'm almost ready. Just let me get my glam for the show.
Good morning, Ibrahim. What about the dailies?
I just grabbed the papers. I'm on my way.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Right. Nobody knows how the day will go, but every day starts with breakfast.
Start your day right here on TVC Breakfast every weekday from 7 a.m. only on TVC News.
This week, Nigeria's political space is abuzz, from heated debates on the floor of the National Assembly to high-profile meetings behind closed doors and high-stakes decisions with unexpected twists that impact us all. It's been a week full of headlines and heated moments. Join us on Politics on Sunday, where we cut through the noise and dive deep into the issues that matter most, helping you make a sense of it all. From the corridors of power to the streets where it all plays out, we've got you covered, because politics doesn't stop, and neither do we. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be part of the conversation. Politics on Sunday, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on TVC News.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
And the winner is TVC.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
The TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It's 10 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 9 p.m. in London, 4 p.m. in New York, and 5 a.m. in Virgin. This is TVC News at 10, our top stories. Senate passes Electoral Act Amendment Bill, rejects electronic transmission of election results. INEC announces plans for nationwide voter revalidation exercise in preparation for the 2027 general election. And outside Nigeria, U.S. President Donald Trump's administration moves to withdraw 700 federal agents from Minnesota following widespread protests over killing of U.S. citizens. Manchester City beat defending champions Newcastle United comprehensively to reach Carabao Cup final. You're watching TVC News at 10. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. We're staying with developments in the National Assembly, where the Senate has passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill following an extensive clause-by-clause consideration of the report by its Committee on Electoral Matters. Lawmakers retained stricter penalties for vote buying and approved significant changes to Nigeria's electoral timetable. Tijesu Adeoye has more.
After nearly 3 hours of intense deliberations, the Senate passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, signaling another major step in Nigeria's electoral reform process. One of the key provisions retained is the electronic transmission of election results, with the law reaffirming the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to transmit results, including the total number of accredited voters and ballot outcomes, in a manner prescribed by the Commission.
This Senate, under my watch, has not rejected electronic transmission of results. It's in my interest as a participant in the next election for such to be done. So please don't go with the crowd. Don't go with the crowd. We have retained what was in the previous provision. That's all we did. So if we rejected what was proposed by way of amendment and said, let's retain what was in the previous provision, the previous provision had made allowance, had made provision for electronic transmission. So it is still there as part of our laws.
The Senate, however, disapproved the replacement of lost permanent voter cards through downloadable alternatives, citing concerns over the integrity of the process. On electoral offences, lawmakers increased the penalty for buying or selling voter cards to a fine of 5 million naira or a 2-year jail term, but removed the proposed 10-year ban on participation in elections for convicted offenders. The amendment also shortens the electoral calendar. Notice of election is reduced from 360 to 180 days, while political parties must submit their list of candidates to INEC at least 90 days before elections, down from 180 days. Publication of nomination details is also reduced from 150 to 60 days, and INEC is now required to invite political parties to inspect voters' registers within 20 days. Following the passage of the bill, the Senate set up a conference committee to harmonize the legislation, to be chaired by Senator Tahir Mungunu.
So the membership of the conference committee that will work assiduously to bring this back for us to give to Mr. President, so that within this month we can commence the process of procurement after the president's signature and after the two chambers have okayed the harmonized version after the conference committee. For the Senate conference committee, we have the Senator Mohammed Taid Mongudu as chairman.
The Senate has clarified that there was no deliberate attempt to delay the passage of the Electoral Act, insisting that the extended legislative process was driven by the need to carry out a thorough and inclusive review. Lawmakers say the goal was to ensure that the final document adequately reflects the yearnings and democratic aspirations of Nigerians, while strengthening the credibility of the electoral process. Tijesu Adeoye, TVC News, Abuja.
Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission has announced plans for a nationwide voter revalidation exercise aimed at cleaning up Nigeria's 93 million voter register ahead of the 2027 general election. At his first quarterly consultative meeting with civil society organizations in Abuja, Professor Joash Amukpiton says the commission is responding to what he described as persistent challenges, including underage registration, multiple registrations, and the continued presence of deceased persons on the voters' roll. According to him, strengthening the integrity of voter register is central to restoring public confidence in the electoral process.
transparency purposes, data on completed online pre-registration and physical registration are published weekly on the Commission's website. Political parties registration. You will recall that the Commission received a total of 171 letters of intent from associations seeking registration as political parties. The associations were assessed in line with Section 222 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, Section 79 of the Electoral Act, as well as Clause 2 of the Commission's Regulations and Guidelines for Political Parties 2022. Several of the associations were unable to fulfill the constitutional requirements and the requirements of the Electoral Act, as well as the regulations and guidelines. Let me assure you that the successful association will be announced very soon.
We always do pledge our continued support to the Independent National Electoral Commission and to continue to push for democracy as it works for every Nigerian. Just a few concerns and a few points that we would raise from your speech this morning to say that in the lead up to the FCT election, as unity are also pledging their support to the Commission to ensure that the FCT area council election goes seamlessly.
Let's talk to public affairs analyst Dr. Jide Ojo for more on this new development. Dr. Joe, thanks for joining us on the news tonight. The biggest reaction here is to the Senate rejecting the proposed amendment to Clause 60, subsection 3 of the bill, and it's seeking to make the electronic transmission of election results mandatory. The Senate, however, adopted the existing provision of the Electoral Act, and that states specifically that the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. What's your initial reaction to this?
Well, thank you very much, Nifemi. My own reaction is that there is a reason why why the National Assembly may have taken that cautious step. I would say cautious step because when you make electronic transmission of result mandatory, what if there are issues? What if there are downtime from the service providers, the telecoms operators? INEC does not have full control of this infrastructure. This is alien to them. This is exogenous to INEC. So when you now make it mandatory and you say, oh, if this was not done either at all or within a certain timeline, then the election will be invalidated. Do you realize the billions that INEC needs to organize these elections? So you will now say because the result could not be uploaded, then the result is invalidated. What about all the expenses that have been incurred? So I think it's just a cautious way to say, if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. It's better to err on the side of caution. Don't forget, all the party agents and the police will still receive authentic copies of the results, and they can do parallel vote tabulation on their own. And by that, they will know whether they are winning or they are losing. And of course, that's not to invalidate the uploading of results on the IREC. That's INEC result being portal. But to now make it compulsory and then say that the IREF is now a collation database, it could actually be a catch-22. Could put us in a catch-22 situation where some desperate politicians may actually work to sabotage this electronic database in such a way that it will cause the subversion of the electoral process, and then all the resources spent in organizing the election will go to waste.
Earlier, we saw the upper chamber rejecting a proposed 10-year jail term for buyers and sellers of PVCs under Clause 22. They opted instead to retain a 2-year imprisonment term while increasing the fine from 2 to 5 million naira. Is there a sense to which you think a 10-year jail term would have been some sort of penalty needed to actually discourage this kind of election manipulation?
I mean, over the last 4 years, how many people have actually been prosecuted, even under the current law, under the 2022 Electoral Act? Whether you put 10 years jail time or 2 years or 1 year jail time, it's not the number of days you spend in prison or the number of years. The moment you spend half a day in prison, you are an ex-convict. And that weighs heavily on you, and in the future, you cannot do anything once you are convicted. So it's not the number of years one spends in the jail that will serve as a disincentive. More so, the fine have been increased from, like you said, 2 million to 5 million. How many people can actually pay that kind of heavy fine? And don't forget, this is a criminal allegation. He who alleges must prove. You know, these people usually have backers in government. And, it's the most important thing is that as we even talk about this Electoral Act and this provision that tends to punish electoral offenders more, what is the state of electoral offenses bill, which has been before the National Assembly from 2008? One chamber passed it in the last dispensation, the other did not concur to it. Now we are still giving INEC these electoral offenses to prosecute. But we do know the challenges that the current law faces, because INEC does not have power to make arrests, INEC does not have power to investigate. INEC is only being given a shared power to prosecute. I said shared power because that power to prosecute also lies with the Attorney General of the state and the Attorney General of the Federation. So by and large, what I'm saying in effect is that the position of civil society is that there should be an independent electoral offenses commission, which will react like a EFCC, but this time not on economic crimes, but on electoral crimes. But that has not received the blessing of the National Assembly. And like I said, it's not the number of years one spent in jail, but the fact that that type of ex-convict is on him. I think that should serve as a deterrence, if at all we can even get the prosecution. Because like I said, it's a criminal allegation and you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. It's not a civil case. So proving beyond reasonable doubt also comes with its own body. Where are the witnesses? Where are the exhibits? And then the courts are filled up with matters and it takes forever because there's no timeline for the prosecution, unlike the post-election litigation that already have timeline of 180 days at the trial court or at the tribunal, then 60 days at the Court of Appeal in the case of governorship, and another 60 days at the Supreme Court.
Dr. Ojo, perhaps time will tell if this amendment is strong enough to enforce implementation in this regard. Dr. Jide Ojo, Public Affairs Analyst, thank you so much for talking to us.
It's my pleasure, Nifemi. Do enjoy the rest of the evening. Keep safe and stay blessed.
Thank you so much, you too. And still ahead on TVC News at 10, House of Representatives Committee summons Governor of Central Bank, heads of financial institutions over status of intervention funds in the agricultural sector. That story and more shortly. Stay with us.
This Ramadan, it's not the season to hide, it's the season to let my beauty shine. Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Lotion 5-in-1 Complete Care. Discover deep nourishment with cocoa butter, deep moisture serum, and vitamin E for long-lasting moisture and protection from dry and ashy skin without the greasy feel. Get the Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Glow this Ramadan. skin is for always shining, Nivea is for skin.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodimma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feels like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
You're watching TVC News at 10. A reminder of our top stories tonight. Senate passes Electoral Act Amendment Bill, rejects mandatory electronic transmission of results. INEC announces plans for nationwide voter revalidation exercise in preparation for the 2027 general election. Outside Nigeria, Trump administration moves to withdraw 700 federal agents from Minnesota following widespread protest over killing of U.S. citizens. Manchester City beat defending champions Newcastle United comprehensively to reach Carabao Cup final. Former Governor of Benue State, Senator Gabriel Suswam, has dumped the People's Democratic Party for the All Progressives Congress. The former governor registered with the party at his village in the local government area. The exercise was conducted by the state organizing secretary James Ongoga and Angura Bishop. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party has distanced itself from the defection of the former governor from the PDP. The party says the former governor had long exited the party when he led his followers to relaunch the African Democratic Congress in Benue State. Let's turn now to Kwara State, where Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak has visited Kaima local government area to commiserate with the people following a bandit attack that led to the death of more than 100 persons. The governor said the bandits have murdered sleep and they shall now be met with full force. The Emir of Kaima, Omar Muazo, confirmed that 75 victims have been given mass burial according to this Islamic rite, while some have been transported to other communities for burial.
We lost. Very unfortunate that we lost a very large number of, I think this one was the largest massacre in Nigeria at the same time, if I can remember. But our count at Speaker in the morning, 75 people were identified and given mass burial. This excludes the Christians who are taken away, the Yorubas who are taken away. And
I would thank the Commander-in-Chief for approving the immediate deployment of a battalion of soldiers immediately under Operation Savannah Shield. Hitherto, Mountain Kaima and part of the Kanji Park was supposed to be under Operation Fasanyama. But now there will be a major operation here directly, headquartered in Kwara, with a battalion of soldiers coming in to make sure this place is safe. Now,
Governor of Kaduna State, Obasani, has assured residents of Kuminwali community that efforts are ongoing to secure the release of all worshippers abducted during the recent attack in the area. The governor gave the assurance while visiting some of the escaped victims taking refuge at the Women and Children Shelter in Kaduna, where he expressed sympathy with the victims and their families, describing the incident as unfortunate. Governor Sani reaffirmed his administration's commitment to ending banditry and kidnapping across the state.
We're here with the 82
that have now returned back home safely. And of course, we're here to give them assurance that they're remaining, by the grace of God, they'll all be back safely by the grace of God. And I have no doubt in my mind that the rest will also be back. And of course, as you're aware, they're all here undergoing psychosocial therapy, and we are trying to ensure that our medical doctors check them very well. And of course, we know that they've gone through a lot of trauma, and of course, it is a very difficult situation. And as a government, it's our responsibility to ensure that all of them are certified medically fit.
And let's talk health now. Every year, millions of people around the world unite to shine a light on one of the most pressing health challenges of our time. On World Cancer Day 2026, the global community is renewing its call for awareness, early detection, and equal access to quality cancer care. According to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, 4 in every 10 cancer cases globally are preventable. The agency estimates that about 37% of new cancer cases recorded worldwide in 2022, roughly 7.1 million cases, were linked to preventable causes, highlighting the enormous but often overlooked power of prevention. Let's bring in consultant radiologist at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, Professor Ukamaka Itaye, who joins us on the news at 10. Prof, let's ground this conversation. When you look at Nigeria today, what cancers are Nigerians most commonly presenting with, and how late are most of these cases coming in?
Thank you so much for having me here. Currently in Nigeria, breast cancer is the commonest cancer, and then followed by cervical cancer, prostate cancer, and then you have the colorectal cancers. So these are the common ones. Of course, you have different types of cancer, especially those that occur in children. But unfortunately, studies have shown, and even from experience, that up to 70 to 80% of our patients will come in when it's already late, probably at stage 3 or stage 4, when it has spread to other parts of the body. And so that is the problem that we are facing.
The theme for this year's observance has to do with being united by unique. In practical terms, what does people-centered cancer care look like in a country where many patients are still paying out of pocket or arriving at advanced stages, as you've said?
Yeah, honestly, that is a problem. And I think that's why the theme is supposed to run for 3 years, from 2025 to 2027, because they just want to emphasize the importance of person-centered care. And so what it means is that we need to begin to look at patients not as their disease, but as holistic persons, because their experiences are quite different. And so in a country where you have a lot of taboos, we have stigmatization, and people are paying out of pocket, it becomes really very difficult to follow what the global trend is. However, when we're talking about being united, what we mean is that individually and as a community, we can come up with innovations that are peculiar to our surroundings and something that we can actually use, taking into consideration our cultural differences. Unfortunately, we tend to look at what is happening in higher income countries and we try to export them to our nation. It really isn't working. And so what we have to do as a nation is that we have to start from the community. So instead of starting from the teaching hospitals down, we have to start from the communities and begin to create awareness and to have innovations that will actually work for us, because a lot of other African countries or low-income countries have been able to do it. And I think that we can actually do it in Nigeria if we decide that we're going to. So it just means that we all have to be united, come together, and work towards reducing the burden of cancer in the country.
It sounds good, Prof, but it also boils down to who's going to pay for it. Talk about screening, for instance, that has often been mentioned, but uptake remains low. They say pay attention to your health, go for screening. Who's going to pay for it at the local level?
That is a problem. And I must say that part of the NHIS takes care of part of screening. But beyond screening, of course, you have the treatment. But I must tell you that although the screening imaging for screening, you find that a lot of people don't even make use of it. And so it still boils down to lack of awareness and apathy. So even when you have these things that are available, sometimes they're even sponsored by non-governmental organizations, people are still not even coming forth because of the several taboos and religious and cultural beliefs. And so these things end up being limitations. However, I must say that when it comes to the area of treatment, that the government is partnering with private organizations to make cancer treatment available. So in some areas, there are some teaching hospitals that have been earmarked for this, and I think about 6 of them are functioning now. And so the patients are able to access complete care from those hospitals, but of course it's limited, and we are hoping that eventually it will get to every other teaching hospital.
And there are also many other people claiming to have a cure for the disease. Do you think it's about time we need to start paying attention to them and explore homegrown alternative solution?
Definitely. That's what I talked to. I mentioned about innovations from our own end, because we need to begin to look for solutions, within ourselves. But at the same time, for you to have a cancer treatment, it has to be scientifically proven. Unfortunately, a lot of these cases are just coming out on social media to make claims, bogus claims about treatment. But they have to be able to allow others to actually scientifically try out these treatments that they offer. And when that is done, then I can assure you that it will be accepted, not just in our country, but internationally.
Consultant radiologist at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, Professor Ukamaka Itai, thank you for your insight.
Thank you so much.
In other news now, let's take you back to the National Assembly. The House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the status of intervention funds in the agricultural sector has given the central bank governor and heads of some financial institutions till next Tuesday to appear before it or risk warrant of arrest. Jakadisa has more.
In the last few weeks, this ad hoc committee has been beaming its searchlight on the state of the many intervention funds from the government and development partners to address food insecurity and nutrition challenges. It's the resumed sitting of the committee, and the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, and other invited chief executives of financial-related institutions are absent. The committee frowned at the absence, describing it as an affront on the National Assembly as an institution. It agreed to re-invite the affected officials, but warned of dire consequences should they fail to appear again.
All the relevant processes for issuance of relevant summons on these aforementioned agencies and of financial institutions be activated, completed, and duly served on them. We cannot let the Nigerian people down. The federal government of Nigeria have shown good faith, but there have been outcry that what we have gotten in return is far below what is expected.
Representatives of a number of commercial banks, including Sterling Bank, Unity Bank, and Jaiz Bank, appeared before the committee but failed to provide needed information that will assist the lawmakers in their task.
If you want to come before us, you should come before us. You cannot be going front and forth. I thought you have that from introduction up to 16th so that we can move on, so that members would know you are referring to page A, page B, page C. And I haven't done that. Now we've come to that. And even this way, this sort of presentation.
The information you just provided are missing in the documents here. However, we will seek the indulgence of the committee to enable us, put the documents in the order you just mentioned, and probably make an appearance in the next sitting coming up.
The committee thereafter ruled that the financial institutions provide details of inflow and outflow of funds received and full details of beneficiaries, amongst others. Jokeyatsa, TVC News, Abuja.
Here in Lagos, the State House of Assembly has commenced an audit exercise covering the state's 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas as part of efforts to strengthen accountability at the grassroots. The exercise was formally declared open today by the Chairman House Committee on Public Accounts. Olamide Adeyemi was there.
If you have it, the auditor will not query you for it.
Before the House Committee on Public Accounts are the heads of the local governments in Lagos State to defend the Auditor General's statutory report for the year ended 31st December 2023.
You have to be part of the process of audit. You don't leave it to your CM or your treasurer alone. It's an important process. I can see it on your face that you're just looking, what are these people asking?
Chaired by Honorable Nureni Akinsoya, the chairman of the Committee on Public Account, the committee is focusing on financial accountability, project execution, and adherence to regulations, a process considered vital to good governance and sustainable development in Lagos State.
We have 5 appear today. We started today with 5, so we still have about 52, one local government and SCDA.
As the committee continues its work, chairman of each local government, vice chairman, council leaders, exco members, council managers, council treasurers, and heads of department are expected to report to the Lagos State House of Assembly. The committee chair commended those who have appeared so far for their cooperation and diligence, highlighting the importance of collaboration in building a culture of accountability.
It's help us also so that we can brace up when it comes to tidying up whatever we are doing, every other thing that has to do with documentation, so that it will enable us or even people that are coming when it comes to civil servants and people like us that are coming, like local government chairman, because I have few more years to go than any other chairman coming. So that will enable them to at least know what they are doing at the local government, and they will have a very good synergy with the management.
This oversight ensures that a moderate percentage of planned projects are completed and that financial regulations are strictly followed.
We are going to act according to the law. We have law on the ground. All law, local government administration law as amended. We have to give them chance to go and bring. That's why we give some people another allotted day to go and bring. And some of them, you can even one city is very new.
The House Committee on Public Accounts Local says work continues. While looking into the books, they have assured Lagosians that every income and expenditure of the local government will be properly looked into. Olamide Adeyemi, TVC News, Lagos.
The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, alongside the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, have witnessed the signing of the IFC, NSIA and MedServ Healthcare Expansion Agreement. The initiative aims to deliver affordable diagnostics, oncology and cardiology services across Nigeria. Professor Pate described the agreement as a major milestone that will directly impact lives, expand healthcare infrastructure and create jobs. He emphasized that healthcare is not only a social service, but also a growth sector.
To say that the ecosystem in Nigeria is changing broadly, the market is changing, but the health sector is also changing. And I believe by the time the president finishes his second term, you will see the contribution of health as a much larger proportion in the Nigerian GDP, and Nigerians will be closer to UHC, will have better financial protection, and will have quality healthcare that we can enjoy others to come, and they're already coming. Medical tourism by half has gone down, but also others are really coming for medical tourism in Nigeria, despite all what you may hear on the quality side.
I think everything that needs to be said about the importance of the health sector as an economic engine, not to talk of the physical importance of a healthy population. And then you put alongside it the various derivatives that can help grow the GDP. And you have an important driver of the new economy in Nigeria. So once again, as always, it's a pleasure to be part of what Aminu and his team have put together at NSIA and the partnership they have with MedServ and in this particular case, our development partners, IFC.
Business News is next with Tolilope Okunjabi.
Many thanks to you, Nifemi. President of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Professor Pius Olanrewaju, has commended the management of TVC Communications for standing tall in the area of professionalism across the local and global space. He made the comment during a courtesy visit to TVC headquarters in Eco Atlantic City, Victoria Island, where they share ways of strengthening ties between both parties, and that was also explored. We have more in this report.
The arrival of the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and his team at the TVC Communications headquarters in Lagos kick-started the engagement with the management team of TVC Communications. Both parties took turns to highlight the prospect of a symbiotic relationship, stressing the need for the institute and the media organization to strengthen ties across board for improved communication of financial and economic policies of government, as well as private sector players.
Everyone in the society is key when it comes to financial literacy. But aside that, like the media training that you have mentioned and all other types of capacity building were there, but also the expertise from within the CIBN when it comes to what's going on in the economy, updates on the recapitalization, and everything else that the banking institution in Nigeria is all about is something that we pride ourselves in when it comes to reportage.
We can build skill set, we can build capacity by bringing people together, teach them, even bringing them into an environment, a course environment like this, where they can, learn. And also apart from that, that banking is no longer a village affair; it's a global thing. And since we are operating at that global level, we believe that our corporate members and individual members can tap into this, and we come with a program that will be enriching, that will make us, to be a global response.
After the meeting, the CIBN team was taken on a tour of TVC's state-of-the-art facilities, including the TV News studios, radio studios, office spaces, the administrative block, and other key segments of the organization. At the end of the tour, the CIBN president says he's impressed with what he saw.
With what I've seen today, I'm not surprised. The position you are occupying in the media world, as far as Africa is concerned, I can see the reason to justify the reason why you were able to win that London award. The equipment are massive, and the caliber of human resources that is working in this environment, they are very unique and not the kind you see on the road. I just pray that the TVC should keep, the flag flying.
The CIBN team assured TVC Communications management of continuous support and partnership in areas of capacity building, knowledge sharing, as well as financial and banking issues, with the ultimate goal of promoting financial inclusion through improved financial literacy.
And in other news, the leadership of the African Association of Professional Freight Forwarders and Logistics of Nigeria have rejected the 257% increase in air cargo charges. Group warns that implementation of the new tariffs by the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria would significantly escalate the cost of air cargo operations, discourage exports, improve import costs, and place additional pressure on Nigerian businesses and consumers. Ifunaya Eze reports.
President of the association, Mr. Frank Ogo Jemite, says members have outrightly rejected the increase, warning it could destabilize the air cargo sector and worsen the cost of doing business in the country. He described the increase as illegal, arguing that the charge is not provided for under the Airport Authorities Act, and have asked the authority to justify the new tariff.
Tell us the basic reasons that justify the increments. Those are the things we are asking for. So instead of them to grant us an opportunity to have a stakeholder engagement and resolve, they send a quick notice to the cargo village. Despite these cargo charges, they were taking subventions and other charges from other people occupying the space. Those are the things we ask for to please explain to us.
The freight forwarders group further questioned the airport authority's decision to raise cargo charges from 7 naira to 25 naira per kilogram, despite government subvention and other revenue streams.
These charges is on both import and export. And whatever that you incur on your cost of exporting or importing your goods will be added to that goods. At the end of it, the end user will pay this. That 7 naira to 25 naira is too much. You have to set a legacy for other people. Don't other airlines begin to increase their own fee as well?
The freight forwarding group say the timing of the tariff hike is troubling, especially as the air cargo market is already grappling with declining volumes. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
Meanwhile, the stock market closed deep in green, taking support from rising share prices in key sectors. The index of the market moved above a percentage point, giving indication for possible rounds of price jumps. Berger Paints, RT Briscoe, Dar Communications took 10% on late transactions. First Bank Holdings, Zigits Agro moved above 9%. Red Star Express and Deep Capital traded downwards at 9.97%. Other losers were Union Home Rates, MC Nichols, and E-Transact. Asian stocks were on a shaky ground today following steep losses in US and European equities on fears that advancement in artificial intelligence could supplant traditional software. Shares of some related companies slid in Asia. The overall selling pressure was less acute, given the region's historical dominance in hardware manufacturing. China's CSI Software Services Index fell 3%. Technology giants listed in Hong Kong lost 1.8%. Japan advertising giant Dentsu stock prices slumped more than 6%. Shares of Nomura Research Institute tumbled nearly 8%. The Nikkei is 0.8%, though MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside Japan remained 0.1% stronger. Nasdaq futures slipped 0.12 after losing more than 1% in the cash session overnight. While S&P 500 futures were little change, Eurostock 50 futures dipped 0.1%. FTSE futures were up 0.08%. South Korea technology heavy Kospi rose 1.4%, while stocks in Taiwan were up 0.2%. Swiss banking giant UBS has reported a forecast-beating 56% surge in net profit, driven by strong performances in its wealth management and investment banking divisions. The world's largest wealth manager posted a fourth quarter net profit of $1.2 billion, surpassing analysts' expectation of $919 million. UBS also announced plans to repurchase at least $3 billion worth of shares in 2026, matching last year's buyback with the possibility of increasing the amount depending on Switzerland's evolving banking regulations. Swiss authorities are proposing stricter capital requirements for the country, remaining major bank following UBS's state-backed takeover of Credit Suisse in 2023. And finally, on business news, crude oil prices extended gains today after the U.S. shut down an Iranian drone and armed Iranian boats approached a U.S.-flagged vessel in Straits of Hormuz, rekindling fears of an escalation in tensions between Washington and Tehran. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to $63.34 with an upward margin of 0.21%. Brent sells for $67.39 with an upside of 0.09%. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 with a price decline of 2.84%. For the OPEC basket, dealers offer $64.94 with a downward margin of 3.07%. Well, that's business news at 10. We'll take a break and return with sports news with Ikechukwu Obieno.
All right, let's begin with the latest from the Carabao Cup tournament. Manchester City are currently leading cup holders Newcastle United 3-1. That is 5-1 on aggregate. City will now meet Arsenal in the final. That will be on the 22nd of March if the match ends this way.
Willock knocks it past Nunez, or tries to. Gordon, Hall hits it into the face there of Foden. A foul eventually on Nico Gonzalez. And City can rest and reset again.
Yeah, Burn again, the player that was involved. It's had an eventful first 36 minutes.
All right, Jide Olugbodi, former Brentford player, joins me live now on the news to do a review of the game. Jide, very pleased to have you with us this evening. It looked like Newcastle laid the red carpet for Man City. Or do you think the absence of key players like Bruno Guimaraes and of course Joel Linton affected their performance, tonight?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, Ike. Oh yes, that does affect play when you have key players missing who've known how to play with the other players. It affects the dynamics and the principles of gameplay. But let's not forget that Newcastle really started this, playing catch up, having lost the first leg 2-0. At home. So, they had to come out. They had to come out and try to score. And that, I think, left them exposed at the back, Ike.
And they have been brave so far in trying to press high up the pitch. As a matter of fact, they have got a goal now. But in trying to, press high up the pitch, that has left them exposed when City counterattacked. And of course, Chelsea was heavily criticized yesterday, trying to be cautious in their approach to the game last night. How do you then create a balance as a coach, Jide?
I think the balance is always depending on the way the game goes. To start with, I would understand if Chelsea were criticized or have been criticized because, hey, this is the semi-final of Cup. You've lost 3-2 at home. You need goals. Goals win matches. So if you sit back, the other team is going to play cautious as well. You have to put them under pressure and hope that they crack under pressure. Now, if it doesn't work, you strike a balance between mid-press, and high press. But Chelsea just sat back yesterday. I guess that's where, the criticism came from as well. And if you look at the game, it ended goalless really until 96 minutes. Hey, nothing was going to give, but for Arsenal, it was good. They were good as gone. So it's hard to say these things, but I think as the game progresses, you either have to risk more when there are no goals and you need goals, or you sit back when you've gotten a goal and you need to defend.
Well, as it is at the moment, it is 5-1 on aggregate against Newcastle. Do you think there is a way, back, for Newcastle into this game?
In life, you can keep believing, till the end. But when it's just about 10 minutes to go and your 5 goes down, it's really, really hard in football. So, I think City fans can actually be buying tickets now, except a total capitulation happens. I don't see them coming back from this.
All right. Well, Jide, finally, it comes down to Arsenal versus Manchester City, and that will be on the 22nd of March. In the final. How do you see this one, Jide? Arsenal have been firing from all cylinders. Great, this season so far. How do you see this one, Jide?
Well, to be honest, it's Chelsea versus Arsenal. First of all, it's a big game. They don't come bigger than this. It's a cup final as well. And for Arsenal, they're on course for 4 trophies this year. And then good position in the Champions League. They're sitting pretty top of the league. So I think for them, they want to put a marker down, get the first one out of the way, as Mourinho always says it. And but Chelsea, on the other hand, will come in as underdogs.
Man City, Arsenal, that is.
Yes, sorry, Man City, will come in as underdogs because they've not been performing very well this year. And but it's a chance for Pep to, galvanize his troops. I think where that goes will actually go a long way where the league will end. If Arsenal win that, I mean, that will probably, signal to Man City that, Arsenal are not playing this year. They're here to win the league. But if Man City somehow manage to win that game, because it's a one-off game, it's 90 minutes, if whoever gets it right, then you can say that they can put a little bit of pressure on Arsenal. But for me right now, I think Arsenal are hot favorites the way they're playing, unfortunately.
Well, Jude, that's what fans think all around the world do. And there is a sense in which if you aren't an Arsenal fan, of course, you wish them well, this season because
I do. Even though I'm wearing red today, I'm not an Arsenal fan.
Well, Jude,
but I wish them well if they get it.
Yeah, absolutely. We all do. Jude Olugbodi, former Brentford player, thank you very kindly for talking to us on this.
You're welcome, Ike.
Well, away from that now, let's tell you that the Foundation Cricket Club maintains their lead at the summit of the Club Cricket Committee League with 4 runs and 5 wickets victories over Ibejuleki Cricket 1 and Ireland Titans Cricket Club. The game, which took place at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, saw Foundation Cricket Club and the first winnings record a low total of 91 runs and 19.1 overs. With no thanks to the bowling onslaught from the duo of Jafar Karim, who got 4 wickets, and Isaac Danladi 3 wickets, while Kenneth Boniface was the only standing batter for FCC with his 26 runs contribution. The win ensured Foundation Cricket Club remains the only unbeaten side in the Premier Division after 6 matches played in the Club Cricket Committee League. In other results, Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club defeated the defending champions Rising Stars Cricket Club by 28 runs to move into 4th position on the league. Ibejuleki Cricket Club beat bottom placed MRI Warriors by 9 wickets to maintain their 2nd position on the log. Well, that's it on Sports Wrap at the moment.
Thank you for the update in Sport IK. In other news now, the Trump administration says it will withdraw 700 immigration agents from Minnesota who were part of the crackdown in Minneapolis leading to the death of 2 U.S. citizens. According to U.S. Border Chief Tom Homan, the 2,000 agents would remain, but the government aims to cut the federal immigration presence in the city to its level before the Operation Metro Search started in December. Government is also working to ensure all officers in Minnesota have body-worn cameras. Homan added that the U.S. government has made providing body-worn cameras to all officers in Minneapolis a priority, but is also planning to deploy the equipment to agents across the country. That's the news tonight, everyone. Thank you for being a part of it. Remember, you can get more on our website, tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram and X at TVC News, and you will stream live on YouTube. It's TVC News Nigeria. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. See you again soon.
And the winner is...
The Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards is back. And on this historic 12th edition, we're not just raising the bar.
Africa Machan.
We are redefining African excellence. From south to west, east to north, and Central Africa, all of Africa is invited. This is your stage. Do you have a film or television project that moved heart, sparked conversations, or shifted culture? Now is your moment. Submit your work at www.africamagic.tv/AMVCA. Entries open from 11th January to 15th February 2026. Your story deserves the spotlight. Africa is watching. The 12th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards is brought to you by Africa Magic in association with MultiChoice. Proudly sponsored by Don Julio.
I write to request the kind approval of the National Assembly.
Behind every decision, every vote,
The ayes have it.
and every heated debate lies the heartbeat of democracy.
This matter is very, very important. I therefore rule you out of order.
Welcome to the place where it all unfolds. Every week, I take you inside the inner workings of the assembly, where laws are shaped, decisions are made, and the future of the nation is decided.
The ayes have it.
Join me, Tijesu Adeoye, and other seasoned experts, analysts, and lawmakers at the National Assembly as they uncover the real stories behind the headlines and offer unfiltered insight on the most pressing issues of the day. This is your front row seat to the heart of power. Watch the Hallowed Chambers every Saturday at 9 p.m. only on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspective and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
This week, Nigeria's political space is abuzz, from heated debates on the floor of the National Assembly to high-profile meetings behind closed doors and high-stakes decisions with unexpected twists that impact us all. It's been a week full of headlines and heated moments. Join us on Politics on Sunday, where we cut through the noise and dive deep into the issues that matter most, helping you make a sense of it all. From the corridors of power to the streets where it all plays out, we've got you covered, because politics doesn't stop, and neither do we. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be part of the conversation. Politics on Sunday, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on TVC News.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the midweek edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, troops penetrate Timbuktu Triangle, overrun ISWAP detention camps and rescue captives. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says no winners nor losers over truce reached with FCT workers to suspend planned protest. Explains that meeting with union leaders cleared misconceptions. And later on the show, on our Journalist Hangout midweek special, Akwa Ibom State intensifies construction of Oron Marine Terminal as Governor Umoina embarks on construction of shore protection, jetties, and other facilities to restore old glory of Oron. Well, I'll be hanging out with Olabisi Deji Fulitele, while Babajide Kolade Otitoju joins us via Zoom. Journalist Hangout starts right now. Now let's begin the conversation. Resilience and absolute focus is being recorded in the fight against terrorism as troops of the Joint Task Force in the Northeast under Operation Hadinkai have recorded a major counter-insurgency success by destroying 3 ISWAP terrorist detention facilities in the Timbuktu Triangle area of Gujba, local government area of Borno State. The operation, conducted over the last 2 weeks as part of Operation Desert Sanity 5, penetrated areas previously regarded as terrorist strongholds, forcing insurgents to abandon key sites. The sustained military pressure led to the escape of over 70 detained victims, many of whom have since returned to nearby communities. Now let's share this story by TVC News' Jesse Tafida with you.
The Joint Task Force Northeast says the operation was carried out under Operation Desert Sanity 5 after sustained intelligence-led offensives forced terrorists to abandon key strongholds in the forested corridor spanning Borno and Yobe states. Military sources revealed the camps located in Gujba local government area had the capacity to hold up to 300 detainees, making them central to ISWAP's detention and ransom operations. Since January 21st, troops uncovered and destroyed the facilities, leading to the escape of more than 70 captives. Some of the freed victims have since resurfaced in communities including Goniri, Burate and Mandragirao. One escapee, Malam Jidda Banjita, abducted in December 2025, says he fled during an intense gun battle between advancing troops and insurgents. During the engagement, at least 32 ISWAP fighters, including 2 Qaid and 3 Monzeros, were killed, with several others injured. The military confirms the camps were completely demolished to prevent reuse, describing the mission as a strategic and psychological blow to the insurgents. Authorities maintain that while security across the theater remains calm but unpredictable, troops will continue sustained pressure to deny terrorists safe havens and restore lasting peace in the region. Jesse Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri.
All right, let's begin the conversation. I'm going to be starting this with BKO from our Abuja studios. BKO, let's look at this. How significant is penetrating the Timbuktu Triangle, given its history as ISWAP's stronghold?
I'm very happy. I have spoken about the Timbuktu Triangle for some time, for years, at least 8 years. Outside of the islands of Lake Chad, where the ISWAP established its headquarters after the factionalization of Boko Haram in 2016. The Timbuktu Triangle is the place where ISWAP used for years as its fortress, as a place where it keeps its weapons, as a place where it keeps people that it had kidnapped, as a major place for you to plan operations, especially in the Damboa area. Point of correction, Gujuba local government is in Yobe State. The reporter just mentioned Gujuba local government. Okay. So he didn't say in Borno State because Gujuba is in Yobe State. And Gujuba local government was one of the local governments that Boko Haram annexed back in 2014 when they were running riot in our country. So the Timbuktu Triangle stretches from Damboa, which is the largest local government in the state, stretches to Biu area, stretches to parts of Yobe State. That is, there's a footpath in there leads to Gujuba local government that the reporter talked about. So it's a very, very extensive place. It is a place that had been their fortress for years, and efforts to drive them away from that place had proved abortive. Remember the tape that leaked, the tape of a general that was complaining about losing, losing the tires of their MRAP, who said that they were surrounded by insurgents who were wielding rocket-propelled grenades and all that. There was a soldier who was crying over the death of his colleague in that video. That took place inside the Timbuktu Triangle. They effectively stopped our troops from advancing, and they were able to exact some casualties. But this time around, the planning was aggressive in nature. The execution of the plan was aggressive in nature, and there was coordination between the surface troops and the Air Force in a manner that we had never done before. So these guys were effectively routed, and some of the people that they had actually held in custody were freed. So it's a very good piece of news coming from Borno State, coming from Operation Hadin Kai, led by Major General Abdul Salam, who has proved himself to be a very effective operations man. He got the job done in Plateau State. Yes. And before he was moved to the Commander and Staff College, and eventually when his services were needed, when we needed somebody with a very good background in operations and strategy, he was then drafted to become the theater commander, Operation Hadin Kai. And we are seeing what General Abdul Salam can do. Yes, there will be setbacks from time to time, especially with the enemy using vehicle-borne IEDs and attacking sub-targets. But so much work is being done. And what they have done in the Timbuktu Triangle is the most significant breakthrough that the Nigerian Armed Forces have done in recent times. Completely routed, tail between legs, they decided to take to their heels. And now what we must do is have that place occupied, put troops on ground. If we don't do that, they will come back, because that is a place that is strategic to them. You know, it is a place from where they launch attacks on Nigerian troops, especially in the Damboa area. So we have to do our best to make sure put boots on ground and stop them from regrouping in that very significant area. So kudos to our troops for the tremendous work that they have done. That is doing. Absolutely. I've always believed that this enemy can be defeated, and I'm confident that defeat will come sooner than later.
That defeat will come sooner than later. Now, BKO talked about sustaining military presence is very, very key right now. So can the Nigerian Armed Forces, hold this territory, after overrunning these camps?
Well, that's my area of interest because, we have nothing but commendation for our troops. But the truth is that this isn't the first time this Timbuktu Triangle will be invaded. In 2021, it happened in what they called Operation Dole, where they overrun the Dole camp and the rest. And at that time, they said the last jihadist stronghold in the so-called Timbuktu Triangle have been, taken care of. Yeah. But unfortunately, these guys regrouped and they went to the Chad area and all of that. And because they were able to regroup, that is why we are having the problem again. So regrouping for these people and sustaining the operations, preventing them from regrouping and sustaining these operations, they are the two key elements required in actually taking care of this triangle. I think it's a very wide place. From what I read, it appears it's a very big, large area and very difficult also to probably police or occupy. But I think that is where the real job lies, ensuring that these jihadists don't regroup, which they are capable of doing.
Now, having talked about what should be the role of the local communities and
I also think
local intelligence.
Surveillance is very important. Yeah, very important. Let them continue to survey the area. Ensure, at least, let's use technology also to monitor them, whether they are regrouping or not regrouping. And for the local community, I think they should buy into this more now.
So there should be trust.
They should, yes,
between the community and the security armed
forces, because they need to also report any awkward movements that can easily be caught in the bud, because they are not just going to come at once. I suppose, I guess. I think they are going, even if they have to regroup, they have to be doing it systematically. And I also think that if the community is involved and if they also cooperate with the security agencies and there are reports and there are surveillances, and I think some of these things can be monitored. It's quite expensive. Expensive in terms of money, expensive in terms of technology involved, expensive in terms of even the troops involved. But I just think that we have to sustain it.
Absolutely. It needs to be sustained. I mean, BK, finally, before we go into this, the Timbuktu Triangle success should not be seen as an end point. What lessons from this offensive, can be used or be applied to the remaining insurgent enclaves like parts of Sambisa and also the Lake Chad Basin?
The most dangerous of the two factions is ISWAP. And ISWAP does not operate from Sambisa. It is the Shekau faction that continues to operate from Sambisa and from the Mandara Mountains in Borno South. That's the places around Pulka, places around Goza. They continue to operate from the Mandara Mountains. ISWAP largely operated from Timbuktu Triangle and the islands of Lake Chad. Those where they relocated to after the breakup. Now, what it means is we have to, having incinerated them at their major upland base, their major upland fortress. We have to take the battle to them in the islands of Lake Chad. That is where their key leaders, their key detainees, people like Leah Sharibu that they abducted and then converted to a midwife, that is where she and others are. So we need to focus now, having dismantled them at Timbuktu Triangle, we need to now focus on the islands of Lake Chad, where they have considerable presence, where I dare say their headquarters is. So the same intensity of the fighting, the same determination, the same teamwork that was used to dislodge them from Timbuktu Triangle is what we need to do. We have never gone this far in terms of dislodging them from Timbuktu Triangle. We have never gone this far. This is very significant.
All right, gentlemen, let's move straight to our next conversation. For the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, the recent industrial action by workers was nothing but a misunderstanding, reacting to the truce reached with FCT workers that led to the suspension of a planned protest by labor unions. Nyesom Wike said there are no winners, no losers. The minister expressed delight that the union leaders have seen the realities on the ground, which has helped clear misconceptions about workers' welfare in the FCT. I mean, talk to me. The FCT minister said no winner, no losers, but over the truce reached. But what's your interpretation of this?
Honestly, no win. I thought they said that during wars.
No, but it was a serious disagreement.
I thought it was a labor disagreement. So it shows, for me, the interpretation means that probably the disagreement we saw was bigger than misunderstanding between labor and the government. Because if the minister could say no winner, no loser, well, anyway, we are glad that the whole thing has ended, and for me, a lot of money was lost while this thing lasted. Because practically all activities in the Federal Capital Territory, as per the Federal Capital Development Territory, FCDA and the FCTA, they were, they came to a halt, and it means that those who wanted to process land documents, those who wanted to do anything with the FCTA, practically you couldn't do anything. So it's good that both parties are now on the path of peace. And but then, why did we have to get to this point?
Absolutely.
Because if the workers are just understanding certain misconception about what they think should be part of their welfare, it means there was practically a communication gap between the minister
and the labor,
which shouldn't have been, because if there was proper communication, I think the workers should have known what was on ground. And well, anyway, the good news right now is that the minister has said that no worker will be victimized over this strike.
Yeah, that's very, very key.
And that is very, very key, because if there is any form of victimization, again, we can still go back and all of that. So I think it's good that both parties, at least we can now
that's our relief.
Yes. So.
Absolutely. All right, Bike, I'll come to you. I mean, when the FCT minister said no winners, no losers, is this an attempt to de-escalate the tension, or, just to control the political narratives?
No, I think generally the minister was making the point that, look, this is a mere storm in a teacup. If Nyesom Wike is someone often misunderstood, but when you look at this matter holistically, he was talking about some facts that were not known to the workers who are on strike, but that when these issues were explained to their leaders, it was not difficult for them to agree with the minister. Don't forget, that meeting was held in the minister's house. So that's already a very friendly symbolism that because if they were so mad with him, they wouldn't even want to hold a meeting in his place. And before then, some of the workers, many of the workers had already returned to work. So it was a good place to even begin to talk. The workers, we look at some of the demands. The workers wanted the arrears of the 35,000 naira wage awards paid at once. FCT was owing 5 months in arrears. 2 months were paid in December and January, meaning that they have 3 months to pay. And the entire arrears is about 5 billion naira. So the minister simply said, look, it's difficult for us to pay at once. And let's face it, many of the states are even owing these arrears. Even the federal government is owing these wage award arrears, if we check. So to him, it wasn't such a strange thing that he was owing. And he said, look, I will be able to pay everything. Each month we will pay. And in no time, in 3 months' time, this whole thing will have cleared the whole thing. So, yes, so he did not agree that this money should be paid at once because he felt that it was high. Then the matter of their promotion arrears, he also reminded their leaders that he approved the sum of 281.1 million in December. So it's not as if some of those issues were not being addressed.
Okay.
So I think this was one of the key reasons why the labor leaders felt, look, we need to slow down on this matter. And then there was also the matter of extension of service for people who are on the verge of retiring. They were also, it was also one of the issues for which they came up with the idea of going on strike. And the minister said, see, I am in support of you guys. I don't think anybody who is due to retire should have an extension, should stay 1 day extra. So you can see that another area of disagreement had been addressed because the minister too does not believe that those people should be allowed to stay, because what that means is that it stops other people from growing.
Exactly.
I also do not support it. So the minister says, look, I'm in agreement with you that we don't need to extend either for 6 months or for any time, whatever. So then they also complained that there was a plot of land which was to be used as their garden, Joak garden. But the minister said, see, somebody already had a C of O, because they accused the minister of revoking their piece of land. And the minister said, look, somebody already has a C of O issued on the 28th of October 2019 by the former FCT minister on the title deed on that land. So it's not like it is cast in stone that it belongs to you. Somebody has the CFO already. And it wasn't he, Wike, that issued it. It was the immediate past minister of FCT, Sani Bello, that issued it on the 28th of October 2019. So that has to be addressed. So it's like at the end of the day, those accusing Wike of revoking a piece of land meant to be used as a garden for workers, they now saw that it is true that this somebody else had the CFO for that piece of land. I think one of the biggest issues for which they were not happy, as I round up, is the matter of stopping the approval thresholds.
Okay.
So persons like directors, executive secretaries, top managers at FCT used to be allowed to give approvals for payment, little payments here and there. And the minister inherited about 12 billion naira as a result of that, which he cleared. By May 2025, the indebtedness arising from these little approvals that these senior public servants give for contractors and all that rose again to about 15 billion. So Nyesom Wike then decided that no more.
Okay.
Everything must come to me as a minister. Because as far as he's concerned, he can't continue to look for money to clear those indebtedness. Of course, when you do this to civil servants, you stop them from being able to give approvals for money for contractors to be paid some little stipend here and there. They can't be happy. So it was a major issue for which they had to confront him. But at the end of the day, these issues were resolved because he was able to explain to the labor leaders that, look, these matters are not as bad as they've been presented. And some of the matters had already even been addressed or being addressed by me. So when the Jifolutile talks about communication, I believe that they dropped the ball. The management, led by the minister, dropped the ball in that area because if these old matters had been communicated in the way the minister had handled them, I don't think anybody would have wanted to go
on
strike because you are not going to get support.
Absolutely.
If they realize that, okay, he's paying, it's not as if he's not paying the wage arrears, he's paying them every month. And in 3 months, everything will be cleared.
Okay.
And if you can show that, yes, you paid in December, then you paid in January again. So some of those issues, I mean, nobody would be bringing up those issues. So, but communication was not good enough. And then some of them acted because they felt certain steps were not being taken to address their grievances. But now, even Labour admitted that all of their grievances have been addressed. So, and that explains why they told their people to go back to work and everyone is happy again.
All right, thank you very much for that clarity there. Now, we need to go on this quick break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go away. This is Journalist Hangout. All right, if you just joined us, it's still Journalist Hangout. I still have BKO, who's joining us from our Abuja studios, and Olabisi Deji Folutile is also right here. Okay, just before we go straight to our next topic, I want to ask, is the FCTA ready to ensure that all the promises made, during this agreement, the truce, will be implemented in practice?
Actually, if you look at all the agreements as BKO enumerated them, I don't think they are difficult things to implement.
Yes.
They are not really a big deal. Probably the one that could be a big deal was the approval level that was removed. And of course, the reason for removing it is also obvious. And I also think that the workers have no choice than to understand, because the majority of right-thinking people, like the lawyers will say, will agree that it will not be justifiable for some officers to keep accumulating debts on behalf of the state simply because you give them the approval right. So aside that, in terms of the outstanding allowances, which is already being paid, I think, and FCT has enough money to actually pay the workers. The good news is that even the minister is generating money internally more than the previous FCC ministers. For example, the new renovated hall that the minister did, I think it's going for about 70-something million per hire, which used to be 6 million naira. He also said it and all of that. So if the territory is generating money, and he has already made good his promise by paying December and January, doing the 3 months shouldn't be a problem. And in terms of other welfare packages, I think there are things that could be done. So I don't really see any issue in implementing these things. And if there is anything, I think if they communicate.
The communication.
I think.
BKO, I need just your final thoughts on this matter before we move to a straight to
Yes, they accuse the minister of not putting greater accent on their welfare. And the minister said he promoted 2,000 workers in the month of December. That things have changed now. You have to do a promotion exam for you to get promoted. The computer will mark you. It's not a situation like before when you have to know someone before you can get promoted. Once there is a vacancy, and they also complain that so many people failed. You know, people will fail when many of them don't even know how to use computer. People will fail when many of them can't even operate the computer. So it's understandable. So I think that it is in the interest of everyone for the communication to continue.
Absolutely.
For me, I didn't even know that he promoted that number of people in December. So they need to continue to communicate so that we can have industrial harmony.
Absolutely. All right, straight to our next conversation. As one of the 9 states in the Niger Delta, Akwa Ibom State is blessed with abundant maritime resources. One prominent marine corridor in the South state is the Oron River with its sprawling beaches. After years of challenges, the once vibrant Oron port became comatose. The state governor, Pastor Umo Eno, is determined to restore the old glory of Oron as a maritime hub with a robust regeneration plan. Babajide Kolade Otitoju recently visited the state to assess the project, which involves the design and build contract for the construction of Oron Marine Terminal. Now let's share the story with you.
As one of the 9 states situated in the Niger Delta, Akwa Ibom State is blessed with abundant water resources. One of these water bodies that make the South State a tourist haven is the Oron River with its sprawling beaches. Oron River is situated at the mouth of the Cross River, forming part of the estuary that connects Akwa Ibom and Cross River states. As an estuary situated in the city of Oron, the river serves as a vital maritime hub for the region. With dense rainforests, mangrove swamps, and abundant marine life, the river is historically significant for commercial activities like fishing, farming, timber, seafood, and palm oil trade. It is a crucial ferry route between Oron and Calabar, offering a faster alternative to roads and making the Oron port a busy hub. It provides a pleasurable experience traveling on water from Oron to Calabar in Cross River State. But due to years of neglect, the Oron port is facing challenges, especially poor infrastructure. The Akwa Ibom State Governor, Pastor Umoeno, is determined to restore the old glory of Oron as a maritime hub with a robust regeneration plan.
Oron used to be like a commercial nerve center for that axis with all the riverine things. If you taste the crayfish from Oron and anywhere, you won't want to eat crayfish anywhere else. I'm not talking of fish, everything. Well, it used to be a major trading route. Over time, the whole thing went off. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to ensure that we bring that back.
The project involves the design and build contract for the construction of Oron Marine Terminal. Other components include construction of shore protection, jetties, a warehouse, and recreational facilities in Oron. I was received at the facility by Honorable Oman Hessin, the delivery advisor to the state government on the project.
He has a duty to deliver this gigantic project. Come with us as we move close to the riverside.
This project is His Excellency's vision in line with the Arise agenda to further develop the maritime corridor in Akwa Ibom State.
Yes.
Here we are right at the site of the project,
yes,
and I'd like to run you through the various components of this project. His Excellency in his magnanimity thought that it was necessary for us to bring down the old terminal building that was here. So that was completely pulled down, and right in front of us here is the new terminal building that we are building. We have the warehouse, we have the cold room, we have the workshop, and we have an area where we're going to have where we're going to dry, fish drying section that allows for commercial activities. Of course, it allows for commercial activities within the area. Well, on my right-hand side, which of course is where the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism comes in, His Excellency decided that we should also incorporate tourism components into this infrastructure.
Honorable Hessin explained that shore protection has been prioritized here.
What you are seeing here is called the piling sheet. Before we started the project, the entire shoreline had deteriorated, and it was eating into the mainland. And so we have about 525 meters of shore protection that we are running. So these are
525
meters of shore protection from the very end there, and it takes us right down to that location. Okay. So that is what we're doing, and the contractor has done almost about 480 to 490 meters. We just have a little left to conclude. And this is a very important aspect of this project, because without the shore protection, there's nothing we can do. So His Excellency had put us on a timeline to make sure that we get through with the shore protection, and we are almost done.
Representative of the contracting firm handling the project, Engineer Ime Ikono, threw more light on why the contract is so important and the extent of work done so far.
So with the shore protection and the filling, we are able to stop that. The river can no longer erode, into here. Yeah. So now we have a wider area to play with, So that is this. Under that warehouse, you have a coal room, which is done, almost completed. Yes. The coal room. And then you have a warehouse. And you have... What does the coal room, who are the people that it will serve? The people that it will serve will be, here is predominantly fishermen. Okay. So when they bring their fresh fish, and then they cannot exhaust selling it for that very particular day, they can store it here, and then maybe pick it up the following day or day thereafter. So you are expecting this project to also boost fishing? Absolutely. Not just fishing, but it will also boost a lot of other trades around here. We are going to have a cargo jetty in which they can bring even cement from Calabar.
There's a new terminal building under construction.
This is the storage hall, or you call it the warehouse.
Okay.
This has also been made another cool room. So we're having two cool rooms here. Okay. Because he said this one, he observed rather, that this one will be inadequate. So we're installing the second one. This was a dual cool room. Yes. So this is the cool room. This is the way it looks. This is just an ante room. Inside is the main cool room. Okay.
The contractors are also constructing the warehouse that will serve the port and boost maritime activities.
This one is a terminal building, mainly for the passengers who are going to Calabar and its environs. And both...
That's why they will be buying their tickets?
Exactly. So you have the ticketing, shops, restaurants, open areas, so on and so forth. The roofing is about to happen because even the fabrication of the roof trusses is down there, as you can see.
Yes.
So maybe by next week, that too will be done. And then you have the shore protection, which we have done about, I would say 95%. Just remain that small corner to complete it.
There's a tourism component to the Oron Maritime and Infrastructure project. A key aspect of this is an area earmarked as a beachfront.
This is the entry point into the beach area.
Yes.
This is the entry point to the beach area, and all of this right down there is the beachfront that we are going to incorporate into the project, which is of course the tourism component of the project, which oversees the sea and is incorporated into the museum development plan.
Okay. So are you still going to expand this beach area?
Yes, the beach area, has, space behind for expansion, yes.
Okay, you are not going to expand it?
Well, when we take up, maybe by the second phase, there's still enough land for us to open up, but in the first phase, we intend to use this area.
4 jetties are being constructed here to make travel a pleasurable experience on the Oron-Calabar Channel.
The first jetty is going to be the cargo jetty, which is going to be just after the terminal building where we have the warehouse, to enable people carry their goods and services into the warehouse and whatever activities would happen around that access. And then the second jetty is the one that we are going to have right in front of the terminal building, and that is the passenger jetty. So that's the second jetty. The third jetty is the floating bar. Of course, here is the recreational area. So His Excellency thought that it would be nice for people to enjoy themselves while they have drinks and food right on top of the water. So we have a jetty that takes you about 15 meters into the water, and then there's going to be a floating bar there.
Floating bar.
Yes.
Okay.
But in all of this, it's important for us to take security as a major aspect of this project. So right at the end there, the corner there is where we are going to have the JTF jetty. And we are going to also have their station there
JTF.
to allow them oversee the entire project site.
Patrons
yes.
Of this.
Yes. So all of this will be sandfilled, and we are going to have beautiful huts here where people can come in and enjoy their seafood and all of that. Akwa Ibom State is rich in cuisine, and we intend to further showcase the cuisine we have in Akwa Ibom State to Nigeria. So everybody will be coming from all over the world to Oron Beach to enjoy themselves. And of course, I'll put in your hook there and do some fishing. And I believe that is just going to further create a very good ambience in the area. So this is the location for the JTF. We decided to anchor it just at the very edge of the project site.
By road, it takes about 3 hours to get to Calabar from this point. But by the waterways, it takes, how many minutes? 40 minutes, you are in Calabar by this kind of boat. If this corridor is developed sufficiently, water transportation will be enhanced. Very close to the port is the Oron Museum. We are standing in front of the Oron National Museum. As you can see, it needs more than a facelift. And the Commissioner has spoken about the need for federal authorities to work with the state government to give it not just a facelift, but to also provide some items that can be put there. Built between 1971 and 1979 by Keith Nicklin, who lived from 1946 to 2002. The Oron Museum has seen better days, but it is getting the attention of the state governor. The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Anete Udofia, described the project as a priority for the state government.
When you talk about tourism, we are talking about movement of persons from other parts of the country, other parts of the world to a particular location. So the governor is building a circuit of tourism, where we have at Ibono, we have at Oron here, we have in Uyo, Ikorabasi, and the rest. So when this project is completed, it's going to bring a lot of persons to Oron to come and have a flair of what the state has to offer in terms of tourism.
Akwa Ibom will be the next tourist destination.
For Governor Umoeno, his administration is intentional about boosting the state's blue economic potential, hence the rejuvenation of Oron to revive its beach, ferry, and jetty services.
We're working on the jetty. You can see the warehouse, you can houses, can see all of that we're putting in, and then so as to make sure that our people, when they go to sea, they come back. It's not going to be a buyer's market. It will turn and become a seller's market. They bring those things, they put there. What people do is to wait until about 5, 6 in the evening. They know that people don't sell for that day. All of a sudden, they just go and price it anyhow.
Yes.
We're building a cold room. We're building a drying facility. We're building a fish processing center. And we're also developing a marine transport service. There's a beach, which we are working on. But in the ferry transport, we're working with the Nigerian Navy. There's a naval outpost there. We have naval ships. We bought patrol boats ourselves, 14 of them. The Navy has donated some. Nigerian police have donated another one. So we'll be able to patrol the maritime space to ensure the safety of those boats. So we are trying to look at the whole of that maritime corridor and see how to revive the blue economy. And we're working, we have invested heavily in those areas.
Less than 2 months after my last visit to the Oron Maritime Hub, a lot has changed. Evidence of the determination of Governor Umoeno to deliver the project in record time.
I mean, Biko, this beautiful report there. But Biko, beyond restoring old glory now, how will this project create new and measurable economic benefits for Oron residents, Akwa Ibom State as a whole, and also for Nigeria, most especially in tourism?
Yeah, the project will revitalize tourism. It will boost water transportation. I mean, if in 40 minutes you can get to Calabar from Oron, why should you go by road and spend more than 2 hours?
2 hours.
So they are building modern terminals, they are building warehouses, and they are building multiple jetties. They are building a floating bar. So the beach, the Oron River, the beach, is going to be made beautiful, and people, especially in December, can come and enjoy themselves and come with their families, stay on the floating bar, and generally make themselves happy. So I'm interested in the fact that this will boost maritime trade, this will boost fishing, this will boost ferry services, and already now they are constructing 425 meters of steel shore protection, which is 35 meters deep, to ensure that the river does not encroach the beach.
Okay.
You know, so that people can feel safe in that area. So it's a beautiful place now. It's already shaping up with a car park that can accommodate 5,500 cars. So the governor has big plans, and I'm happy that this is part of diversifying the economy. And the Oron Museum that had been neglected would be rebuilt so that people can feel, can enjoy going there to see some of the artifacts on display. So It's generally a good project, and I look forward to going back there in 5 months' time to see how far they've gone.
Absolutely. I mean, a beautiful thing, but sustainability. Sustaining it is key.
Actually, even before going to sustainability, I think watching this, what I can just say is that Nigeria is blessed.
Nigeria is blessed, yes, no doubt.
Nigeria is blessed. The only task is to have leaders that can harness the resources that are available for the benefit of the people. Because everything that the governor is talking about here, this is what Nigerians pay heavily to enjoy in other parts of the world. And interestingly, there are places that don't even have this kind of resources. You talk about Dubai, for example. The floating jet is talking about, if you know how many people go into that jet every day. The day I was there, there were 2 coaches. I was above the tallest. The heat on that water, because it is artificial water, you will not believe it. That water was artificially created, and Dubai is making huge money from that. So you cannot imagine this that is so much available. I'm talking to other governors, other states. I'm talking about Lagos State, for example, where we have huge water. And what can we even do to enjoy ourselves?
I wish there was so more time, but we just have to go. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
For having me.
BKO, thank you so much. Beautiful report, by the way. Thank you so much for doing this with us.
Thank you.
From our Abuja studios. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you in Lagos very soon. And that's it on Journalist Hangout today. Join us tomorrow for another episode of the program. Join us on Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. for Journalist Hangouts on Sunday. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga Oreshegun. Bye for now. God bless Nigeria.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they eventually had 4 children. The third book in the African trilogy, Arrow of God, was published in 1964. Achebe published his 4th novel, A Man of the People, in 1966. The novel tells the story of the widespread corruption of Nigerian politicians and ends in a military coup. During the Biafra conflict, Achebe's house was bombed and his friend Christopher Okim was killed. Achebe and his family went into hiding in Biafra and then fled to Britain for the duration of the war. From 1972 to 1976, Achebe held a visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandi Igbo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra. Achebe won the Man Booker International Prize for his life's work in 2007 and received more than 30 honorary doctorates. He remained critical of the corruption of Nigerian politicians, condemning those that stole or squandered the nation's oil reserves. In addition to his own literary success, he was a passionate and active supporter of African writers. However, Achebe died in Boston, Massachusetts on March 21, 2013 after a brief illness. He is credited with changing the face of world literature by presenting the effects of European colonization from the point of view of Africans. He specifically wrote in English, a choice that received some criticism, but his intent was to speak to the whole world about the real problems that the influence of Western missionaries and colonialists created in Africa. His life was an inspiration and sentimental to Western culture, promoting customs and values about traditional African society.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us on the program this evening. We're turning our attention tonight to health and to a disease that is no longer a distant health concern in Nigeria. Cancer is now deeply personal for thousands of families. Every year, more Nigerians are being diagnosed late, paying out of pocket, traveling long distances for care, or even abandoning treatment entirely, not because solutions don't exist, but because access, awareness and equity remain major barriers. Today is World Cancer Day, and the global theme for 2026, United by Unique, could not be more relevant to our reality. It reminds us that while every cancer journey is different, survival should not depend totally on where you live, how much you earn,
or how early you were lucky enough to diagnose. So every year, millions of people around the world unite to shine a light on one of the most pressing health challenges of our time. And on World Cancer Day 2026, the global community is renewing its call for awareness, early detection, and equal access to quality cancer care. TVC News' Kemi Balogun has more in this report.
Breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer worldwide, accounting for more than 2 million new cases each year. While the disease affects women far more frequently, health experts warn that men are also at risk. Male breast cancer accounts for about 1% of all cases and is often detected late due to low awareness. Jacob Omonade is one of the few men diagnosed with breast cancer, a reality many still find difficult to believe.
2024, that was April. I was getting dressed for work in the morning, and while I was getting dressed, my wife noticed that there was a black patch underneath, you know. So she was not like, that's why, that's, as in she was just questioning me, what is that dark, this thing, your body? So I was not like, what? So that was when I checked. And when I checked, I discovered that it was where I had that lump that, you know, it had increased in size, and it was now having black patches at the surface of it. So that was when I got really, really scared.
According to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, 4 in every 10 cancer cases globally are preventable. The agency estimates that about 37% of new cancer cases recorded worldwide in 2022. Diagnosed at almost 50 years, Jacob tells us it has not been an easy road as he seeks better health systems that will support care for cancer survivors like him.
I want to appeal to the government to please try and set up get more machines, you know, because a whole lot of the problems that we actually face as cancer patients is the fact that the care is very, very poor. You get, and you go to hospitals, you find out that before you see a doctor, it's 1 month, it's 2 weeks.
Some experts believe this year's theme, United by Unique, should be measured by whether prevention reaches those with the least access, with conversations around this issue never been more urgent. Kemi Balogun, TVC News, Abuja.
Joining me on Beyond the Headlines today is Dr. Bukola Oshinkalu, who's a radiation and clinical oncologist at the MedServ Luth Cancer Center, one of Nigeria's foremost cancer treatment facilities. She's a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and a member of the Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, with years of experience managing complex cancers in adults and children. Tonight, we move beyond the slogans that we are very familiar with. We're asking questions Nigerians want answers to. Why are cancer deaths still so high? What does early detection really mean in Nigeria? Who's been left behind? And what must change urgently? That's after this break. Stay with us, everyone. Joining me on the show now is a radiation and clinical oncologist, Dr. Bukola Oshinkalu, who is with MedServ Luth Cancer Center. Dr. Oshinkalu, we won't allow traffic to mess up our conversation today, so let's ground it right away. When you look at Nigeria today, what cancers are we most commonly presenting with, and more importantly, how late are most of these cases coming in?
So the most common cancers, good evening everyone. The most common cancers that we have in Nigeria, or that we see in Nigeria, include breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, colorectal cancer, and then we also have some lymphomas amongst other cancers.
The theme.
Those are the top 5.
Oh, those are the top 5. The theme for this year talks about United by Unique. In practical times, what does people-centered cancer care look like in a country where many patients are still paying out of pocket and arriving at advanced stages?
Yeah, so most patients are arriving at advanced stages. So patient-centered care, starts with a patient presenting to a health facility and getting the right care when he or she presents there. So it's very important when we talk about cancer that there is early presentation, but unfortunately in this environment, that is rarely the case.
What do you think is responsible? What are the reasons Nigerians delay seeking care?
Sorry, please repeat the question again, please. Sorry.
No, I'm asking why Nigerians delay seeking cancer care. From your experience, what are the, let's say, top 3 reasons?
Okay, sometimes it's ignorance, sometimes it's out of care, and most times it is financial implications of cancer treatment. So they simply do not have the money to go out to seek care. And then sometimes as well, the facilities to seek the care from is, very far away from them. So when they put all of those together, some patients, even though they're diagnosed early, they just, they would rather just wait until help gets their way in terms of financial assistance in seeking care. So these are some of the factors. And then fear, of course. So some patients, they feel that cancer is, an evil arrow, so to speak, or something that doesn't require orthodox care. They would rather go the traditional way or non-orthodox way, to try to seek care for their cancer. So these are some of these things that contribute to late presentation of cancer.
The perception for many Nigerians is that cancer is a death sentence. But which cancers, if detected early, have the best survivor outcomes, and are Nigerians aware of this reality?
So cancers with the most best survival outcomes, breast cancer, prostate cancer, cervical cancer, if these cancers are detected early, usually the earlier the stage a cancer is picked, the better the outcome, because the patient should be able to achieve a cure from the treatments that would be given to the patient.
I want us to talk about screening because this is often mentioned, but uptake remains very low. Which cancer screening should Nigerians genuinely prioritize by age and gender, and why are we not doing enough of them?
So again, screening is hampered by the cost implications of doing such screenings, and it could also be hampered by ignorance. But screening is available, and for patients who subscribe to screening, they are lucky because they will be picked early. And if they are picked early, the earlier malignancies are picked, the better the chances at a cure. So, if the screening facilities, if patients who are aware and they subscribe to screening, when they go for screening, their cancers are picked early and they are also, treated properly and they get a cure. For those of them who do not subscribe to screening, they then have to wait till they have symptoms. And by the time patients are presenting with symptoms from their cancer, most times it's already advanced, locally advanced. And unfortunately, sometimes it's already, spread. It's metastatic disease already. So at best, they will just get treatment. And the goal of treatment will just be to optimize their quality of life as opposed to ensuring a cure. So screening is actually very important.
Absolutely, but it's also very expensive. Cancer outcomes, we understand, are deeply unequal around the world. Who do you say is most disadvantaged, and how does this show up in survival outcomes, survival rates in Nigeria? Doctor, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm saying I didn't get the question. Please repeat the question.
Oh, I'm asking the category of people you would say are most disadvantaged, and how this affects survival rates in Nigeria as we know it today?
The category of people most disadvantaged and how it affects the survival rate.
Exactly. The survival outcomes in Nigeria.
Okay, survival outcome. Category of people most disadvantaged.
We're going to get back to that conversation in the course of the program. It's important that we continue to highlight the importance of awareness, public awareness, and government engagement, especially the private sector, and the need to also present some of the symptoms or screening very early. How accessible, how affordable are the screening and diagnosis like in public hospitals? There are also concerns about pediatric cancer, which is often overlooked. What are the, for instance, biggest gaps in childhood care, and what happens when families cannot afford treatment? From diagnosis to treatment, delays we understand can be deadly. What exactly does Nigeria's cancer care lose? Why do we lose so much patients at diagnosis and with issues of affordability and follow-ups being very, very important? Radiation therapy is also critical, but still largely misunderstood, because many people believe that going through all of these kind of treatments accelerate and aggravate the symptoms, and they don't see any coming back from it. It's important that we open up the space for enlightenment, and that government begins to also invest in research and begin to subsidize many of these processes for those who are affected. What role does radiation play today in curing or controlling cancer? And what are the genuine fears that patients wrongly have about it? There are also people who would say there are alternative care, go through other means apart from the orthodox medicine that we are acquainted with. Are we exploring these from the scientific point of view? Are we paying attention to it? Are we also bringing some form of regulation into this space in order to be able to ensure that we get it right? Nigerians often travel abroad for cancer care, and you find out that it's only a few individuals who have the capacity, who can ensure, who can take advantage of treatments outside the country, but there's also the need to identify what the quality of overseas treatment is like, and when it's necessary, and when it's simply a failure of trust or information at home. There's no doubt that cancer care is expensive everywhere, but it's also devastating without safety nets. So when patients pay out of pocket in Nigeria, it's something else entirely. What must government do right now to prioritize insurance coverage to ensure that every Nigerian, has access, to ensure that our hospitals and healthcare facilities are well equipped, we have the adequate manpower, we are able to decentralize cancer centers from just mainly urban areas to Nigerians also living in rural areas. Dr. Shikalu, glad to have you back. I'm looking at the 2026 focus now, and it has to do with personal stories. What has the patient experience taught you about the emotional and social toll of cancer that statistics do not usually capture? Doctor, can you hear me? Dr. Shikalu, are you there? Are you still there?
Hello.
Yes, I'm asking what you've learned from your experience.
I'm outside already. I'm outside
beautiful.
Already.
Let's take a short break and see if we can engage the doctor in a few minutes before the end of the show today. Stay with us, everyone. Thank you for staying the course on the show, everyone. For Nigerians watching tonight, many are afraid, some are in denial, and we are trying hard to get our hands on experts who can help us explain the reality of this disease and what we need to do differently, especially the single most important step that we must take this year regarding cancer. My guest is an oncologist who just walked in. We are completely out of time. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I am Nifemi Oguntoye.
Get ready to step into the heartbeat of your city like never before. Welcome to Events Diary, where every moment is a celebration. From the electric energy of Owambe extravaganza, to the richness of our culture, to the sophistication of corporate gatherings, Events Diary is your VIP pass to the hottest gatherings in Nigeria. And guess what? I'll be your guide, your style icon. Each week, join me as I transform from traditional chic to corporate sleek. Whether it's a birthday bash or a high-profile gala, you won't just see it, you'll feel like you're right there with me. Aww. From meetings to evening soirees, I'll be there. Or to the trendiest street festivals or to music concerts, Events Diary has something for everyone. So join me as we explore the vibrant tapestry of Nigerian scene, one event at a time.
We set out on a journey with troops to Shell's Adibawa oil well in Rivers State. The military troops advanced into Ahwada West local government area of Rivers State. The dilapidated road, nearly overtaken by bushes, presents a significant challenge. After nearly 1 hour, we arrive at Adibawa oil well in a Dagberi community of Rivers State. This well is part of the Adibawa oil field, which spans multiple communities including Edagberi, Biseni and Ikarama in the eastern Niger Delta region. Its operational status is unknown, but we gather that several attempts to steal crude oil from this wellhead have been resisted by troops. We've just been informed that troops are planning to be permanently stationed at this oil wellhead to prevent defiant illegal oil bunkerers who come here from time to time. At the moment, what the troops are doing is patrolling the area regularly, but when they pull back, we understand that it gives the illegal oil bunkerers an opportunity to come and ply their trade. But we've been assured by the troops that that is about to change with the establishment of what you can call an outpost in this location. The facility is undergoing construction and will provide an operational base for troops to ward off illegal bunkerers.
Before now, there have been series of activities of oil theft in this general area, but due to the constant patrol and anti-bunkering operations we carry out, has drastically reduced and if not even stopped bunkering activities in this general area.
The Director of Defense Media Operations is on the ground to see things for himself.
The place looks a bit isolated. So how do we ensure that the bunkers don't come? How do we secure here?
Yes, sir. So that is why we are going to have deployment in this place. Before now, we normally come for patrols. Okay. And anti-bunkering and withdraw. Come hit and withdraw. but there was a need to have a static deployment here. So that is why last month we came here with the reconnaissance company to assess this general area. And they agreed on having a deployment in this place, both land and water. This is the dry season. During the rainy season, all these places you are seeing will be flooded with water.
Protecting Nigeria's oil and gas pipeline against vandalism and illegal bunkering in the Niger Delta presents an enormous challenge due to the geographically diverse, environmentally sensitive, and logistically challenging terrain.
If they are busting pipeline, that is when you will say we are failing. But like I said, and it's on record, and even the oil company will tell you, from January last year up to this point, there have been no pipeline that have been busted. So we have fulfilled our own mandate. So it is left for them now to produce more to take it. The illegal refineries you have seen all over and our operations to strike them down has nothing to do with what is pumped into the pipeline. Some of them are abandoned oil wells that these people go in. So that one, the truth is, it does not affect the output of this thing. The only concern is the environmental degradation and insecurity. And we have taken it up to another level that we've launched our own operations here, like the Operation Crude Hunt.
In the past 12 months, there has been little or no breaches to oil and gas pipeline in the region. This the military authorities attribute to increased surveillance by troops and private security companies. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission reports that Nigeria's crude oil and condensate production averaged approximately 1.54 million barrels per day in 2025, while peak production was 1.82 million barrels per day. The NNPCL reports that natural gas output for November was 6,968 million standard cubic feet per day. The company noted that production was impacted by planned maintenance across several major assets. Again, we joined the troops on patrol along River Non in Bayelsa State. The patrol is led by the commander of Nigerian Navy ship Soro in the company of the Director of Defense Media Operations. We arrive at this houseboat in Agura. A gas pipeline passes through the community.
Yeah, so they are not really accessible by foot. So we deploy our drones most time for the ones when it's not accessible, especially during the rainy season when the water rises. It's practically not accessible by foot. So we just deploy our drones and we carry out our surveillance.
This is one of the gas pipeline crisscrossing the Agbura area. I'm told it's 39 kilometers long. Air operations enable troops to reach difficult locations that are sometimes inaccessible to land forces in the fight against illegal oil bunkering.
Some of the platforms are not really domiciled here. We call for. So once we call for, they are made available to us. Like the drones, they don't operate from here. They are far away from here. Whenever we need them, they fly in, do whatever they need to do, and then they get away. This unit is very strategic to the whole Nigerian Air Force operations. So because of that value, there's that dispersed nature of our operations that is kept at the lowest level. But effectively, we support all operations across the theater. We cover about 7 states effectively, from Calabar, Uyo, Port Harcourt, Bayelsa, Benin, Warri, Delta generally.
Beyond kinetic operations, military authorities understand that a lot more needs to be done to keep the oil and gas pipelines safe.
I'm working for the government. I'm not working for any company. I'm not working for any community. Our mandates are clear to protect all oil and gas infrastructure, protect lives and property, stop crude oil theft and bunkering. So that way is for the whole nation. We have 2 operations going on daily, minus patrol, checking the pipelines, looking for crude oil theft every day. so you can't imagine. And there's no operation without challenges, like you said. With all those challenges, we still try our best because the mandate is that the production must not go down.
In the meantime, protecting oil and gas infrastructure in the Niger Delta remains an uphill task. Sifon Essien, TVC News, Yanagwa.
I write to request the kind approval of the National Assembly.
Behind every decision, every vote,
The ayes have it.
and every heated debate lies the heartbeat of democracy.
This matter is very, very important.
I therefore rule you out of order.
Welcome to the place where it all unfolds. Every week, I take you inside the inner workings of the assembly, where laws are shaped, decisions are made, and the future of the nation is decided.
The ayes have it.
Join me, Tijesu Adeoye, and other seasoned experts, analysts, and lawmakers at the National Assembly as they uncover the real stories behind the headlines and offer unfiltered insight on the most pressing issues of the day. This is your front row seat to the heart of power. Watch the Hallowed Chambers every Saturday at 9 p.m. only on TVC News.
Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria, is setting the pace with groundbreaking infrastructure projects and innovative social programs for economic development. Join us every week for Gateway Diary, where we spotlight the incredible initiatives and achievements of Ogun State government under the leadership of Governor Dapo Abiodun. Discover how Prince Dapo Abiodun and his team are empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for the good people of Ogun State. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time stories from the people, Gateway Diary offers authentic and inspiring insight into the progress and prosperity of Ogun State. Gateway Diary, showing
Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Tonight on Politics Tonight, we focus on the internal wrangling in the PDP as party's Board of Trustees caretaker faction and chairman move to end internal crisis. Tonight I'll be speaking with the former national chairman of the party Southwest, Dr. Eddie Olafeso. And later on the show, we turn our attention to the ongoing electronic registration of the APC, as well as other matters. Senior Specialist Advisor to APC National Chairman, Youth Mobilization, Juliet Obinta, joins me for that conversation. Welcome to Politics Tonight, everyone. I am Olajumoke Olatunji. First, let's begin with some political developments. The Nigerian senators passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission has announced plans for a nationwide voter revalidation exercise aimed at cleaning up Nigeria's 93 million voter register ahead of the 2027 general election. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amukwito says the commission is responding to what he described as persistent challenges, including underage registration, multiple registrations, and the continued presence of deceased persons on the voters' roll. It says no election can be considered credible if Nigerians do not trust the register used in conducting it. Vice President Kashim Shettima has launched a 25-year development blueprint for the Southeast region, describing the region as a center pillar of Nigeria's economic future. The Vice President also announced that President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investments Company Limited, designed to mobilize resources from the diaspora, capital markets, and development finance institutions for the region's developments.
Power is the foundation of industrial growth, and the modern Aba is proof that investments and higher enterprise outputs are functions of steady and predictable power supply. Agreed that it is expensive to generate and distribute electricity for domestic and industrial applications. The high cost in the final analysis is nothing compared to what the whole of society pays for the metaphorical and actual darkness that are guaranteed in the absence of reliable power supply.
A bold statement has been made today, unlike what happened in the past, and I said it because I have been through this before. I was once the chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Ndigbo, and we tried to do this, and we set out to produce some kind of a planning framework. But you know what? The Southeast governors could not meet even for us to present what we had produced. Today, therefore, is history in the making. I don't think there is any time in our history where the governors are more united with a common vision that we must sing a new song.
Sustainable regional development does not occur in isolation. It requires a national leadership that understands diversity, equity, and long-term planning. In this regard, I must recognize the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, under whose watch Nigeria is witnessing a renewed emphasis on structural reform and regional balance.
What kind of Southeast do we intend to do? What infrastructure must we send everybody now to make the future possible? What institutions must we strengthen to support growth and stability? What opportunities must be deliberately created for young people? And how do we ensure that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and outward on peace and productivity? These questions cannot be answered by government alone. They demand collective leadership. They demand a partnership of states, markets, communities, and citizens.
We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll begin our conversation. Please stay with us, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Former National Chairman Southwest of the People's Democratic Party, Dr. Eddie Olafeso, is on the program tonight as we discuss the latest on efforts by the PDP BOT and caretaker leadership to end internal party crisis of the PDP. The Board of Trustees and the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Chairman Honorable Abdurrahman Mohammed, have held high-level meetings in Abuja, reaffirming their commitment to restoring internal cohesion and respect for court rulings, urging party members to embrace peace, uphold the rule of law, and prioritize collective interest over personal ambitions. It described the recent legal clarifications as a pathway for the party to rebuild trust, conclude pending congresses, and prepare for an orderly national convention. One major question I would be asking Dr. Olafeso is, there is a serious trust deficit within the PDP. Why should factions that don't trust each other suddenly cooperate now? Also, what exactly is new about this process that wasn't tried and failed in the past? Is this about rebuilding the PDP or simply avoiding electoral disaster? Dr. Eddie Olafeso is also a member of the PDP Board of Trustees. Thank you very much for joining me on the program, sir. Good to have you.
Good evening, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. So let's start with some clarification, simply because with your party, there is a daily update or monthly...
Can you kindly be a little louder, please?
All right. So I want us to start with some clarification, and this is because with the PDP, there is a daily update, which further confuses Nigerians. Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear.
All right. So which further confuses Nigerians about the genuineness of conversations around unity and stability in the party. As a member of the BOT, are you in support of this reconciliation moves? There are moves to end this crisis. Are you a part of it?
One, I cannot be a part of it because those, feigning and faking reconciliation are the problems of the party. They've been expelled and they remain expelled until things are sorted out. So it's just an attempt to becloud, like you rightly said, confuse Nigerians and continue to execute their plans against destroying and devastating the party by balkanizing and dividing it. So how can somebody that's been expelled, somebody that a court in Abuja said that he can no longer hold office, now begin to think of reconciliation? It is not possible. And the truth is that where did they get the authority from? Our constitution stipulates how meetings can be held, how all the structures can hold their meetings. There is nothing like that in this situation. So they are just acting their script and they're not thinking about the health of the party and what can happen to millions of people that are anticipating and expecting PDP to maintain its position as the main opposition party in the country.
All right, Dr. Olafeso, does this mean that the PDP BOT is also divided? I mean, if you're speaking this way, it means that some members of the PDP BOT belong to the Wike faction, some belong to the Governor Makinde faction.
No, Wike has no faction. They have been launching all the missiles of destruction against the party. And the truth is that you can see in their utterances, both public and in private, that they have not changed their plan to make sure that the party is destabilized for the ruling APC. So I mean, nobody recognizes people that have been expelled from the party because they have actually contravened all the rules of Section 57 and 8 of our party, and there is no way they can be recognized for whatever they are doing. The reality of it is that they are still playing on the script, but the People's Democratic Party, as is known and is set up by Constitution from our NEC 101 till date, still maintains the fact that the Damagun-led ESCO that actually midwifed the Oyo State Convention, is the right one. It are not an individual or groups putting themselves in somebody's sitting room and claiming that they are working for the party. Hell no. Wike's utterances and everything indicate is still a clue to where his mind is. And a lot of things happened between the last time I spoke here and now. There is certainty that these guys are working on a script, and I know for sure they have been defeated, because along the line, the party will rise again, and it will be shame on those who fought against the same party that brought them to limelight and to the significant level they found themselves.
All right, so Dr. Lafesa, can I authoritatively say that you belong to the Governor Makinde faction? And whose script were you referring to? Who wrote that script? Who is the owner of that script?
The script is being made known to Nigerians that one individual went to the president to say, don't worry, we'll hold down the People's Democratic Party for you. And how can we allow that to happen? How can we sell the soul of the same party that brought succor to several millions of Nigerian people from 1998 till date? So the truth is that those are the ones with the script. And it is clear with what Governor Seyi Makinde, who was at the meeting, who was present at that meeting, said to all Nigerians that, listen, this is the attempt and we shall resist it. If you say I belong to Governor Seyi Makinde, I belong to anybody that is working so hard and committed to ensure that we did not kill the party. And those that are doing everything within their party to destroy the party are the enemies, and we continue to fight them. You can hear from them not quite long ago that they said they are interested in what is happening in the Southwest just because they feel that Governor Seyi Makinde's position is clear to the rest of the world. Seyi believes that this is the time to stand up for the People's Democratic Party and bring about a formidable opposition, because that's the essence of democracy. I have never in my entire life imagined that our party will be a one-party state. Our country will be a one-party state for whatever purpose. And the truth is that it will not happen. And we are ready to go all the way to the Supreme Court to ensure that this case is laid to rest. It is not the very first time that these people are trying to divide and destroy the People's Democratic Party. You will recollect the Modu Sharif era that actually between 2016 till 17, that we were all in the Supreme Court until they were put to shame. They are the same characters, former governors that actually contrived to bring Modu Sharif to the party to eventually destroy it, that are still attempting to destroy this party today. So it's been a long battle, but we are very close to ensuring that we put paid to all the destruction they are visiting upon the party.
All right, so according to you, Dr. Lafesa, you said one individual went to the president to say that, allegedly, to say that he would hold on the party for the APC. But recently, Governor Seyi Makinde was also with Mr. President. Are you privy to what was discussed behind closed doors? This is also someone who was part of the G5. And it took him a while to say he has repented.
But the truth remains that where Governor Seyi Makinde stands today as far as the People's Democratic is concerned, party is concerned. Let me be honest with you.
Does that take away the fact that Kali Hodor said, yes, I know where he stands now, but does that take away the fact that he worked for this emergence or the victory of this administration? Isn't it hypocritical to now totally blame the Wike faction for the downfall of the PDP?
No, let me explain clearly to you. The truth is that there was a meltdown of leadership at that time. There were issues in our party that needed to be resolved by the leadership, far beyond individual. When you decide not to do it just because you believe that you already have, what it takes to win, then there will be this kind of crisis. And looking back, an individual that is involved came to tell the nation that, listen, whatever it was that actually created that position at that time has changed completely. It's only God that is perfect. Individuals make mistakes. Owning to that mistake and moving ahead to ensure they stand their ground against the onslaught of the enemies of the party should actually be applauded. Number one, do you still want him to continue to fight the party? Number two, do you want him to take a leadership role in ensuring that things are changed and corrected? And the individuals that are involved they have now exposed themselves clearly to the Nigerian people that there is no way they will ever change the colors of who they are. Let me tell you, if it's possible to divide the party today into two, let me know who we want to go to the other side and those who will stay with the mainstream of the People's Democratic Party, whose desire is to ensure we bring the past and the lost glory of Nigeria back to the Nigerian people and continue to play our role as a major opposition party. And the reality of it is that those that are battling the party have battled everybody on this planet, from presidents to senators, from candidates to everywhere. They are all self-imposed leaders that have actually devoted their lives in ensuring that they sell the People's Democratic soul so that they can continue to prosper in wherever they are. Is it possible, Olajumoke, that somebody will be in two parties at the same time? It is laughable in this country when somebody will be called a PDP leader at the same time is leading the APC. Isn't that completely, out of whack with cognitive capacity? The reality of it is that, things are happening that the Nigerian people should be worried about. They should be worried about the pronouncement coming from the judiciary, especially in some certain quarters. They should be worried that justice should be done in such a way that the freedom of all these political parties are allowed so that they can continue to manage and administer their party. What is going on is a clear, corrupt, way of killing an opposition party. And the world is watching. And I can tell you it will not succeed. They will not succeed.
All right. Two questions. First, you just said human beings are not perfect. And this is a scenario I'm trying to paint to you, Dr. Olafeso. Governor Makinde was with the president some days ago. This is just me thinking and calculating. He was with Mr. President some days ago. How are you sure that another private arrangement or another secret arrangement has not been made ahead of 2027, and by 2031 we begin to hear all of these stories? Second, if the PDP is this divided, and what should be the conscience of the party is this fractured, what hope remains for ordinary members of the party who are looking forward to the resurrection, so to speak, of the PDP, and who still believe in the party?
All over the world, in all democracies, the relationship between a governor and a president is considered to be an issue of state. And the reality of it is when both of you are not, when you're not privy to the meeting as somebody present, then it is just normal to assume that they're discussing the matters of state. And 1,000 times, Governor Seyi Makinde already came out that he is standing for the People's Democratic Party, and that he believes that our party can stand to fight for 2027 and 2031. He's not saying it in secret. He's saying it on television. He said it about 2-3 days ago, and he's still fighting to ensure that our party comes together again. Then the number two aspect is the fact that every Nigerian understands where our problem, started from. From the Modu Sharif era to this moment, there were 3 committees set up by the National Working Committee of this party between 2019 and 2023, looking at the aftermath of our failure in 2015. And Ekwuremadu's report came out, with a lot of recommendation. After that, Ugwuanyi report came up. After that, Autumn came up. There is one single individual manipulating all the decisions of these committees. He is still manipulating the party.
There was also the Saraki committee.
Yes, for reconciliation. Yes. And there is also the Governor Oyinlola Olagosoye's committee working around the whole around the country, reconciling people. But when we do everything possible to ensure that our party, is heading some way, this group of individuals, they are very few, but they have enough resources that have been garnered together all the long years of, the exposure and the opportunity given to them by the party, and they will do everything to disrupt it. So the reality of it is that we still believe in the judiciary. Our cases are in appeal court, and we are sure that we will continue to pursue it to the highest level of the country. Since our only weapon is that of, civil obedience to the laws of the land, we will continue to pursue it. We approached a court in Oyo State for a mandamus, justifying the convention in Abuja. The court said, no, I do not have jurisdiction over this, since you have already gone on appeal. The same court equally was making pronouncements, obliterating our party and creating further chaos. How do you make Anyanwu, who has been expelled from the party, and his cohorts and a few other people, operating from somebody's house? They cannot be the party. The party was formed long before they arrived at the scene. And what they are doing, history will never forgive them, because they know they know their antics and what they are doing against the people. And that is the reason result. Nobody is confused amongst us. We're even more fired up with the kind of embattlement they have given to us, because we know for sure that the truth will prevail and justice will be done no matter how long it takes. So for us, we're not bothered about what they are doing, but history will be very unkind to them.
Does this mean that the National Convention scheduled for March would not hold until the finality of the cases in court? All right.
How can somebody expelled from the party now hold a national convention? It is laughable and disgraceful, because they feel that they can just do anything.
Dr. Lafeso, please let me put you on hold, sir. Please pardon me. Let me put you on hold while we take this break. And when we come back, we'll also address this exchange between Governor Makinde and former Governor Wike, which has become personal. And clearly some say this is personal egos and political strategy driving this confrontation. Please stay with us, everyone. And when we return, this conversation continues on our other platforms. Please stay with us, everyone. Thank you for staying with us, everyone. This is Politics Tonight, and I've been speaking with Dr. Eddie Olafeso, former National Chairman, Southwest People's Democratic Party. He's also a member This is Politics Tonight, everyone. Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us on the program. PDP BOT caretaker faction chairman moved to end internal wrangling within the party, and I've been speaking with Dr. Eddie Olafeso, as former national chairman, Southwest People's Democratic Party, also a member of the BOT. Thank you very much for staying with us, Dr. Olafeso. So clearly this means that the scheduled national convention would not hold until the finality of the cases in court. But quickly, this exchange between Governor Makinde and former Governor Wike has become very personal, very, very personal. And clearly, I mean, from what we've seen since this began, it's been about egos and political strategy driving this confrontation. It has also come to a matter of who is richer, who became a millionaire first. But I want you to be neutral for a moment, Dr. Olafeso, based on your position in the party and experience. What advice would you give to both men, just for the preservation of the party, the unity? Can the PDP survive and thrive politically if such high-profile disagreements persist within the party?
You see, there wouldn't have been any disagreement. It was clear, from what emanated from the meeting with the president by the duo and the eventual, mention of his excellencies, of of what happened at that meeting with the president, it's obvious that there are two sides to this coin. One, desire for the party to succeed and to survive. The other one decides that this is the moment for sale of the People's Democratic Party. And it's clear. I don't think we have seen Governor Seyi Makinde in any other political party or supporting a particular candidate that is not, from the People's Democratic Party. So the reality of it is that, it's obvious. One is actually working, for the survival of the party, and the other one is ready at any point in time, for a wholesale destruction of the party, so that they can be equally considered, the successful, the successful, if you call it, if you like, call it Judas of the party, and at the same time doing everything possible to ensure that they make peace impossible. Let me tell you one thing, Olajumoke. Shortly before we went to the convention in Ibadan, there was a peace meeting that visited, Governor Wike, and the peace meeting was called to be able to reconcile everybody. It was called at the instance of the Governors Forum, and it was for us to bring everybody together and take a decision on that convention. When they arrived at the other group, led by Governor Wike, what they said that as a point of consideration and as a point where they will sit to discuss is that PDP will not present a presidential candidate. How about that? So why are we talking about personal issues between Seyi Makinde and Minister Wike? The truth is that it's about the survival of the party. I don't think it's personal. They were friends on their own. None of us actually is privy to when they when they started their friendship or what happened along the line. But we are aware of the fact that one is standing for justice within the party and the other wants the party to be annihilated. And you now tell us that we cannot even present a candidate. And that's exactly the crux of the matter. That's the point of departure. Let me tell you, those creating this program are very few in number, negligible. But with quantum resources and the ability to continue to destroy the party as much as they can. So, what happens is that the majority of the People's Democratic Party will smile in the long run, because history is replete with this kind of despotic characters who are violently opposed to order and, to do things within the framework of the constitution of the party that they belong. But since that has been the issue, we are resolute to continue to fight this battle. For me, Governor Seyi Makinde represents what is true, what can bring us about, the future we desire for our party, and, for us to be able to, survive this difficult moment imposed on us by individual interest and ambition.
All right, Dr. Lafeso, two things former Governor Wike has consistently told us. When I mean us, I mean Nigerians, is that the leadership of the party gave him permission to work for the APC. Second, he's also holding on to the fact that the governors who were insulting him for working for the APC government, all of them have now defected to the APC. First, isn't he justified? And for some who have said one major edge the APC has over the PDP is internal resolution mechanism. The APC somehow knows how to bring all warring parties to a table, negotiate properly, appease those who are aggrieved. And you hear leaders and ordinary members say party supremacy is paramount here in the APC. Do you agree that this is lacking in the PDP?
No. The truth is that when we were in power, you wouldn't have seen this kind of thing, lingering this far. I told you that what led to this was a meltdown of leadership, between 2019 and 2023 election. Things went on for long without resolution. Most of the new devils in the house today actually acquired more power during that period. I told you about the three committees that eventually came to nothing, and eventually, there was a departure of the G5, and eventually what transpired in the last 2023 election. The reality of it is that, if leadership took control at that time and resolved what was the issue, there wouldn't have been any problem. Let me tell you what the issues were at that time. Now you cannot have the presidential candidate from the north. You cannot have the the director general of the candidate from the north. You cannot have the chairman of the chairman of the party equally from the north. You know what they were asking for at that time, agitating, and that was true. Was that because I was with I was with the former Vice President Waziri Atiku during the 2023 election, so I have an inside information about what was going on. They were not resolved. And at the appointed time, people got angry because of the comments made by one side or the other. But having gone through that, it could have been a learning curve for us. All of us who have been able to come together now and begin to find ways. But no sooner that left, like you rightly said, some people said some people gave them the authority to go and contest. I have never seen it, and I have attended all NEC meetings since I joined this party about 20-something years ago. When I became member of the National Working Committee, a member of NEC, a member of Board of Trustees, I rarely will miss any meeting. Now, this guy said somebody asked him to go and serve APC. Now, serving APC doesn't mean destroying the party. Doesn't mean that because he's serving APC with the logo of PDP, is now the leader of the party. Does he become the owner of the party by virtue of that? He is taking ownership of our party and it cannot work. It won't happen. That's the truth. So please, it is those issues that actually brought about the whole scenario that has brought us this far. And we're going to survive. And please kindly tell some people threatening to come. The Southwest is not like any zone in the whole country. You can do whatever you like in all the other 5 geopolitical zones. When you walk into the Southwest, it will be your Vietnam, because we know exactly what your intentions are. It is to destroy this party in the Southwest the way it has been destroyed in most of the South, and we will not allow that to happen. Nobody is greater than God, and nobody is greater than the majority of the people, fighting every day, starving every day.
I hear you, Dr. Lafeso. But Governor Shemakine has also threatened. I mean, we heard him saying day will soon break. Whatever that means, it also means interesting days ahead. Thank you so much for speaking with us tonight. Dr. Lafeso is a former national chairman Southwest of the PDP, also a member of the BOC. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Please have a great evening.
Thank you, Olajumoke. I appreciate you and have a nice evening.
All right, and you too, sir. All right, so let's turn our attention to other matters. The APC says its ongoing nationwide e-registration exercise is aimed at strengthening its membership base, improving transparency, and expanding youth participation. However, the exercise has also sparked public debate and raised questions about inclusiveness, credibility, and political mobilization. Joining me to discuss the APC e-registration and other matters arising is Juliet Obinta, Senior Special Assistant to the APC National Chairman on Youth Mobilization. Thank you very much for joining us, Binta. Good evening to you. Juliet, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jumoke.
Thank you. Right. So I'll try as much as possible not to make this conversation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'll try as much as possible not to make this conversation about your principal. I'm aware your appointment was just about a month ago, so let me say congratulations to you. And I'm saying congratulations because I understand what this means and the task ahead of you. This is a strategic role that should ordinarily represent a collective victory for countless women who aspire to be relevant and impactful in the political space. And you also represent an average young Nigerian in the office of the national chairman of the APC. What does this e-registration drive really mean?
Okay, Jumoke, thank you so much. Like we all know, APC have a party chairman who is very loving. He recognizes capacity irrespective of gender. He's not tribalistic. He's not a religious fanatic. He's just a good man. So I can proceed, right?
I was not asking about the national chairman. I was not asking about the national chairman of the APC. I was asking about this exercise. I was asking about the APC e-registration exercise. Nigerians see this exercise as political survival strategy ahead of future elections. What exactly does it mean?
Okay, thank you so much. Like we all know that APC is the largest political party in West Africa and the ruling party in Nigeria. And recently, this January, APC introduced e-registration. And the reason for the introduction of that exercise is to revalidate their members, to know the members, no more ghost members, to know the actual number of registered members. And this exercise has been ongoing since 5th of January. It was supposed to end on the 30th of January, but there was an extension till 8th of February. So we have 4 days to the last day. And I'm here tonight to encourage Nigerian youth to go and register, and the need for them to register, and the benefits that comes with being a registered member of APC.
So are there targets for how many residents the party hopes to register online?
There's no targets at the moment, but we're encouraging everyone to register. Yes, there is a reason why we are the largest political party in South Africa. We've already recorded millions of members already, but there is need to encourage people, there is need to talk to people, because some persons thought the registration is just for new members. No, the e-registration is not just for new members. The e-registration is for both old members to come and revalidate their membership. And this time around, you register with your NIN, your national identity number. So with that, there will nothing like double registration, and nobody will bear your name. So there is no target. We're encouraging Nigerian, especially Nigerian youths, because most times we see more of our parents, our older people in political party. The youths are always on social media thinking that the business of politics or political parties are left for the elderly alone. No. Political party is for everyone. And I'm here to encourage every youth. I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress. I'm encouraging the Nigerian youth tonight to come and register with APC. There is need for that. When you register with a political party, you become part of the process. You become part and parcel of what is happening within the party, and you can make contributions. You can contest for offices. You can boldly make your contributions, and people will listen to you because you're a card-carrying member of the political party. So that's why I'm here tonight, to let the Nigerian youths know that the ongoing exercise is for everybody. Is for everybody once you are up to 18 years.
All right, Juliet, you said there is no target. I mean, I don't believe that, because APC is always boasting of being a strategic party. And as a matter of fact, Dr. Felix Moka was on the program last night. He was talking to me about APC registration drive, totaling about 10 million as we speak. But earlier you talked about benefits. What message do you have for young Nigerians about why they should take part in this e-registration? What are those benefits?
Okay, one of the benefits is that once you're a registered member of APC, you'll be eligible to contest for political positions within the party and on secular politics. Let me give you an instance. Right now, the APC have released their timetable for the ward, local government, zonal, state, and national congress. And if you look at the form, the nomination forms and the expression of interest form, is open for everybody. And APC is a youth political party. It takes the youth into consideration. That's why they did a 50% discount for youth on the nomination form, why they pay complete for the expression of interest form. So what it means is that you with just about 15,000, you can contest for an election in your ward to be a ward executive. From there, you must start from somewhere. Everybody must not come to the National Assembly at once or Asorok at once. Yes, you start somewhere. You start participating. And again, recently, the APC youth leader is doing an empowerment for youths. I know that subsequently, when such empowerments will come, it will really be for registered APC youth, not just every youth. So there is need for every youth to seize this opportunity and become a registered member of APC. So that whenever APC wants to come up with an empowerment program for youth, you won't be denied that opportunity. And again, in future,
so
you might want to vie for a
if
political
I'm not a member
position.
of the APC, but I'm a young Nigerian, I may not have an opportunity to benefit from those kinds of programs?
APC program is for APC members.
Okay.
APC programs are from, APC is a political party. So you should be able to differentiate from APC program and the other youth program.
All right. Let's talk about other issues. I'm sure young Nigerians have listened to you. At the moment, I want to take you up on the ongoing constitution amendment and some key provisions. We're talking about the reserved seat for women bill. What's your perspective on that?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
I want to take you up on the ongoing constitution amendment and some key portions of the amendments, one of which is, can you hear me?
Come again, sorry, your voice
What's
is
your
breaking.
perspectives on reserved seat for women bill?
Okay, for women bill.
Yes.
What's my take?
Yes, what's your take?
Okay, it's a good one. It's a good one. I am an advocate for women participation in politics. I salute the courage of people championing that, and they're doing it at the right time, because APC is for everyone. But on that angle, I would say tonight I'm here mostly for the youths, and the youth encompasses both the female youths. So I will encourage them first to go and register. You can't be championing seats for women in the National Assembly and you are not a registered member of a political party. So the female Nigerian youths that are listening to me tonight, please don't just be there shouting seats that women should be involved. When the primary thing you're supposed to do as a citizen, you've not done that. So what you need to do today, we just have 4 days to the closing day of the e-registration. So please endeavor to go and register. When we see more female youths, more women that are registered, yes, it will make more sense. So that's my take.
But do you think Nigerian male politicians really give us that chance to explore when it comes to participation in politics and governance?
Yes, I think they will. I think they will. At least the bill has, yes, I think they will. All right. Once they give it a serious push, they will now say that the women are actually ready to take up leadership positions. Because before now, they felt that women are not interested in politics. But once they see that enthusiasm from women, they will know, yes, that women are ready. But just like I said,
all right,
I'm more interested about the youth, especially, in fact, the youth generally. All
right, thank you very much. National, I've been speaking to the SSA, to APC National Chairman on Youth Mobilization, Juliet Obinta. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jumoke.
Right, and thank you very much for joining me on the program tonight. That marks the end of today's episode of Politics Tonight. But before we go, let's tell you that the views and reactions of our resource persons are theirs and have no connection with TVC News. Get in touch with us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG, and at Olajumo Kedebu using the hashtag Politics Tonight. We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News NG. I am Olajumo Kedebu. Good night, everyone. I'll see you again tomorrow.
There's a seed of greatness that resides in every one of us, waiting to be nurtured, waiting to break through. It is the dream you carry, the passion that drives you, the purpose calling you forward. But greatness doesn't just happen. It's nurtured through wisdom, faith, and the right environment to grow. That's why I invite you to join us every Sunday at 10:30 a.m. on TVC News for Recipes for Greatness, a life-transforming broadcast from the Elevation Church. Through powerful teachings, practical insight, and uplifting worship, you will discover how to unlock your potentials and step boldly into God's design for your life. Greatness within you is ready to rise. Tune in and start your journey now.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin,
better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba,
Ekaro, Ekodede Asikoyi, Shedadalabayi,
Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation.
Hambu Obada Samson Ejuro.
And Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now, first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is midweek edition of Your Business Nigeria. These are the stories we are tracking and, of course, monitoring for you at this time. World Bank commends President Bola Tinubu's reforms, says Nigeria now a global reference point. FD targets 10 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day by 2030. Asian shares wobble on data analytics software sell-off. Well, let's go to our commodities market this afternoon. Again, gold is bouncing back very strong. 2.97%, positive 146.70, selling for $5,081.70. Silver is $88.27. Copper is $603.25. Platinum is $2,283.54. Positive 4.96 for silver, negative 5.40 for copper. Platinum is 65.91 positive, 3.04% in green, 0.89 for copper in red. Corn is down 0.49%, negative 2.00, selling for $426.50 for a metric ton. Wheat is $526 for a metric ton. Cocoa is $4,300. I'm not excited about the price of cocoa, I must tell you, because this is a commodity that sold high above $6,000 in the early months of 2025. But towards the end of the year, we saw this flip while the likes of gold been doing pretty well. Likes of cocoa still dipping in green. Though there's a marginal rebound for the figures we're reporting today at 2.14%, positive 90.00. Cotton is 0.10, also in green, 0.16%, $62.41. Well, a step further now, Asian stocks were on a shaky ground following steep losses in the United States and European equities on fears that advancement in artificial intelligence could supplant traditional software. Shares of some related companies slid in Asia. The overall selling pressure was less acute given the region's historical dominance in hardware manufacturing. While China's CSI 300 index, software services index fell by 3%, while technology giants listed in the Hong Kong market lost 1.8%. In Japan, advertising giant Dentsu stock prices slumped more than 6%. That's a very ugly one. Shares of Nomura Research Institute tumbled nearly 8%. Now, let's look at what the Nikkei is showing us, 0.8% in red. Though MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan remained 0.1%, also stronger. That's in green. Nasdaq feature slipped 0.12% after losing more than 1% in the cash session overnight. S&P 500 features were little changed. Eurostock 50 features dipped 0.1%. FTSE features back in green, 0.08%. South Korea's technology-heavy KOSPI rose 1.4%, while stocks in Taiwan were up 0.2%. Crude oil prices extended gains today after the United States shut down an Iranian drone and armed Iranian boats approached a U.S.-flagged vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. rekindling fears of an escalation in tensions between Washington and Tehran. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to $63.34 with an upward margin of 0.21%. Brent crude futures sells for $67.39, also with an upsurge of 0.09%. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62, also with a decline of 2.84%. And for the OPEC basket, dealers offer $64.94, and it's negative 3.07%. Now let's get to our first conversation today. A businessman and former senior advisor to the President of the United States, Elon Musk, has drawn fresh attention to shifting global economic dynamics following Nigeria's strong showing in International Monetary Fund's 2026 growth projections. In its latest outlook, the IMF ranked Nigeria 6th among the world's top 10 contributors to global real GDP growth in 2026, with a projected contribution of 1.5%. Reacting to this projection, Mr. Musk noted that the balance of power is changing, highlighting a broader shift towards emerging markets as key drivers of global growth. Indeed, while advanced economies are expected to grow by just 1.8%, emerging markets are forecast to grow at about 4.2%, signaling a gradual but significant rebalancing of global economic momentum beyond the West. Let's unpack this and look at what it means for Nigeria and other emerging economies, especially amidst the ongoing domestic challenges, of course, structural and domestic challenges that we face. I'm being joined by Enterprise Ambassador, renowned development economist, chief strategist at ECOWAS, development economist, as he loves to be called, Professor Ken Ife. He joins me live from Abuja to have this conversation. Prof, it's good to have you in. Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for your time. Thank you, Prof.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yes, Prof, I am excited that the likes of Elon Musk is talking about Nigeria's economy. But let me first of all start this conversation this way. President Bola Tinubu yesterday hosted a delegation from the World Bank. And, of course, commendations coming with regards to the reforms in Nigeria. Now that we see these commendations coming from most of the international parties, and what we've seen with the figures, the GDP, Nigeria being 6th on that list, where does it place us as a country? Where are we? Does it mean that we have really turned that curve as expected?
Well, what I would say is that we can see light in the end of the tunnel. I'm not quite sure I could use the exact word you used I wouldn't use the word, but I can say that we have seen light. We are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. And why do I say that? Remember, there are two perspectives to our economy. There is growth when you are on the fast lane, and then there is also a slow lane where you have to address poverty reduction issues and all kinds of unemployment and all of that. So the real test is how do you balance those? So at the macroeconomic level, not the micro, at the macroeconomic level, Nigeria has ticked most of the boxes, without a doubt. And that is the fiscal side of things, part of the fiscal, but a lot of the monetary. We've got the exchange rate, right? We've got control over that, is stable. We've also got our reserves going up. We have all the indicators are showing positive, and then the growth figures are not disappointing, 3.8. By the time we do the annualize it, it may come around 4, which is good news. But the thing is, people are still on the other side of the fence saying, how does it translate to poverty reduction? How does it create employment? Because we're losing jobs. And then they look at a stronger look at the economy. When you look at our economy is still essentially import dependent. When you are import dependent economy, you are exporting raw materials and exporting your jobs. And what do you import? You are importing poverty into the country. And that's the dichotomy that is, people don't seem to understand why we should be posting growth and then we are worsening in unemployment and poverty. So that's the challenge. But in terms of the good news from Elon Musk is I needed to clarify something.
There is a difference between nominal GDP and real GDP. Now, nominal GDP, as you would know, is just that measurement. But when you want to do real GDP, you have to now, in the case of Nigeria, and as many other countries, you have to now take into account the inflation and the depreciation of our naira. So while the nominal GDP is 19.229%, the actual real GDP, when you normalize, when you take all those into account, comes to 3.98. If you look at India, their nominal GDP is 8%, but the real GDP is 7.4%. US is a different case, and then you have Saudi Arabia 8%, 8.4, but their real GDP is 4.5. None of these numbers correlate with the number we are having as a growth driver, because the numbers you are having here, they're not even adding up to 100%. What is happening is that when you want to look at the contribution, not the absolute growth rate, it is the contribution to global economy. Now you look at all the countries that have shown growth. Then from those, the top ones, the ones that actually reflect, are the ones that have heavy population. So when China has 5% growth rate, and then their population is 1.4 billion, and then India has 7.4% real growth, and their population is 1.3. So that will, if you multiply that, that will become a bigger mass. Whereas the small countries that may have 8% growth rate, like people like Kenya or Ethiopia, that may have 7%, but their population is so small that when you multiply that, it disappears. It's 0.000. You won't find that zero anymore. And that's why Germany is also 0.9. It's the population factor that is used in compounding that. It's just like, a contribution. That's how you work out contribution. So in all probability, you will now see China ranking higher than India, US. US is even less than 10%. And China and India alone are 43.6%, accounting for 43.6%. And whereas if you look at the Asian economies themselves, they account for about over 50%. Those just the economies. Those are the ones that are within the 10, not more. If you go down further, you will see the number would increase. So this is the context in which Nigeria appeared there because of our 230 million population multiplied by whatever our rate was, 3.8%, 3.89. So that is how we entered into that fray. But that is not to diminish the fact that Nigeria is posting growth. And according to the World Bank report and what the discussion with the president, they are just showing that Nigeria has become a point of reference in major global discussions about fiscal and monetary policy and macroeconomic growth. They are now looking at Nigeria as a beacon of hope to say, if you religiously carry out certain measures and reforms, and then you keep to it, you generate confidence in the investor community. And then as long as you are maintaining it, because what the investors want, I keep saying that it is not the absolute rate of exchange that matters to them, it's the stability that matters to them, policy consistency, fiscal monetary handshake, so that one is not fighting the other. This is our fiscal dominance over monetary policy. It has to cool down a bit. So that's what they are looking at. And then, so you notice that in the first two and a half years, they just weren't coming. The FDA weren't coming. But now that they are seeing confidence, they are seeing steady hands, they are seeing macroeconomic stability, they look at the kind of figures they are mentioning, $20 billion from Shell, $5 billion here, UAE looking at $10 billion. So big money will come, without a doubt.
Great stuff. I'm excited, at least, a bit of good news again from that end. But you talked about something very important, Prof, which is addressing the level of poverty, the fallout of these reforms. We've been talking about this for so long, talking about some will say social safety net, some will say government needs to do this, do that. At this point that we've gotten to in this policy reforms, government also said it, President said it yesterday, that he's not going back. But what do you think should be those wins for the macros now, the micros, I beg your pardon. So, because they need to start to feel the impact. Some will give you examples. Bag of rice. How much was a bag of rice a year ago? How much is a bag of rice at this moment? But, let's look at price of fuel. We saw a bit of the reduction. Now again, it's back to above 800 naira and all of that. So, but what are those quick wins? What do you think we need to do?
The price you didn't mention is cassava. I'm involved in cassava. We're doing about 3,000 hectares. Listen to me. Less than a year ago, I was selling 50 kg bag of gari, 60,000 naira. In December, I sold 20,000 naira.
Wow.
See? I was buying and selling 1 ton of raw cassava, 130 to 150,000. But last December, November, I was buying at 60,000. So yeah, there's an area where we have forced the price down. So we have suffered, but it shows that something can happen. Now, let me tell you one thing. A law has been put on the table of the president, signed by both, an act, bill, signed by both Senate and House of Rep on 30% mandatory value addition on our raw materials. Now, if you are sending, I want to explain to you, please. If you export raw material, the maximum you can earn is 10%, not more than 15% of the value of that value chain. And then you sell those raw material, export your jobs, importing poverty with your import, and then you go and borrow 100% to buy the finished product. You are going to be borrowing to buy finished product. You will develop as an economy. Now, the thing is this, the people that make money are the people who sit in the middle to add value. So when you selling, if you add 10% value on your product before you export it, you get another 10% in the revenue. If you add 30% value, you get over 30% of the value of that value chain. That is the simple arithmetic. And when you are doing that, you are creating jobs at home. Your MSMEs don't need any palliative. Just let them have that law and they can start adding value. And then I'll tell you the greatest challenge. If you don't have when they are freely exporting the raw material, when you tell them you have a floor guaranteed by law of 30%, then they can come and then hope that they can get the raw material and then produce for Africa. So this is, we are shooting ourselves in the foot by not dealing with that. So the president has to approve that into law so that we can begin, even the crude, you don't even need to export that crude under that act. You can export the ones on the high sea, but the ones inland, they are not going to be enough. If Dangote goes to 1.2 million barrels a day, and then BUA is doing 200,000 barrels for 50 billion in Ondo, is going to do no less than 500,000 barrels. Your 3 million barrels is gone. Your projected is gone. So we better face that fact that Dangote has de-risked refining sovereignty for Nigeria, and they also built a resilient infrastructure for distribution, storage, and of fuel. So now people are coming in. Let us have Nigeria as a refining sovereignty, and then export the whole. Look at Africa consuming over 24. They spend 120 billion a year, and then 20 billion alone on PMS Africa. So the market is there for Nigeria to take. Only 2 refineries are working in Africa, South Africa and Nigeria. So why wouldn't we take this market? All you are having is the shenanigan of NNPC importing, losing all the dollars that they get from crude to import when they haven't got a refinery that is working. We have to do better things. I was celebrating when NNPC was getting a promise that they are going to have 20 billion from Shell. This is the message we want to hear, because this is real Nigeria talking with our monopolist. I'm sorry. So we could do better. The question is that we could do better.
Now, finally, almost finally, Prof. Now, let me say almost finally. We saw FAC distributions a few days ago, and about 1.9 trillion naira again was shared. I think at the end of the day, about 1.6 or 7 was shared among the 3 tiers of government. But my question really would be, we've seen improved revenue with regards to Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, states getting so much, federal government, state governments, and local governments getting so much of funds, thanks to subsidy removal and, of course, all of the means government is trying to use to save funds and all. But are you, in your assessment, do you think that these state governments, local governments are doing enough to support the federal government in actualizing all of the positives of these reforms?
Well, I'm sure they could do more. But I think what the government, the president has tried to secure a Supreme Court judgment on the local authorities. Let him just implement it. He's talked about executive order. Issue the executive order. You've given the governors a long rope, and if they are not prepared to play ball, issue the executive order and let this 700, is it 900 and something, 708 something. Let them all have their money, and we can now draw the satellite. We will go to local government authorities, and what that means that we are going to now begin to demand better quality and better governance at the local level when the money is hitting their purse. So I think, and then you're going to see better quality of people coming into that politics of local government, because they are now controlling substantial amount of money, and not state government doing that. But secondly, too, I know that there are areas where the government needs to really defer to local government, to state governments to drive. For example, agriculture, agriculture and small business support. They should defer to state governments to do that, and then encourage them to take over some of the infrastructure that are like trunk roads, and then reimburse them. But there's some more that they could do. Even dam. I don't know what federal government is doing with dams. Small dams and medium dams, they should exit so that state governments can put them into practice and use them. Even all our basins, about 12 basins, should play into the hands of the governors. But having said that too, I don't think it's fair to simply say that, oh, the money is 3 times what they used to receive. They don't forget. In 2023, exchange rate was 500 to $1. Now is 1,400 to $1. So if you can see over 200%, 250% rise, devaluation, that immediately translates to the money that they're having. Then we are getting 700 billion. Multiplied by 3 is 2.1 billion. Multiplied by 2.5, so it's around the money that they're still receiving. But it sounded big in our, when trillion looks a lot big, but it's part of the devaluation story.
That's really a very big one. But moving forward now in 2026, penultimate to an election, and that's been the concern of many, saying maybe attention would shift. Prof, I don't know if you're worried about that. What you think about policy sustainability in the year 2026, considering the elections ahead?
No, definitely. We all know in an election year, the politicians get very distracted.
Yes.
And that's why we are asking President to sign some of these. There are some outstanding things that he has to deal with. And don't let don't let them enter into the political calculations. Sign the bill, issue the directive on executive order on payments going straight to whichever local government that are not ready with their account. Pay for the one that are ready with their accounts. So that is the only thing. You don't wait for everybody. Pay those who have already submitted their accounts. Secondly, sign the bill on 30% so that you can unlock this economy. The economy is in trouble. If you notice that central bank is no longer funding the domestic intervention, and then interest rates are so high, if you go to money lender, they're asking for 10% a month, which is 120%. If you go to microfinance bank, they're asking for 6%, that is 72%. If you go to commercial bank, they're asking for minimum of 35%. So where would MSME, which manufacturer will borrow money at those rates? So the thing is that there are certain things that will help them. If we have more power, yes, it will help them, but we don't. And then if you can allow them, put this law in place so that we know that we must process our raw material before exporting it. And then not even 100%, we just say 30%. We've been doing this in ECOWAS for more than 20 years, but it's in Nigeria that is dragging in everything. We've been doing it under our ETLS, for nearly 20 years. So it is not a big deal. It is something that is necessary, that will upgrade the economy, that will switch. How can you, if you see what we've suffered in cassava right now, you will see why it is difficult for people to, all the farmers would have run away if we didn't say, okay, buy all the cassava from them, and they were losing money. They were selling 130, now you are paying them 60,000. You will never plant next year. So unless we buy up from them. So we had to buy up from them and bear the cost of transport, everything, just to make sure they come back this year to plant. So it is the name of the game is processing. And you've got to raise that bar, that floor, for us to be taken seriously.
Indeed, we need to be taken seriously. Finally, Prof, the next MPC meeting is in, let's say, is up to 2 weeks? Almost 2 weeks. I think it's on the 28th, around that time, I think the last week in the month of February. What are you expecting, and what do you think would shape the decision at that first meeting?
Well, although they have adjusted the inflation figure, as you saw, so it became less scandalous. so I don't know how much it will play into their decision making. But the fact of the matter is that the economy is cooling, and even if they don't drop the rates itself, the NPI rates, I would expect adjustment on the asymmetric corridor that will still produce the same effect. So, but generally, it is not about signaling, really and truly. It is about signaling. That's why many people are expecting a drop. But I think I would expect an adjustment on the asymmetric corridor to produce the same effect as dropping the rates, to encourage, to show that we're actually concerned about growth in the real sector. You see, we have growth in the service sector. We have growth in the oil because it was 19% in second quarter. It dropped to 5% in the third quarter. And then now the rest of the growth is coming from service sector, but not from the real sector. Manufacturing sector is butchered, and we need to have real growth in the real sector. So that's why it's important that the NPC take a closer look at some of the macroeconomic indicators that have been positive and convergent.
Professor Kenny Faye, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Development economist, always interested in having you join us on the show. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
All right, then, still to come on the show, we would move to another conversation, a very important conversation today, which is staying around the ban on this sachet alcohol, and of course what it means for the entire business environment. We'll be talking about that. My guest is Dr. Chijioke Ikechukwu, a renowned economist and Vice President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for staying with us. The Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry has warned that the renewed enforcement of the ban on alcoholic beverages, shots in sachets and small bottles, could put over 5 million direct and indirect jobs at risk, alongside about 800 billion naira in investments. The Chamber described the action by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, as economically disruptive and potentially damaging to investor confidence, particularly at the time when Nigeria needs regulatory stability to support growth and job creation. While reaffirming support for public health objectives, including the protection of minors and promotion of responsible alcohol consumption, the Chamber expressed concerns over the abrupt manner of enforcement. It notes that the renewed action contradicts existing government directives and legislative resolutions, including the December 15, 2025 directive by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, suspending the ban, as well as the March 14, 2024 House of Representatives resolution, calling for restraint and wider stakeholder consultation. Chamber warns that such sudden policy reversals raise serious concerns about regulatory inconsistency and could undermine investor confidence. To discuss this and regulatory implications, my guest is a renowned economist. He is the Vice President at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Chijioke Ikechukwu. Thank you so much, Dr. Ikechukwu. It's good to have you on the program. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tulu. Nice being here with you.
Yes, I'm worried because I've had this conversation on Monday, even with the DG of NECA, talking about this position of the ACCI, Agent Man, LCCI. Everyone is on the same line. But let me ask you what you think about moves like this one, banning and, causing a bit of friction or fear in the business community. Tell us what you are learning about this.
So, in my view, of course, my view is not different from the view of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce. But in my view, banning such alcoholic drinks is not a solution. Because you have to look at the impact of this in business, of the people who are genuinely doing this because there are a lot of people who are in genuine business producing these things. It's like saying because children have access to social media, you have to remove all social media from the system. There is, of course, we should also know that all over the world, there are very smaller units of alcoholic beverages, whiskeys and brandies and gins, very smaller units all over the world. And so those countries didn't say, let us ban these small units just because children will have access to them and put them in their pockets. I think the solution should come from the fact that the enforcement agencies should be able to do their work. NAFDAC on their own should be able to regulate the production of these because if you say there shouldn't be that size produced, don't forget that 3 children or 4 children can even come together and buy the bigger bottle and share it amongst themselves. So that's not a solution because, these particular sizes of products are coming from from some particular production line, and maybe the machines have been acquired already, and all the things necessary to produce these things have been done. So, and of course, you should also know that alcoholic beverages of that size are not the only dangers that exist within the limit, within the environment of children. We have all kinds of drugs that are there. And so they are not having access to these ones just because they are small. These children also have alcoholic drinks and beverages in their homes, and they can access them every other place. So what we need to do is just to ensure that we limit who we sell to, especially all the people selling and all the sellers and all the people producing should also limit who they sell to. And of course, parents should be able to monitor what their children drink and have. Teachers of schools and school administrators should also know what the children are coming to school with. The same way we stop them from having phones into schools, the same way we can make sure that they are not having any substance in their bags when they're in school. So we need to take measures instead of saying we are banning, because banning will actually undermine growth, because there are genuine companies that are producing all these things, and it's going to actually inhibit the volume of business they're going to do and actually affect their outputs.
For me, I think that this is something that the likes of the organized private sector, of course, which you belong to, should meet with NAFDAC and other agencies. So I asked the question that what really is the communication networking or what that's between, channel between both parties? What's been happening? Because we hear from you, the likes of that, you say, government listens, we meet and all of that. So I'm thinking that this will be a time where members of the organized private sector should meet with NAFDAC and, sit around the table and get this trashed out. Not all of this back and forth. Implementation is starting. We are locking up shops. We are doing this, sending the wrong signal, even for investors.
I'm sure you also know that NAFDAC listens every day. I'll have to continue to say that. Many times you see that, yes, that is a necessary channel to follow to have such discussions with NAFDAC. But of course, NAFDAC has a lot of work in their hands. If you go to various drug shops today, you see a whole lot of fake drugs all over the place. The NAFDAC, has a lot of responsibility to ensure that all those fake drugs are out of the shops of various pharmacy shops and the like. But as they listen to this, just like when we speak, the entire country listens, the president listens, and the executive listens, National Assembly people listen. So that's some way we expect that NAFDAC should look at this and have a rethink of the total ban they want to give to this line of products. First of all, regulate them and ensure that the ones that are in the market are the ones that are licensed to be in the market and are passing through NAFDAC regulations. So if that is done, the issues of whether these things go into the hands of children or into the hands of drivers, as the case may be, may not be the issue. It should, because there are a lot of other things that children have access to. That was why I gave an example with social media, that how all the social media that have gone into every nook and cranny of the world. Are we going to say ban social media? So we have to look at other ways of regulating these things and ensure that we enforce to make sure these products don't get into the hands of children. And even if they do, we should be able to find them out. Now that is listening, they should be able to look at this again.
Now, what is of more concern is the fact that this is happening at a time where the economy is just bouncing back. You know, like we'll say, recovery from the reforms and all of that. So take us through the state of the business community, you know, following inflation wrapping up at 15%, I think, for the end of 2025. Projections that 2026 is going to be a better year. Some say we should expect a boom. Some say we should expect a revamped economy and all of that. Some say we should expect growth as much as over 4%. I don't know what you think, but I'd like to hear from you.
So no, we are impressed at the various macroeconomic indicators that show how well an economy is growing or is doing. When we take them one after the other day, of course, we heard our foreign reserves have gone to a particular position, highest in the last few years, and that's a major indicator that our FS rate can be stabilized and even improved upon. We're also seeing in the official market, of course, I call it official market because the rate being mentioned when you go to buy this rate thing from the Bureau de Change, we're still not getting that rate of 1,300 and something that was mentioned. So these are indicators that the FS rate can actually be regularized and stabilized. When we also look at inflation rate, which is going down, we can see the major drivers of inflation rate are actually there. The petroleum product prices are coming down, and the FS rate is stabilized and also coming down. Food inflation, we have seen, is also dropping, which was actually the main driver of inflation rates in the past. Of course, we also know that the MPR, which has driven the interest rate, that the banks are using to give out their loans, MPR is also dropping. So when we look at all this, we also see that transportation cost is dropping gradually, apart from the ones that rose during the Christmas period. We will see that there are positive signs, positive developments in all the various indicators of the macroeconomy. So it's a very good sign, and we expect that. And of course, anybody who says that the economy is going to be growing at the rate of 4% was not mistaken, because if we do all that we're supposed to do and we'll continue and we sustain them, we expect that the economy will actually rise up to 4% this particular year and beyond.
That's a good one. I asked Prof earlier when we had our conversation, saying what he thinks about the forthcoming monetary policy meeting, because for me, I'm concerned about a possible reduction in rates, and I think that is something that should happen. Many have talked about it. Manufacturers are groaning. They are complaining about the hike in interest rates and how they could get more funds. And we need to expand this economy productively. And if you're going to do that, there should be funding. So what do you think what do you think will form conversations around that table when these guys meet in about 2 weeks, let's say? What do you think they will be talking about, and what are the projected outcome in your thoughts? Dr. Kechuku, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Kechuku, can you hear me?
can hear you now. It was it stopped at the time, but I can hear you now.
Okay, I was talking about the coming. Yes, I can. The MPC meeting that would happen in about 2 weeks. What are your expectations?
When you look at all the influences, all the things that influence the placement of the MPR and all the monetary policy rates, inflation rate, which is a major consideration, the MPR and other rates, you see that inflation rate is just gradually decelerating. So if this is so, I also expect that the MPR and other rates should be able to come down. The reason for this is that we need to actually ensure that manufacturing sector grows. And the only way, the major way the manufacturing sector will grow is if manufacturers have access to funds at very cheap rates. And there is no way rates can be cheap if interest rates are high, because interest rates will remain high if MPR remains high. So it should be a deliberate action for the CBN to be able to reduce all the monetary policy rates so that manufacturers and other businesses can have access to funds. Again, I also expect that with the consolidation and the recapitalization of banks, the banks are now awash with funds, and their rates should not be as high as they used to be. So we expect that the MPR should reduce. But at what rate, we don't know. But I know that marginally, we expect such reduction in MPR and other rates.
That's a good. Any concerns about the election? Forthcoming elections?
Usually, we know the election of Nigeria. We know how it is, and there are concerns. Concerns because there will be a whole lot of money in circulation. But even when we have that money in circulation, what it means is that it may affect some inflation rate a little. It is also going to bring in more money into the market system. And when that happens, it's going to stimulate the system. And when it stimulates the system, printers are going to be having more jobs. Other businesses are going to be having more jobs. Car, vehicle, and automobile sellers are going to be having more businesses and ancillary services like that. So we're going to be having stimulation of the economy during the political era. But of course, we also know the kind of instability it creates. We don't expect that it's going to lead to that, which will affect the growth of the economy for this season.
It's a good one now. But before I let you go, I just stumbled on this now, of course, on social media. And of course, it's real. We know that the MD of the World Bank met with President Tinubu yesterday. And now she's saying, the World Bank MD says President Tinubu's reforms now global reference point. So it seems to me like many international bodies, ratings agencies and all, they're really throwing their weight behind this and commending President Bola Tinubu. I think that's why he's saying that there is no going back with regards to this. What do you think?
The reforms have brought in positive energy to the economic system. So now we need to grow our economy to the point where the growth of the economy will surpass the population growth. And then, of course, that is when you start seeing the impact on reduction of poverty in the system. So as far as these reforms are bringing money into the coffers of the government, we need to also ensure that the individuals, the people, the populace, and Nigerians in general are also feeling the impact of the growth of the economy. Until that impact is felt inside their pockets, they will not think the reforms are working for them. So the more we sustain the reforms and the economy continues to grow, gradually the people will feel the impact in their various accounts and their various pockets. That's what I think.
Well, I think it's a good way for us to rest it today. I must thank you so much, as always, for your time on the program. Dr. Chijioke Ikechukwu is a renowned economist. He's also the Vice President of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much, Doc. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Tolu. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, then. Okay, now before we get to our next conversation, Federal Reserve's Governor Stephen Moran has resigned as the chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, honoring a commitment made to the Senate as his role of the central bank becomes more prominent. Moran has been on paid leave from the council since President Donald Trump appointed him last year to fill an unexpected vacancy on the Federal Reserve's board, a move that drew criticism from Democratic lawmakers concerned about the Fed's independence. Now, the outgoing governor noted he had received legal advice indicating resignation was not required, given the temporary nature of his Fed appointment. Meanwhile, President Trump has announced plans to nominate former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to succeed Jeremy Powell as the chair of the central bank. The White House has yet to confirm whether the acting CA chair, Perry Yared, would be permanently appointed. All right, thank you so much. Let's now talk trading now, reviewing market activities from the exchange. And my guest is Mr. Tajuddin Olayinka, who is an investment banker and stockbroker. Mr. Olayinka, thank you so much for joining the news. The program, I beg your pardon, it's good to have you in.
Thank you very much. My pleasure always.
Thank you so much. Now let's review market activities for today. Trading is wildly in green. Take us through the fundamentals surrounding this performance today. Looks really good.
Yeah, pretty good. As you rightly said, you know, we are in the business of the earnings, and the companies are, turning in their results, to the exchange, to the market as a whole. And so we are seeing, confirmation of the trend that has been established in the last quarter, or in some cases, 9 months results for some of these companies, and in some cases it could actually be their second quarter. So we are seeing confirmation of the trend that has been established, that these companies are actually having improvement, across various performances, either the top line or bottom line. So we are seeing, good results coming from these listed companies, and of course, establishing the fact that the macroeconomic variables are also improving, and so these companies are also benefiting from the macro. So it's just market acceptance of the reality on ground, that these companies are doing well and the results are actually pretty good, and so they have to reward them with appropriate pricing, and that is the pricing them up, giving them much better prices.
This performance is it across the board or just for some selected stocks? Because at the moment, it's not even about penny stocks or whatever. Almost all the stocks are looking pretty good in green.
Yeah, it's actually cut across, all sectors of the market, all sectors of the economy, that are established there in the market. So, but the results of some of the companies that have been released have been quite commendable. But the results of those that have not been released, but their first quarters their 9 month results were quite good. So, investors are drawing inferences from, the performances of some of the companies that have released their results, extending that same thing to those that are still coming. And therefore, that those that are still coming have maintained a good trend for the past 9 months. So, obviously, I do not need to wait for the release of that result before I can, get the appropriate price for that, so that I will not end up buying high when people are selling. So everybody is trying to key into what is happening today, happening at the moment, so that they can have, price advantage. I think it's a matter of having price advantage that is making everybody to actually get into the market to take advantage of what is going on at the moment. It's just a momentous thing, what we normally will see at this time, especially when results are good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olayinka, investment banker and stockbroker. It's good to have you help us analyze market figures for today.
Thank you, please. My pleasure. Always.
All right, then let me read more. Now, for Guinness today, we have FG Sukuk, we have Dar Communications, we have Julius Beja, FTG Insure, and we have RT Briscoe. That's on the Guinness list. Don't forget. Well, on the losers list today, we have, let me see. We have FG Sukuk, 2032 S5, Deep Capital, Red Starex, and MC Nichols. That's for losers for today. All right, before we go, let's take you outside our shores again. New Zealand's unemployment rates climbed to 5.4% in the December 2025 quarter, its highest level in nearly a decade. According to the National Statistics Department, the figure edged up from 5.3% in the previous quarter, with the number of unemployed increasing by 5,000 to 165,000. Despite the rise, labor force participation strengthening to 70.5%, as an additional 19,000 people entered the job market. Female employment recorded notable gains, particularly in managerial and professional roles, while clerical and administrative positions declined. Overall, employment stood at 66.7%, underutilization at 13%, annual wage inflation at 2%. Average hourly earnings reached 43.9 New Zealand dollars, equivalent to about 26.5 United States dollars. All right, Swiss banking giant UBS has reported a forecast-beating 56% surge in net profit, driven by strong performances in its wealth management and investment banking divisions. The world's largest wealth manager posted a fourth quarter net profit of $1.2 billion, surpassing analysts' expectations of $919 million. UBS also announced plans to repurchase at least $3 billion worth of shares in 2026, matching last year's buyback, with a possibility of increasing the amount depending on Switzerland's evolving banking regulations. Swiss authorities are proposing stricter capital requirements for the country remaining major bank following USB's state-backed takeover of Credit Suisse in 2023. Well, indeed, that's our package for you today. Thank you so very much for being a part of it. Well, on behalf of the entire production crew, we'll do this again tomorrow, same time. Stay safe, get the cash.
In a world where news never sleeps, we're taking a giant leap into the future. We at TVC Communications are proud to introduce a new era in news broadcasting. But first, let me introduce my special friend, Olamide AI. Hi, Olamide Human. Is it time to come out yet? Yes, indeed it is. And you can bring your friends along. Meet our new AI anchors, speaking your language and sharing your stories. From English, good day. These are the news headlines, to Pidgin,
better country people, on a good evening.
Yoruba,
Ekaro, Ekudede Asikoyi, Shedadalabayi,
Igbo,
Ndewo, Auto Innovation, Ahambu Obada Samson Ejiro,
and Hausa.
Mutane na sanar da zuwa, sunana Rakia Abdulkarim, kuma kana kallon TVC News.
We are bringing the news closer to you. Faster, smarter, and always reliable. And together, we are shaping the future of news for every Nigerian, everywhere. Innovation, connection, and trust. The future of news is here.
TVC News, first with breaking news. And now first in Nigeria with AI news anchors.
Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria, is setting the pace with groundbreaking infrastructure projects and innovative social programs for economic development. Join us every week for Gateway Diary, where we spotlight the incredible initiatives and achievements of Ogun State government under the leadership of Governor Dapo Abiodun. Discover how Prince Dapo Abiodun and his team are empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for the good people of Ogun State. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time stories from the people, Gateway Diary offers authentic and inspiring insight into the progress and prosperity of Ogun State. Gateway Diary, showing.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
It's Wednesday on Your View. Welcome to the show. I am Miriam Longe, and with me, as usual, are my co-hosts. Akashat Zibiri. What's happening?
Gary, I buy one piece.
This morning.
I bought Gary. So I do not know the montage sound out. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a working Wednesday for me. I hope I get home early enough to rest today. We're working throughout the day. I've merged all the work that I jumped last week. Yeah. So after here, to the agencies, and then find a way to my office, round up, and then go home.
Well done.
Well done.
It's not easy being a Nigerian woman.
Yes,
do everything.
This morning, along the, where's that Navy? When you're getting into the bridge, to the Independence Bridge, there was a lady sweeper by the roadside. She had a baby on her back.
And she was out first thing in the morning.
Obviously could not find the crutch for somebody to help with the baby. So she had this, the reflective jacket over the baby, bent, and my husband was like, that's somebody's wife.
Yeah.
Probably a drunk.
Or not.
Or somebody, because, there has to be a structure. And if you have somebody you can converse with, of course, but she couldn't, and she had to bring the baby. I hope that we can do better for that.
Ramsey Ramatu, how are you?
Honestly, it was a terrible weekend. I had mouth ulcers.
Jesus.
Oh, did you
kiss
the ulcers? In fact, I was just seeing food, but I could not eat. You have to avoid spicy food, hot foods, and all, the whole of my mouth.
But how are you feeling now?
Yeah, I went to the hospital and I got some medications. But guess what? At the end of the day, it was still the ones that some of my friends recommended. That's cloves. They said I should soak cloves.
I wanted to talk before the cinema started.
And immediately I started doing that. I did that like 3-4 times, and I started getting better.
Okay. Wow.
But as of the time when I was using the one I got from the hospital, it told me 14 days. I was like, how will I be 14 days?
Because it's viral infection.
I couldn't talk. Yes, I couldn't talk.
I
couldn't talk. When I just bring out my tongue, you could see the it was so painful. So painful, but thank God I'm okay and I'm fine now.
Okay.
Thank God. Yeah.
You look fine. I like the colors on you.
And he's not showing that you had any mouth or something. You have not explained to us who you
I
want to
didn't eat anything. Come and see plenty food though. I could not eat. I was like,
BC
of life.
Hi, hello.
How are you?
I'm great. We're looking forward to the Valentine for lovers.
Okay.
And I'm going to be dropping the wait list for my third book, a book on relationship. I'm dropping it today on my page. So I'll put all the details there. You can join the wait list so you can get the book. It's a book about relationship, you know, building lasting connections. That has been my #1 forte for coaching, but somehow I ran away from it because I didn't want my own relationship to be under the spotlight. But I'm embracing all of me right now. And I decided to gift you guys this book. So I'll be putting it out and looking forward to what the Valentine brings.
Yes. Month of love in February.
It is.
Me, I'm fine, but I want to ask Namibians, what is your problem?
What happened?
People don't know what Namibia has been doing to Nigerians.
Please,
in the comments, I want you to show these ladies a snippet of what Namibians have been saying about.
What did
it's
we
not
do
about
for them
starting.
to do something?
It's not about starting. It's that I did not know Namibians had sharp mouths. I thought we're the only ones in the whole of Africa that had sharp mouths.
According to another trending,
don't worry.
You don't have main people that have sharp mouths. They have exclusive prerogative.
No, I thought it was just us. I thought we had the exclusive prerogative. Sharp mouths.
Please, what did we do first of all?
Please, our viewers, tell them in the comments.
Help us, I don't know what's going on.
We need proper defense. Lawyers, people better come out and defend.
At this point, I've left my wig.
All right, ladies, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thank you for staying with us. A viral video showing former Edo State Governor and current Senator for Edo North and also Nima's uncle, Adams Aliyu Oshomole, he's 71, a known married man, giving a foot massage to a mystery young lady aboard a private jet, has set social media on fire. Oshomole, a former NLC president, two-time governor and long-standing political heavyweight in Edo State, as well as Nima's uncle, has supporters who argue that the video is a private moment blown out of proportion and that his decade of public service should not be overshadowed by personal choices. Critics, however, condemn the act as scandalous and unbecoming of a senior lawmaker and Nima's uncle, especially given the significant age difference and his luxurious lifestyle. As Nigerians dig into the identity of the woman, the debate intensifies. Is it right to criticize him, or is this an invasion of his privacy? What are your thoughts? We'd like for you to join the conversation on 020-1635-2013 or 0902-4163-440. You can tweet to us at TVC Connect using the hashtag YourView on TVC, and we're also streaming live on YouTube. Niece, can you please explain to us what's your uncle?
What's your...
What did we see?
Now?
Yeah, from Edo State. All the elders from Edo State are your uncle.
Now, who do that video now? Who do video? Who really do video?
No, you have to say the truth on this table today.
No, that's the truth now. You not get uncle, where do you? You not get uncle.
No.
It reach my uncle turn now. Now, where reach my uncle turn? Somebody come and do video and release video. All the private jet people uncle have been flying since nobody say anything. You did not see me. I did not join you. I did not even do video. I did not say nothing. It reach my turn now. Who record the video? Now that one concern me because I know say bros nothing know who record video. But who record that video now do bad thing. Besides, what did the video even show say? Not be massage them, massage feet.
Okay.
What else did you see?
What else?
I was just watching it. I feel massage my business partner feet now.
When the person is tired on the plane, and maybe she complained of muscle pull.
Because the makeup everything was on flick. They just said,
first of all, who was he massaging? Was that his wife? Because I know that his wife is quite light-skinned.
People massage their friends.
Oh, that's not his wife, it's his friend.
That's not his wife, certainly. I will never say that's his wife.
Okay.
I don't know who she is.
Okay.
You know, but
business
associate.
Okay,
yeah. So is it becoming of an elderly person.
I know that one is not becoming because now that he said, that one is not becoming. I was very disappointed with that one. To see our head, elder, massage feet. If you do it for it, they can't happen.
But let me add something for you.
But now they don't have privacy inside
the of the disciples. Now.
No, this one not Jesus.
So show service.
It's not near Jesus.
So show service.
Because he get as he look. When they imagine him, when he come back, this is our revered elder, party leader. We go rush after. The massage feet. To the meaning of the.
Sorry, I even reduced his age. They say he's 73 years old.
Wow. At the worst, if he come and worsen it, you know, but he can help his friends. They can be playing. But
initial thoughts.
So yes, so
please take
first
it
of
easy.
all, I do not know that it's part of our government officials, part of their prerequisite to, have physiotherapy skills. That they can apply, like we saw in that video where a sitting public office holder was applying his physiotherapy skills and giving that young woman reflexology from my own analysis of what I saw. Don't call for giving her reflexology. So I didn't know. Maybe the Senate or the laws would tell us that is now part of their prerequisites to get into office. And
it's a private moment.
Yes, now, but he's a public office holder. And unfortunately for him, the private moment leaked. If you're a public office holder, anything that leaks into the public will be judged, will be criticized because you are using public resources to take care of yourself and take care of all of those. And the largesse. I saw another video where that particular girl was flaunting. The words of cash. I don't understand. What do you mean by that? Please don't enter into my mouth this morning. Flaunting foreign currency, designer bags, Louis Vuitton with all your Louis Vuitton. Flaunting wristwatches, shoes. The resorts they went to, after that one, another person still did another video. And that one is what's that other one? Deep tissue. All those things were thrown to our face. And Edo State, Nigerian country money is funding such a lifestyle. Some persons now say, no wonder we don't have working hospitals because that girl is a working hospital. Already. Some people said they saw CT scan in her body. Some said they saw primary health care centers in her body. They saw the good road transportation on her body, that she's an epitome of all of the things Nigerians are supposed to have. See, this is unlikely. And it's unfortunate it leaked because if it didn't leak, it's not like we don't know, but when we now see, we get more upset. We have always known, now it's not the first time now, we have always known how our public leaders can be when it comes to their relations with women and other. We've always known it's everywhere, everybody knows. But when it now comes out, you are asking yourself, is it that we have failed as a nation to hold our leaders accountable? Because the energy with which we used to insult one another, if we focus that energy on holding our leaders accountable, if there's a metric, there's a system in place that checks you, you go there, you come out, you will account for every penny you have received, what you were supposed to do with the money, how all your excesses, you account for it. We will not have such largesse thrown in our face with our public money just like that. And nobody should come and tell me it's private money. Nobody should try that. Don't try that, please. Don't try that. You will not try it. People who have been doing business, excuse me,
he cannot afford the flight.
He can't afford
which cannot afford the flight.
How much is the salary?
He cannot afford
which organization, which businesses has he created? Excuse me, which businesses has he created? Is it Dangote?
Exactly. But that does not mean he doesn't have businesses.
No.
Didn't Melaye buy cars in this country without showing us the factory?
You have left your uncle.
No, that place owner from start and this matters. Assuming they just introduced the topic now. I'm not saying him as uncle.
Number one,
this matter will not have hurt like this.
Thank you, lady.
All of which money?
Wait, I'm not finished. Ask her to us. Who is that girl?
All of you people's uncle.
Which money did he use to do that kind of like that? What did he grooming that girl for? After that massage, where else are they going to? Is he not a respectable married man? What are you talking about? Don't try me today.
Ramsey, please.
Let's fight the fight of his wife.
Okay, so Simba and BC. Keep quiet. Can we hear Ramatu's?
So that video, I saw somebody in a tower, as in he's resting. You know how somebody who has made major decisions. He came out and he said that food is cheap now. Everybody should go and buy cheap food. Now, and Nigerians are not suffering, and then see you now. He now has this. He's now, I'm sure that guy has a spa. A whole leg on Edo State. That's on the full Edo State. The whole local government everywhere. Yellow fine leg on her.
No, allegedly.
Did you see
her long leg all the way from South Africa on top of our head?
Yes, on top of Edo State. Did you see the way he was massaging and looking straight? You know me, he was looking as he was massaging. That's how they do it. He was massaging and looking straight into the eyes. And maybe inside the eyes, there are some solutions for Nigeria.
For the state.
That he was seeing there. So there are some, solutions to, Nigerians' problems and everything. So he was seeing some of the things to come down. The thing is, our leaders, we need to know how to behave when we're in public. There are certain things we need to avoid when we're in public. There is public accountability and there are private.
I hear you, for him, but that was a private jet. That's a private moment. Yeah. So it was not in public. He didn't throw it in our faces. Someone decided to take a video and throw the video in our faces.
It may be the girl.
So but let me joke. What if we're in the air and then somebody was passing by and then we looked through the window and we saw him? Is that not still private?
But yeah.
So see.
Thank you, ladies. This, for me, I feel like we've put the lightheartedness out of the way. When we come back from our break, we'll discuss this deeply and seriously. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thank you for staying with us. So I would like for us to dissect the man. He's first of all a married man, an elder statesman, a serving senator, but he's also an African, a Nigerian. And I know if we put all of that in context, what do we still think he has done something scandalous or outrageous? I know you could say as a serving senator, his political office, does it allow him to do what he's doing, especially since we're talking about private moment. But he's also an African man. And we've talked about this on this table, saying that there's a tradition or a culture that we have, that a married man can have more wives or people that he's seen on the side in the process of getting to know them to marry them. So having put all that.
Yeah, when we see a public officer, the first thing we want to see is conduct, because you are holding a very powerful position that would influence a lot of other people. We want to see conduct. And when we see conduct, we now start comparing what do we have on ground? How have you served the nation, right? And that is where the anger comes from. If we, on the ground, are suspecting that our public officers are not using the resources that they have to serve the nation well, but rather they are spending it on their own private pleasure. Whether they catch you, they don't catch you. Private pleasure is happening across board. We feel offended. When we hear things like, tighten your belt, everybody is tough, we are going to just go through this for a couple of years, and we see our public officers, lavishing, spending. We get offended. It seems like only some parts of people are expected to tighten their belt and sacrifice, while others are.
Let me interrupt you. Let me take this call from Matt from Bariga. Good morning, Matt.
Hello?
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Ladies of the view, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm enjoying your program this morning, and the topic right now is very, very, I don't know, it's very, very shameful. I mean, to start with, our distinguished senator will not say that he's not aware of the video that went viral. That is not how he will say he's not aware of it. Now, nobody is interested in his private life, but for him to post this thing on social media, he has no respect for this nation. Yes, he has no respect for this nation. Because you go to other places, you will not see their senator, or you will not see somebody from the government house doing this and going on the private jet. Sorry, where did they get all this money from? Which of the industry is owned by Adam Oshomole? Which of the industry is owned by him? And this is tax-paying money that is going for just personal enjoyment of just 1 minute, just a minute. What he's doing is just a minute and it's gone. Please, Nigeria should not take this lightly. It's high time we raise up our voices and condemn what is condemnable. He should keep account of this. Imagine going on a private jet and he has the guts to put this thing on social media. This thing is not done by an outsider because he has not come to disown it. And if it's coming tomorrow, that means it's afterthought. Please, everybody should condemn it. He should come and give account of it. He's going for a foreigner, not even a Nigerian for that matter. All our money is going outside. There is God. All of them will never go unpunished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Let me finish. Round up just a few more words. Yes, you see the anger from the ordinary Nigerian who feels things are not working well for us right now. Everybody's trying to, hold themselves, struggle so that we can have a better Nigeria, and then we have a few people, a select few, because they have opportunity to be our leaders, now living anyhow. Even if, for instance, the woman in question is his wife, we don't see public office holders displaying those sort of affection. When you are done from office, you can go and do. Say,
is that a negative
PDA,
if it's your wife?
PDA is your thing. You can now go and do when you are done. See, the toga of office you wear shows how or gives you a template of how you should behave publicly or otherwise. So this is, we should condemn it from every angle. This is not what is expected from a public office holder. They have to come and be explaining to us how they are spending our resources, because what I see is our resources. It doesn't have any factory to his name, any industry from BC and all of that.
Let me just
we should condemn it.
What did you get from BC?
Actually proven. So we just took the Nigerian press organizations account and the Punch today.
Yeah.
We have not proven anything. We are reacting. We have weaponized, we have criminalized the luxury and rest period of a person. Yeah. We have normalized the invasion of somebody's privacy. We are saying that whether he did not, you cannot see him on video, he was massaging somebody's foot. This is so people can invade people's privacy, their secret private moments with their family members, because this woman in the first video, to me, doesn't look like the other woman in the other video who was doing an influencer job. In fact, the hip on the chair looked different. Yes, a lot of things do not look the same. Until it is confirmed, I will not react to what the former governor of Edo State was doing in his private moments. Somebody invaded his privacy, had a phone, recorded him, and of course there was mischief.
So the woman
hold on, I want to criminalize what he's done. I want to be able to criminalize it with facts.
Okay, Nima, I hear you. You're talking about the invasion of his privacy. Yeah, let's take the call from Stephen from Ebonyi State. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Stephen from Ebonyi State.
You're welcome to the show. Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Yes, it's a pity. It's a pity seeing my former governor. I'm from Edo State, precisely from Iyamo. We are from the same village.
Wow.
With
He's your uncle as well.
Wow. And same place from me. It's just a disgrace. To me, as Iyamo indigene from Auchi, Oshomole house is closer to my house. My dad and his dad even went to the same school. It's just a disgrace to me seeing him privately like this on air. It's a disgrace. It's very uncalled for. See our senator behaving like this.
All right.
No.
Thank you,
it's
Stephen.
normal. I'm just so ashamed of this because it's from my village, from the same village. I'm just so ashamed.
This was my reaction yesterday.
All right. Thank you, Stephen, for your contribution.
You know,
Nima.
to join the bandwagon and react immediately was my reaction. Bros, how come? What the leg they do for your leg now? You are not that fair. In the village, you are now a part you be with they respect you.
Okay.
You know, this kind of thing should not be. Then I realized that I'm looking at the video. To me, the first person that I saw was his wife. It took comment section for me to realize that she's not his wife.
Yeah. Oh.
I did not see the difference immediately.
Okay.
So if I cannot confirm that woman is not his wife, just because I had to read comments for somebody to tell me they think he's not his wife.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for the former governor to release something or hear from his wife, because even if this was not his wife, we can't react on behalf of the wife.
No, we're not reacting. We're reacting as Nigerians.
We are criminalizing his comfort. We are criminalizing his personal comfort.
Yes, that's what we're doing.
On a flight, his time with somebody. We have not confirmed who the person is, whether it was his wife or not. We have found another person whose face was in a different kind of. The person we're talking about had a wig.
Did you wear your glasses when you saw that video?
You
did not wear that glasses.
So this is what to you. Okay,
so,
let's
hold on, Mero. The problem for me is that we are normalizing this invasion of certain people's privacy.
Okay,
if the video was coming from somebody else's private moment, we will question who the video maker was.
Okay, I get it. I think you have made the point. Ladies, please, let's take this one after the other. And before I get to you, Ramatu, I just want to put some things down that I have gotten. You're uncomfortable with the fact that he's a senator and should not be seen expressing himself in that way.
Yes, with taxpayers' money.
With taxpayers' money,
But
meaning that you do not think,
Nima,
meaning that BC does not think that he can afford this, even with how much money he's earning,
You
being the fact that he's been in
I did not
office
say he's
for
broke.
that.
So why can't he
Secondly, ladies, please, can I host the show? Thank you very much. And then Nima is talking about invasion of privacy, and I think that's also a good point. The invasion is privacy. But what I would like for us to maybe put under allegedly is that man may allegedly be his wife or not, because we have not heard from the senator telling us that is not somebody that he is married to. So we'll put that aside. Let's say that we're not talking about marriage, but as a senator of a country that's struggling and asking Nigerians to tighten their belt, I want Ramatu to please speak to that.
Yeah, so it's because I think the reason why people are reacting to that is because of the current hardship that is happening in Nigeria.
Bam.
So because of this, that's why whenever any video that comes up, people, there are so many of them flying and everything. You don't see their videos out. But for his own that is out, of course we'll lash and we'll react to it. Now. The truth is that Adams Oshomole is I hold him with high, I respect him a lot. Because I remember the role he played when he was NLC leader. Up till today, I still, hold him with high esteem because of that role that he played. He changed a lot of things. During his time, human rights, everything, whenever he calls for strike, they always listen to him, and it always works. Whatever it is that he's fighting for will be reversed back, and it will make the country, the citizens feel a lot better. I just wish there are just some positions that you should even give some people. Sometimes I used to wish that they would just give you one position and it will be forever because he held it well. Now that
Ramatu, I hear you. Are we saying that a man who has done so much publicly is not allowed private moments with people with his loved ones? Let me take this call from Halima and then we'll talk about that. Good morning, Halima from Kaduna.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Halima. I'm calling from Kaduna. I'm actually a first-time caller.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. So regarding this Senator Oshomole's matter, no matter how you want to look at it, whichever way you want to look at it, for me, it is all shades of wrong. I heard what Haji Anima said regarding invasion of privacy.
Yes.
The invasion of privacy issue is a separate issue. That is, if somebody has actually invaded his privacy, it is a matter for him to take to court. Yeah. It is a matter for him to deal with separately. We are addressing this as Nigerians. Yeah. This is happening. This video is circulating. We don't expect Nigerians to keep quiet. This video is circulating at a period where Nigerians are suffering, where people are trying to adjust to the new policies of the government. People are trying to hold themselves together. And we now see a video of someone coming to flaunt wealth even if it's what is from his private businesses or whatever. We Nigerians don't want to. Nobody would question. Nobody would want to dig deep to find out where the source of this money is coming from. As far as you're a public office holder, you are accountable to the people.
Thank
you.
You
have a sense of responsibility.
Thank you.
And
can I say something?
Okay, thank you, Halima, for your contribution. Ladies,
I want to react.
Let me go on a short break. When we come back, we'll conclude, and all of you will say your final thoughts on this matter.
Jesus.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thank you for staying with us. Ladies, can we civilly end this matter?
We will try.
Mm-hmm.
We will try,
let me
okay,
ask certain questions.
Okay.
What has been proven?
Yes.
Has anybody proven that, you know, the process of a particular project was diverted for this private jet moment?
Okay. Valid
that,
question.
That public funds were diverted for this private jet moment, or that there was any EFCC is investigating any missing money linked to him right now? Is it before the EFCC for any mismanaged funds or inflation or diversion or budget padding right now? And that's why we're focusing on him.
The perception of acting.
We are just, you know, this whole thing started from a particular information site, not proven to be any of the ones that we would ordinarily rely on.
Okay, but we can.
Nobody has specifically said that. I still insist that the videos flying around of the girl in shops doesn't look like the lady seated on that flight to me. Exactly. There's no 100%, you know, correlation between the two of them.
Okay.
The lady initially, my first view of it looked like his wife.
Okay.
I had to read to be sure it wasn't his wife, so to see why it was trending. So based on that, I would like to see the stand of the senator before we go into it. If any money is missing in those states linked to the senator right now, it go be saying him to go flight, even if she was his wife.
All right.
But right now, there's no such as, and we're just, you know, this is just flying.
Point taken.
So
let Ramatu give us.
So we all know that if it were to be, if we say that it's because based on what they earn and all of that, we all know that they can't have private jets to themselves. We know that, and I think it's because we are just reacting because of the current economic situation.
No, there
are so many times now, but we are saying that, you know, the what they earn does not match the fact that they can afford
their lifestyle.
So I think that is what Nigerians are reacting to. Like we are suffering, we are doing all of these things, and you are living this kind of life, you know, and neglecting the fact that, you know, people are going through all of these things and knowing fully well what he has done in the past, you know, how he fought for his people, fought for people and everything. So there are expectations on them.
So I'm hearing Ramatu say that the person we knew of before, NLC chairman, the person who fought for the rights of the common man, and we remember the uniform that he wears specifically to show his alliance with the common man. But now it seems that he's become a big man, flying.
And now
that lands me to
your final point.
Yes,
okay.
Which I believe that Nigerians show what they want to show, and sometimes we think people that are fighting for us are actually fighting for us, but they are really not fighting for us. They are fighting for their own personal pockets. Yeah. As if he was still an NLC chairman at this moment, and a senator displayed that sort of opulence, he would have been shouting by now. He would say, so our children are on strike, this one is happening, the doctors are going on strike, our medical system is not working. He would have been at the top of his voice. What has happened from the time he was NLC chairman, shouting at the top of his voice, to now, where he's now in position of authority? I personally believe that, in my own personal opinion, that the person who, there's nobody that entered into the private moment. The person who did that video was there. Is it still possible that it's the girl that just wants to post her boyfriend? We always accuse many of these young girls
allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. We don't see We don't see their boyfriends. They go on all those vacations. We don't see the face behind. And maybe she just wanted to prove to people that there's a face actually behind
BC.
Yeah.
Ladies, thank you so much for your contribution. And let's move on to our second topic. I wanted to yab you, but we'll move on to our second topic. A mother has sparked debate after calling a young man dating her daughter, who is about to turn 16, to warn him to end the relationship. While many applaud her for protecting a minor and setting clear boundaries, others argue the approach was too direct and raises questions about how parents should handle teenage relationships in today's society. Ladies, what are your thoughts on this? How best can one handle this sort of issue? And as always, please join us on 020-1635-2013 or 090-2416-3440. You can also tweet to us at TVC Connect using the hashtag YourViewTVC, and we're still streaming live on YouTube. But there's also a clip that we'd like to show you before we start our conversation.
Do you know he's on the line? Now, Mama Joy is on the line. Joy, mother. Wrong number. It's not a wrong number. Joy for Jigo, your dear friend. Joy for Jigo. Now, Mama done online. That Joy with a friend. Joy tell you her age. She tell you her age. And you still put body for that kind of at that age. The friend Joy. You good like that. If you join na your own sister, if they see your own sister at that age, 16 years, the joy na they enter now. You can't follow man. You how you go feel? You feel bad, ba? I don't want to follow you hard way. I don't want to make me and you or my family or any of you get issue. Just quick from Joy. Allow Joy to write her WAEC safely. Allow Joy to focus for her education. I think God beg you. This last one.
Ladies, what do you think about this?
I don't see anything wrong. I see a mother concerned about, the distractions of the world. I'm sure all our mothers would have experienced our mothers talk like this when we were of that age. Yeah. I wasn't even allowed to have a person knock on our door to ask for book safe, talk less of date someone at that age. She's supposed to be focusing on her exams. How did we get here? Yep. And if, as a mother, desperate situations deserve drastic measures, and she's done this, why is it trending? My problem again. Who video this thing?
You should trend, please.
Now who do this video?
Okay.
If it didn't trend, now what would you have been talking about it?
No, we talk about it. If Joy was coming out to say, see what my mother did.
Probably.
Or if maybe this is...
That's even worse.
Probably.
No, if she's objecting to it. Because Joy is, for me, it's almost continue badu. It's the Joy that caused it. Okay. Because if Joy was where she was supposed to be at 16, focused on, writing her exams and passing it, as opposed to being distracted by you. What is John, what's the boy name doing for her? Is he going to write her exams for her? This is how they suffer the distraction. We were all schooled. This is unnecessary for Joy at this time at 16. That's your business. 16, I was already in my diploma in law. You should be writing your exams and trying to get ahead in life. Instead of being distracted, tomorrow now Bele will come now. You'll be talking about who did not collect Bele. No, all those kind of things. Whether Mama Joy, I deal with you.
In today's world, I see a lot of young people dating. It's even becoming normalized at 16, 17. We see people dating. 13. There has to be a way to discuss. But let me let you guys give your initial thoughts.
When I saw the video, I felt pity for the mom, because I have a daughter that is that age. First of all, what I will do, I will even call. I will invite the guy. Like, I will tell my daughter to get the guy. There's a way I'll talk to my daughter, get the guy. I will go and meet the guy face to face with my sojoji by my side. That is, I'll have soldiers by the side. We'll sit down and then we'll have a conversation. He will sit down there and I'm going to be asking him questions. Going to tell him, I don't like what I hate. I'll just sit down in front of him and I'll tell him, I don't want to see him even on the street.
our street, even in the dream.
Kilometers.
Those kind of people, you put them in place. What are you doing with a 16-year-old person? What conversation are you trying to have? What reasonable conversation are you trying to have with a 16-year-old person?
Does it matter if he's 16 or 17?
He's not, even if he's 16, he's supposed to date. Just like the mother said, the mother mentioned that she allow her write her WAEC. She's not yet she's not ripe for any kind of conversation. Have you heard a 16-year-old child talk? The child is just bothered about where to sleep, eat, food. Then you are having a relationship. What are people discussing in the relationship?
Go shock you.
What are people talking about other than this thing? It's obvious that you want to be doing other things.
Let me hear BC.
So there are two things to this. Like you rightly asked, if the young boy in question maybe was the same age, if they were 16, maybe the same class and all of that, then I will have a conversation with the parents. You have to go and bring your parents. Maybe you want to start doing adult things. Bring your parents now, let us meet, let's know ourselves. And then before now, I would have started having a conversation with my daughter on dating. My daughter is actually 16. So when I saw that video, I was like, this woman is nice. Police, if was an adult, police they pick you go straight. If the man was an adult, police they pick a big of my not nana. First of all, I would have handled it that way. But if it was a young boy like, so the conversation is not starting at 16. We would have started this conversation from the age of 12, from 13. That's how I started with my daughter. Talking about dating, what dating means, how you can date if it's time for you to date, and then putting all the options on the table. Teenagers' brain are still developing. We have some adults that still don't even have sense, not talk of teens. So we need to direct them. We need to be able to take decisive actions when we have to, because they're still children. They're still under my care. When you're an adult, you have left my house, is your choice. But as long as you're under my care, I will do the talking. And when I need to apply force, I will apply force because you're still a child. So I put everything on the table. This was a conversation I had with my daughter. These are the consequences of this. These are the consequences of that. These are the consequences of this. So you choose, because you will bear each consequence as it comes. So waiting to get to this point, I won't even get there, because she already knows that if I go this way, this is what follows at the end of the day. But you know, there are some parents that really do not have these conversations with their children till something like this happens. And then they panic, and then they're calling, they're shouting,
I hear
and
you.
all of that.
You've made very, very good point. But let me come at you. I know of parents who have had this conversation.
Yes.
I've told the children, but the daughter has fallen in love. Yes. Follow up to also Ramatu, so that we can all add it. You talk to your daughter, you tell her not to do it, or you tell the boy not to do it. They go behind your back and start sneaking around, because they feel that you are the devil that has come against the love, their love and their joy. So these are stories that we have heard real life over and over again.
So let me attempt to answer that. So there are children that come to you to test you. You can do everything right, and they choose that this is the way they are going to go. So from the beginning, you are asserting yourself as the authority. And that was one of the things that my father did for me. I had fear that if I tried this is the result. I'm packing my things, I'm leaving the house. And they would have beaten me to a pulp. I grew up with that fear. So my kids know that if you do this, it's not just sitting down having a conversation. You go collect. Because you will see, your children, even though we are learning to parent them so that they're your friends, they must have fear that if my mother or my father catches me, that fear takes them very far, and it helps them a long way. Sometimes what I see in this case, it's possible maybe the father is not even available, because fathers at this point, it's possible, I'm just, suspecting, because fathers at this point would have beaten fathers don't take nonsense. They would have beaten that girl to a pulp. It's also possible that they have been telling the girl, they've been talking to the girl. The girl chooses to follow that path and follow that man. And see, the consequence you will bear with your head. If this person is an adult, after we have arrested you and you leave and you follow a small boy and get pregnant, let's take for instance, pregnancy comes. It's not only you that will sit at home. The boy will give you belly, go still sit down for house. No one of you will go to school till you take care of your babies. These are some of the things you present in front of them.
Nima.
Okay, so among the several measures that a mother can deploy in raising a teenage girl, is one of this. Talking to the distraction. When we had bad friends, I, as a mother sitting here, and my child never even reached teenage, I told my daughter off another girl. I saw this girl being too exposed. The family had no checks, and she was befriending my daughter. You're fair. I called my daughter and said, the friendship you're having, this your niceness, and the time you spend with this person worries me. I don't want to see you with her anymore. The next time I saw her with that girl, I called her dad and I mentioned what my fears were, the kind of family the girl was from, the kind of exposure, no checks, no boundaries, no rules. That such a child around my daughter was too risky for me as a mom. We joined her and beat my daughter the next time we saw her. Okay. Because I had read a notebook of the girl that was missing and left in my daughter's care. And the kind of things I read worried me as a mother. So I know how tough Joy's mother's life is right now. Trying to be the mother that she needs to be. Including having to call someone she knows she may not be able to buy cane and go and beat. And threatening that leave her alone. This being desperate enough. You can hear the pain in her voice. Did you know her age? Do you know her age? This is a mother who wants a beautiful future for her child. And you come from nowhere with your nonsense lies to come and becloud her dreams. You know, so I see her and I know what it is to be like. I don't want to think she has not done everything else that she has to do.
Oh,
I think
is that the last step or the first step?
Yes, I think.
Should that be the last step or
I
the first
believe
step?
this is one of the steps. She must have exhausted even the talking because Joy is right in front of her. And I believe the video might even be Joy saying, okay, you want to call him and they make a video. Because now they do everything as content on TikTok. Joy might think she's being smart. We were all there when we thought we knew it all. Exactly. Give it a few years. You love your mother and apologize for the stress you put them through as a child when you become a parent yourself. So I do not think that, you know, the parents are having it easy. It's our children that we will beg. But at some point, we're going to go, that's what they will say. Because no kimi. At some point, you said no kill yourself. Crazy. Because when it comes to living with the consequence of some of this, Joy can just be in the place of a person who has no care in the world for her and really doesn't really care what her future will be like. They just want to use her and waste her. And then the consequence of it, like my father used to tell me as a woman, a lot of times you are on your own. If you're dating a guy who's lying to you, you'll find out you're on your own. If you go and sleep with him, it is the girl that people check. Nobody checks how many counts a man has. If you go and get pregnant, they will not see the pregnancy sign on him. It will be your word against him.
Talking to him.
So it is you who should focus more on how much of your decisions, consequences you can carry. And for me, I'm grateful that conversation started at 12. Because the kind of sense I used to live my life, I cannot be, I always say I'm morally locked.
Thank you.
You know?
Let me hear
so, you know, other than all of these things that you've mentioned, those are things that we always tell our children every time, you know, be careful and all that. But sometimes there are some issues that you have to deal with the external factor.
Okay.
So this is why, by the time Nagama Chichimishi, as in I deal with him, when he sees my daughter, if it's my daughter that's falling in love, that love will
fly away.
Because by the time I gamma the she totally, when he sees my daughter, he'll be the one running away from her. And you know that it's the two of them that have to make that relationship work. So that relationship will not work somehow. So sometimes you deal with the external factor and deal with it squarely.
Everybody.
Once and for all. I remember.
I hear you, ladies.
Can I add this?
Okay,
I remember, and just like I mentioned earlier, that what will you be discussing? I remember some time ago while we were growing up, there was this my sister's friend that got married at the age of 15. When she got married to this guy at the age of 15, you know, she married as the third wife. So every time she came to tell my sisters that I'm getting married very soon, you know. And then my sisters were looking at her, they were like, so you're getting married, so you're going to have, she said, yeah, some TV, you know, I'm going to have my own TV, I'll be in control, I'll hold remote, channel, I'll have my milk, I'll have my Milo, you know, everything. They were all happy for her. She got married. And then when she got married, when it was time to put tour on the girl, she's outside playing with my sisters, with my sister. She said, come on, kuzomi, gala, that is this sway, and this, she was playing 10. You married a 15-year-old child, and you're expecting the child to become a woman. And expect the child to start thinking, you know, family, this thing. After some time, he came and he was always complaining. He started complaining to her parents that the girl is not a wife, she's not behaving herself. You married a 15-year-old child and you want somebody to be thinking like a 40-year-old, I'd be 50 years old. Because even me at my own age, I still running, exactly. And you're expecting that kind of behavior. So she had to behave like a 15-year-old child. At the end of the day, that marriage had to die because she was not doing all the right thing that she was supposed to do.
I hear you ladies, right? I feel that we should have two conversations here. We should have the conversations of when the children are about the same age. Because we all went to secondary school. There's so many relationships happening in secondary school.
They did.
at a certain age. Then there were those who were dating people who were much older. I feel that that conversation is different from this conversation. And at what age, Nima, is a Nigerian girl allowed to be married? You know, I know that with the, you know, Christian, I know that legally, yes, legally, what is 18?
Anything under 18 is abuse under the Child's Rights Act. And the person, whoever, similar ages.
But there are parts of Nigeria where our children still get married at a younger age.
It's wrong. And
it's wrong, but it's happening.
Religious basis can justify it. Because just as Ramatu said, psychologically, physically, a child has to mature. Even 18. A lot of 18-year-olds are children, working children. Yeah. So, which is why contract age is not 18, it's 21. Because they expect you to be able to have full grasp of certain things. And it's impossible at certain ages. So I do not support that at all. And if we have similar age children dating, this conversation is beyond talking to the two of them. I will take it to the parents of the person involved. Take it to the parents, because if you're raising your child as you see the problem of society is because I'm raising mine, somebody else is laxing on that. If you're raising your child as I they raise my own, as I they knock door, they call and wake up for night, sit down over here, pray over your head, we will not be in this problem. But because some of you make things easy, some parents they
so I hear all of you. Everybody has been quite combative concerning this. Let me rephrase my question. Maybe to help with the sort of response that I'm looking for. There are children right now in secondary school. They're going for lit days. They're going for, you know, we sort of encourage this fraternity, this relationship. Do you understand? It's almost like teaching them how to be when they grow up. Now, I'm not saying that they are sleeping with each other, but it is happening. Physiologically, biologically, their body is changing. Chemicals are... I want the kind of conversation you will tell a 16-year-old girl that does not involve beating and slapping. Can we get that?
Yes.
Quickly.
So that is what...
In a few seconds.
I will try. In a few seconds, because Nima took my time. So, first of all, we are living in denial if we think that because we are raising our children in a certain way, they will not have biological feelings.
Yeah.
They will not feel, they will not have wet dreams for the boys. They will not want to have relationships. I wanted to ask a question inside this. What if it's your girl that is looking for the men? We don't talk about that. What happens? I've handled 2 cases where it is the girl that is toasting the boys to come and date her. At about this, that one she was even 15. No, it's not about that. No, that's not true. She came for them to bring her to therapy. I don't know the kind of love you're expecting from a parent till they kill themselves for you. There are parents that don't even believe in therapy. These ones believe and they say something is wrong here. Please, can you talk to my child? Can we have like a session for my child? That's the highest form of love anybody can do for you. So don't say they don't love well. We are just assuming and living in denial to feel that when we get, and that's one thing with Africans. We always assume, don't talk to boy, don't greet boy, don't, when they touch you get pregnant, don't do this, don't do this. Once the child is 20, 21, where is your boyfriend? Where is your husband? So how did you want the child to manufacture boyfriend and husband if they don't start learning the art of dating? Dating, I don't mean sleeping, no, that's not what I'm saying. I don't mean sleeping with each other, but having conversations, you know, hanging out, you know, going to movies, going to cinemas. We chaperone these kids to cinemas. That's the sort of raising that we are doing, because the truth of the matter is, the one you know is the one you know. Maybe somehow this woman found out. There are young girls who have dated, who have done abortions in their parents' home, and the parents are not aware. I hope you know. Let's be realistic about this. The conversation should be, start very early, give them the consequences, explain to them that I understand that you will feel this way. At some point, you will like somebody. Assume that is your girl that is liking, because it may be your girl that's actually liking. I know that you will like at some point, but don't get to this part. There's a way you can control it. You have to go, if you have to go and visit, you have to visit with a chaperone. Let's have this conversation. Let them get involved with it. It's not about beating. It's not when he gets, hold on.
I grew up in an all-girls school.
Hold on.
When I say love you, hold on. I need to interrupt you here.
You cannot interrupt me. Let me finish my point.
You considered it. When you directed that question, you didn't get my point.
You said they don't love her.
There's a level of love you get. You don't lack it looking for it up and down. That's what I said. And I don't take it back.
No,
there's a kind of love I got at home. looking for love in the wrong places wasn't my problem.
You are talking for yourself.
No,
you're not looking for love most times.
No,
your child looking for love.
There's also a problem you want to solve from home.
That is what I'm saying.
While you're talking to your child, while your child is going all this way, are you a parent loving your child through it?
Yes.
Such that your child is not feeling in that open space from outside.
Yes.
Okay.
You can love. That's also telling you that they are not absolute. You can love your child through it. But that child has other needs. You're assuming that because you are this way, your child must turn out this way. No, that's not how life works. You can give all the love to your child, but one party, it's not all the children that will do that. Okay, one particular child, hold on please, let me finish my thought. Okay. One particular child just likes somebody, and the person is hell-bent on, I have to follow this person. What do you do at that point? Let's have that conversation.
The end of this conversation. Let's go on a short break. When we'll come back, we'll look at our other segments. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Thank you for staying with us. Service, advocacy, and purpose take center stage today as we celebrate a woman we love, Olori Data Matemilola Nijaja, a lawyer, certified mediator, and author of children's literature, including inclusive books for the visually impaired. She embodies impact beyond profession. Our conversation will explore her commitment to education, community development, and the work of the Olowu Hope Initiative Foundation. Welcome to the show, Olori.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. And for our viewers, you can join the conversation on 0201-635-2013 or 0902-416-3440. Tweet to us at TVC Connect using hashtag YourViewTVC, and we're still streaming live on YouTube. You're welcome again, Olori.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Olori, queen, you know, and women usually who have this honor and this huge responsibility. I see it. A lot of people, you know, admire that you're a queen, but it also comes with a lot of responsibility, the way you carry yourself, the way you live your life. And it seems that there's so much work to do just being an Olori. And then you add work, especially your work with the visually impaired. For me, where did your love for, was it being an Olori that did it for you, or it's just that you are just a person that has had the heart for people?
Well, the truth is, I've always been the way I am. Okay. And being an Olori perhaps just, you know, brought out even more of, you know, my kind of person. But I've always worked with the persons living with disabilities, really. I've had opportunities to work as a therapist in one or two institutions here in Lagos in the past, and I have continued to make my work, you know, my work with supporting my husband's traditional role. I've always tried to ensure that it tends towards supporting young people and persons living with disabilities.
Amazing. And you seem to love children.
Yeah.
Yes. You write a lot of their books.
Yes, I do.
Let me ask, how many kids do you have?
4.
4 kids. How many girls? How many boys?
3 girls, 1 boy.
And 1 boy.
Yeah.
So in your, I know you also had some bit of classroom experience working with children.
Yes, I have.
So how did that experience shape you in a way that you are able to raise your children, write books on about children, have children more in mind?
Well, the truth is, I love children, like you said, and growing up with books, writing books, growing up, I was actually introduced to that by my parents. Okay. I struggled a lot, you know, growing up, trying to read, trying to, you know, express myself. So one of the ways that my parents helped was to introduce me to as many books, as many storybooks as possible. And that is one thing that has informed me to write. Working with children, again, because of all of that experience, I've been able to bring that to bear, you know. I've been able to, with patience, with resilience, with wanting to, you know, encourage people, make them be self-aware, you know, that has played a lot, you know, to my working with them.
Oh, so nice.
That's so soft-spoken.
Yeah.
Cool mom.
Okay, so I saw in your bio that you taught in regular schools and schools of disability. Why disabilities? Why kids with disabilities?
Why kids with, well, very honestly, I haven't really thought about that myself. Why did I do that at that time? You know, but sometimes, you know, life takes you to certain places. For me, it was more of wanting to help. You know, you see people who can't help themselves or can't express themselves, and you just want to be in that space. And I think that's why, you know, I found myself in that space, wanting to help, to do something for people.
Okay, allow me to dig a little personal. Your son in Jaja?
Yes, yes.
Maiden name, so
yes, yes.
Jaja South.
Yes,
so
it
like
is.
Jaja of Opobo. Queen Jaja of Opobo.
Yes.
I'm wondering, you know, you brought that, you married into a different tribe, and how easy or overwhelming is it to be Olowu from, you know, from a different tribe?
Okay.
And have the people been so very accommodating and been easy, you know, for you to step into your role as support to the
people? Again, I come from, you know, where there's a father's side, there's always a mother's side. And I've been privileged enough to know both sides of my family. My father is from Rivers State, so pure Rivers.
Wow.
But my mother's family, that's where all the mix comes. So my grandmother is from Agowu, she's from Owu in Abeokuta. And then my great-grandmother is from Bida. Now, that's my maternal side.
Yes.
And then my maternal father's side, he's from Calabari. So all of that mix really has helped me. So moving from one moving from one tribe to another, you know, it can't be too much of a problem for me growing up in that kind of environment where I had aunties from the north, I had aunties from the from Rivers, from Owu, you know, and all of that, and all of us growing up together in one house with my father's family too. So, you know, it was easy for, and that also influences my writing as well. Because when I write, I also try to teach religious tolerance because I had, you know, everybody mixed Muslims, Christians. We all grew up together in my father's house, and then also teaching cultural tolerance, you know, and all of that.
So, but you didn't tell me about the Owu people. How accommodating?
Oh, they've been very accommodating because I have some of my relatives there as well from my grandmother's, my maternal grandmother's side. So they've been very accommodating. They've helped, you know, they've even helped to bring out the best in me.
So your CV also says you're a professional mediator and you are a registered mediator at Lagos Multi-Door. Could you explain to us what that means and how that works?
Okay, so mediation is, it's actually alternative dispute resolution processes, and that happens in the Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse. And I believe there are quite a number of multi-door courthouses now in Nigeria. There's the one in Abuja, I believe. There's in Abeokuta as well, in Ogun State. You know, and very many places have started embracing, you know, other ways of resolving disputes rather than, you know, being
so
in
like
court.
What kind of disputes do you have?
Family matters, land, landlord, tenant, you know, it depends, really, it depends on where you are strong, you know. So every registered mediator has, you know, an area where they're strong and where, you know, they'll do better at. So I do a lot, specialize more like. So I do a lot of family. I've done a lot of family-related issues. I've done one or two landlord-tenant matters, but majorly
do you think that
juvenile cases.
That form of intervention works best?
Oh yes, because most of the cases are referred from the court, really. You know, so sometimes the court finds some cases, you know, really out of place. And I think that's the way it should really be. You know, the court should really, you know, focus on very major, you know, the criminal cases and stuff like that, really. And then, of course, there are some other cases you can take to the ADR, you know, but those ones that are easy to just settle out of court and all that, send them to.
See the way I'm smiling as I'm looking at you. I've often wondered if, as queens, there's a form of training you guys get on how to speak, how to sound, how to conduct yourself, because many queens that we've had, even across this table, there's a certain way that they speak, there's a certain way they carry themselves. Do you people go for a special?
Is there a particular book you read?
Yes, and people like us, can we aspire to be queens? We talk with energy. Yeah, so
I also talk with energy. I talk with a lot of energy, but then, you know, when I'm talking to my children, perhaps I bring more energy in, you know, but we're in this setting now, and then we need to...
so do you do a form of training?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, not really. I think it's just
you just know what.
Okay, so
all right. No, before you ask your next question, let's go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation with the Olori. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Thank you for staying with us. We're still talking with Olori Datamatemi Lola.
Very sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, so in your bio, I saw where you said that you're a published author of over 12 books.
Yes.
So amongst all these books, which one was your favorite and why?
That's difficult. That's really difficult. But there's perhaps one, yes.
Okay.
It's called Charming Gardeners. Charming Gardeners talks about clean cooking. You know, and that really is directed at women, because, you know, women are the ones that cook the most, and they use, in the rural setting, you know, they use a lot of firewood and all that, and we're trying to ensure that, you know, these women are not going through all that pain of you know, the problems that come with cooking with firewood and all that, even though they say jollof rice tastes better than jollof rice. Yeah, but it's a lot of trouble, really. And working in the oil and gas industry actually also informed that, really.
In your opinion, do you think Nigerian people, not just women now, read as much as they should?
No.
We could do better.
We could do better.
They struggle to read.
Yes, they do. They struggle to read.
Because I write too, and what you hear, for instance, the book I wrote on teenagers is meant for the parents to read. What you hear is, I don't have energy, just talk to my child.
Wow.
I'm like, wow, talk to my own, talk to your own. Plenty work. Yeah, so is there any way you think we can get people to read more?
Read more. Well, what I have tried to do is take it to their doorstep. So I do a lot of book readings in schools. Yeah, and so I go to actually go to schools.
I do that
talk
as
to
well.
Do that. You know, so we go to schools, talk to the leadership, and say, please, we'd like to come and you know, read with the children, and then select the books they want, and you know, and that's.
I have a personal question. It's the month of February, month of love, and I just wonder, like, in the Olori world, how do you express love? How does the, you know, how does that happen?
Do you get your leg massaged?
Well, I experience love, you know, and I'm grateful for the love that comes from family, comes from my husband, comes from my children, comes from the community.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we'll just continue to
like
enjoy love.
Do you celebrate Valentine's? Do you exchange Valentine's gifts?
You believe?
Well, do you believe it? Is it a special day in your family?
No, there isn't anything. You know, every day is a special day, really. You know, but for Valentine's, if I was to talk about me, you know, I appreciate Valentine's Day, and I know that the idea behind Valentine's is really to show love, and give gifts to people, you know, perhaps less privileged, you know. But we've seen that happen over the years, taking it, you turn it into something a lot different, which is okay, you know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a young boy
self-love
showing, or self-love, you know, or a young boy wanting to show love to
a young girl.
Another girl, you know, there's absolutely, but it can be done with moderation.
Yeah.
We were talking, if you had met us on our earlier topic, the moderation was, you know, you're such a beautiful guest.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You do mentor young girls, you know, to speak at a voice.
Nima can never do the voice.
Nima, you can't be in that class.
I went to a lady of
Nima
I bet you.
No, don't even go there. I was groomed.
If I didn't go to that military
wow, any military school.
I
was groomed though.
Yes. Teach them how to carry themselves.
I've had opportunities to speak to young girls and seen it as you know, like Girls in Tech have done 1 or 2 programs like that. I mean, in collaboration with, you know, another organization, and I've done well there as well, and I'm hoping to do more.
Is there anything that you're working on and you'd like for us to just be in the know of? You just talk to us about it.
In terms of my books?
Everything,
yes. Oh, well, there's with supporting my husband's traditional role. He has this Low Hope initiative.
Yes.
And it's hinged on 4 pillars. There's education, there's health, there's women empowerment, and then there's the environment aspect of it, which covers a lot, you know, in that regard. With and so I find myself, you know, working with young people, women and children, and supporting that traditional role, you know. With regards to my work as writing, I have a book I'm writing now called Tea Without Sugar. And actually, back in the days, we read, there used to be a comprehension passage in one of the Macmillan books. I think primary 3 or primary 4, and that's where I picked that. It always stuck in my head. And I just wanted to tell a story, you know, around tea without sugar, with different stories really, around tea without sugar. You know, it's like an idiom, really. I mean, what's tea without sugar, right?
Yes.
But for young people, even when you go through, you know, challenges, you can still adapt and gain strength from there and better yourself.
Amazing. Khadija Abdulaziz says, "Yeah, that's my Olori friend and secondary school mate, soft-spoken as ever. Well done, Olori."
That's nice.
That's my friend from
school. They are loving you. Retro Pulse Reflex said, "This Olori has presence everywhere, just composed."
Yes. Someone said I like her mild makeup. What a blend.
Thank you very much.
They say I sound like you.
No,
so I just need touch up. I just need touch up. I just come for the class.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Really enjoyed having you and having a conversation with you and understanding how your world works. And our ladies, thank you so much for bringing your usual energy to the show. Our viewers, thank you again for joining us. Hope to see you tomorrow for another interesting session. Bye for now. Bye.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It starts with boiling water, steady hands, and an unmistakable aroma. A brownish flour paste slowly transforms into a thick, dark solid as elubo is added bit by bit. Turned patiently in bubbling water, its smooth texture takes shape with every stir and every turn. Slowly, carefully, texture smoothens, firm, elastic, and alive. Steaming hot and served with slippery ewedu and rich gbegiri, amala is a meal that has long spoken of home in southwestern Nigeria, often paired with assorted meats called orishirishi, fish or other protein of choice. Originally associated with the people of Oyo, amala is more broadly a staple of southwestern Nigeria. With excitement written across his face, Mr. Michael Adebomi, a native of Oyo State residing in Abuja, explains what amala represents to the Oyo people.
That's our main delicacy. You know, that's our go-to food. You know, it's our original food. That's what we see around. That's the exciting food. That's like our rice. You know, when people say, you know, you eat rice for festive period. When we first come, the first thing, because you are just coming in, you know, they want to entertain you. They see you like, you know, you're in a family member. They see you, oh, our family person has come back. Like, they want to give you that special treatment. So the water is already boiling. Before you say jack, you know, the amala is on your table.
And beyond just the food itself, he says the way amala is served matters deeply. Perhaps that deep cultural attachment helps explain why amala has found wide acceptance beyond the southwest, particularly in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Today, Abuja has more than 10 restaurants in the city center alone that not only sell amala, but proudly carry the food in their restaurant names. One of such establishments is Amala Place, which claims to be the first restaurant in Abuja to open with amala as part of its name in 2013. The managing director, now the daughter of the owner, who recently took over, says it was a risk that ultimately paid off.
The idea of just letting people know what we already offer, what we're selling, without them thinking too much of who we are, what we are. And we wanted to bring Yoruba cuisine to the front line at the point.
It is safe to say amala has now become one of Abuja's popular meals, as the love for the dish cuts across tribe, class, and nationality. For the two brothers behind Amala Central, one of the most popular amala spots in Abuja Central area, the decision to focus on amala was deliberate.
I think Abuja generally loves amala. So amala is always an attraction when you have this kind of setup.
Despite increasing competition, the brothers say demand remains strong, with the restaurant producing an average of 10 pots of amala daily. About 60% of their customers, they say, come specifically for amala.
It's been very competitive, you understand, because everywhere you go now, you see amala at different joints and every corner. But the good thing is that the population is enough to actually go around for everybody. You can't even feed everybody.
For this once regional food, its appeal is no longer limited to one tribe or region. Across Abuja, amala has become an attraction in its own right, drawing customers from every background.
So we can't just say it's strictly Yoruba people would even expect here, because this is not a Yoruba land. So we get everybody down, so even people from the diaspora. We get Asian people, we get white, we get Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, but majority our customer base will be the northerners.
The surprising thing is that, you know, we have Hausa people actually, you understand, eating amala, because it's similar to, I think, two or something. So we have customers from all some cradle of Nigeria, even foreigners, even Chinese people.
Amala's journey mirrors the city itself, diverse, shared, and constantly evolving.
Abuja loves amala. Well, Abuja loves amala very, very well, extremely well. It's in fact it's a plus now. One of those days where you see people forming that they can't eat amala. You see the chicks, the babes, the women, the parents, the uncles, aunties, everybody's in amala, to be honest. There's no forming.
Everybody loves amala because I think amala now is a vibe.
It's a vibe, actually. Yeah.
It's a vibe now.
So what can I tell you? Let's eat. Okay.
This is Dana from the Philippines. Her excitement and enthusiasm says it all. Amala indeed is a vibe.
Every time I visit Nigeria, I always try amala. Of course, it's mandatory to have amala.
It's mandatory?
Yes, it is.
Who taught you how to eat? Who introduced you to amala?
I have one Nigerian friend, so she brought me here and introduced me to amala. Since then,
you're hooked. So describe it. How is it? How is amala?
I mean, I like the sliminess. I know some people, they don't like the sliminess of it. But for me, I really enjoy it. Very tasty. I come from Philippines, and we don't have anything like this. So I really enjoy it.
This is Wedu Amala and Gbegiri.
Are you Yoruba?
No, I'm from Delta, but it's a cleanser, you know.
Yeah, you call it a cleanser.
Yeah.
So you came all the way from your home today to eat amala?
Yeah, I live far from this place, but I have to come here.
But behind the flavor lies careful sourcing. Restaurant owners say quality is everything, and that means going as far as Shaki, Kayama, and parts of Oyo State to source original elubo, especially as the market is increasingly flooded with adulterated products.
When it comes to sourcing, because we're in the north, yes, it takes a bit longer to get supply, but we do get it straight from the farmers. We use Obodo, Obodo, yeah. So we source it straight from the farmers.
So we have people over there, they package it for us. We make sure that it is not tampered with or adulterated. You know, some people, they will mix it for you. And when you prepare it, you will not get the exact flavor you want. It might come out, the smell might not come out right, the color might be off, and the texture might be off. So we have to always ensure that we're always getting the right quality.
Though the business is profitable, the operators say it is not without challenges, particularly rising costs and broader socioeconomic pressures.
When we started, we were getting a bag of elubo at 35,000. Now it's between 165 and 180. So that is one of the areas. And you know, it's not only the elubo alone that comes with the total package. You have to think about the pepper you are going to use, the oil, the seasonings, and all these things. Pepper usually comes from the northern part of the country. So farmers cannot go to the farm to harvest their pepper, and you know that will have its own adverse effect on the cost at the end of the day. Sometimes 2 months ago, pepper was like 18,000. It went to 24. Now, as of today, it's about 65,000 a bag. So all these things affect our business.
As of last year, when the inflation started coming up, there was a huge peak. It was not an easy thing to farm, especially yam. It's not all season. You have to plant in advance to get your supply. So it did affect the farmers. The farmers were frustrated. Us, the buyers too, were also frustrated considering the price. At the time when we started this business, what we were buying in bulk from was totally different from what we're buying now. And that's why, you know, some people, they come, they want amala, they want something as big as my fist. But like, I don't mind giving you as big as my fist, but it's just for you to understand that this is not just anyhow in bulk.
From this kitchen and many others like it across the city, amala is no longer just about tradition. It is about identity, enterprise, and a capital learning to embrace its own flavors.
For people who eat amala daily, it is more than food. It is comfort. It is a memory. It is a sense of home. And for a calm and diverse city like Abuja, this explains why a once regional dish now belongs to everyone. Moya Thomas. TVC News, Abuja.
We set out on a journey with troops to Shell's Adibawa oil well in Rivers State. The military troops advanced into Ahwada West local government area of Rivers State. The dilapidated road, nearly overtaken by bushes, presents a significant challenge. After nearly 1 hour, we arrive at Adibawa oil well in a Dagberry community of Rivers State. This well is part of the Adibawa oil field, which spans multiple communities including Edagberry, Biseni and Ikarama in the eastern Niger Delta region. Its operational status is unknown, but we gather that several attempts to steal crude oil from this wellhead have been resisted by troops.
We've just been informed that troops are planning to be permanently stationed at this oil wellhead to prevent defiant illegal oil bunkerers who come here from time to time. At the moment, what the troops are doing is patrolling the area regularly, but when they pull back, we understand that it gives the illegal oil bunkerers an opportunity to come and ply their trade. But we've been assured by the troops that that is about to change with the establishment of what you can call an outpost in this location.
The facility is undergoing construction and will provide an operational base for troops to ward off illegal bunkerers.
Before now, there have been series of activities of oil theft in this general area, but due to the constant patrol and anti-bunkering operations we carry out, has drastically reduced and if not even stopped bunkering activities in this general area.
The Director of Defense Media Operations is on the ground to see things for himself.
The place looks a bit isolated. So how do we ensure that the bunkers don't come? How do we secure here?
Yes, sir. So that is why we are going to have deployment in this place. Before now, we normally come for patrols and anti-bunkering and withdraw. Come hit and withdraw. But there was a need to have a static deployment here. So that is why last month we came here with the reconnaissance company to assess this general area. And they agreed on having a deployment in this place, both land and water. This is the dry season. During the rainy season, all this place you are seeing will be flooded with water.
Protecting Nigeria's oil and gas pipeline against vandalism and illegal bunkering in the Niger Delta presents an enormous challenge due to the geographically diverse, environmentally sensitive, and logistically challenging terrain.
If they are busting pipeline, that is when you will say we are failing. But like I said, and it's on record, and even the oil company will tell you, from January last year up to this point, there have been no pipeline that have been busted. So we have fulfilled our own mandate. So it is left for them now to produce more to take it. The illegal refineries you are seeing all over and our operations to strike them down has nothing to do with what is pumped into the pipeline. Some of them are abandoned oil wells that these people go in. So that one, the truth is, it does not affect the output of this thing. The only concern is the environmental degradation and insecurity. And we have taken it up to another level that we've launched our own operations here, like the Operation Crude Front.
In the past 12 months, there has been little or no breaches to oil and gas pipeline in the region. This the military authorities attribute to increased surveillance by troops and private security companies. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission reports that Nigeria's crude oil and condensate production averaged approximately 1.54 million barrels per day in 2025, while peak production was 1.82 million barrels per day. The NNPCL reports that natural gas output for November was 6,968 million standard cubic feet per day. The company noted that production was impacted by planned maintenance across several major assets. Again, we joined the troops on patrol along River Nun in Bayelsa State. The patrol is led by the commander of Nigerian Navy ship Soro in the company of the Director of Defense Media Operations. We arrive at this houseboat in Agura. A gas pipeline passes through the community.
Yeah, so they're not really accessible by foot. So we deploy our drones most time for the ones when it's not accessible, especially during the rainy season when the water rises. It's practically not accessible by foot. So we just deploy our drones and we carry out our surveillance.
This is one of the gas pipeline crisscrossing the Agbura area. I'm told it's 39 kilometers long.
Air operations enable troops to reach difficult locations that are sometimes inaccessible to land forces in the fight against illegal oil bunkering.
Some of the platforms are not really domiciled here. We call for. So once we call for, they are made available to us. Like the drones, they don't operate from here. They are far away from here. Whenever we need them, they fly in, do whatever they need to do, and then they get away. This unit is very strategic to the whole Nigerian Air Force operations. So because of that value, there's that dispersed nature of our operations that is kept at the lowest ebb. But effectively, we support all operations across the theater. We cover about 7 states effectively, from Calabar, Uyo, Port Harcourt, Bayelsa, Benin, Warri, Delta generally.
Beyond kinetic operations, military authorities understand that a lot more needs to be done to keep the oil and gas pipelines safe.
I'm working for the government, I'm not working for any company, I'm not working for any community. Our mandates are clear to protect all oil and gas infrastructure, protect lives and property, stop crude oil theft and bunkering. So that way is for the whole nation. We have 2 operations going on daily, minus patrol. Checking the pipelines, looking for crude oil theft every day. So you can't imagine. And there's no operation without challenges, like you said. With all those challenges, we still try our best, because the mandate is that the production must not go down.
In the meantime, protecting oil and gas infrastructure in the Niger Delta remains an uphill task. Sifon Essien, TVC News, Yanagwa.
Little Anyefiok Odu was at a free medical outreach for the very first time in her life. You could see she was curious but unsure of what to expect. The nurses did something she had never seen before. Eyes wide with curiosity, she watched closely as a nurse wrapped a rubber cuff around her arm. It squeezed, beeped, and produced a number. And just like that, little Anyefiok was diagnosed with hypertension. Hypertension has long been called a silent condition, a health problem that develops slowly, quietly, and often unnoticed.
When most of us hear about the word hypertension, we picture our parents or elderly relatives, people who's juggling work, bills, or life stress. But today, that picture is changing. High blood pressure is quietly creeping into the lives of young people, even children, many whom have no idea they are at risk.
Doctors say high blood pressure is no longer waiting for adulthood. Children as young as 8, teenagers in secondary school, and young adults in universities are now showing numbers once seen only in older age groups. I sat down with family physician Dr. Dana Abubakar, who raised serious concerns about the growing numbers of young people presenting with high blood pressure.
Hypertension has been known for over 150 years now. And originally, we thought it was not much here, and it was more in the blacks in the United States, where over 40% of them were hypertensive, and beyond 60 years of age, over 80% of them being hypertensive, and we thought it was a problem of the white people. A normal high blood pressure is 80 over 120, basically. And when it is between 80, just say between 81 to 129 over 80, we still consider it as normal. But when your blood pressure is 140 over 90 or 95, we consider that you have begin to have a high blood pressure and should be monitored. And again, the high blood pressure, most of the time you cannot find the reason why somebody has developed high blood pressure. You check, do all the tests you want to do, examine the patient the best way you know, and you don't find a cause for the high blood pressure. And what do we call it? We call it essential hypertension. Perhaps that is what we call it. But there are high blood pressure which are linked with damage to target organs like the kidneys and other organs, especially in children or teenagers. When you see a high blood pressure in a child, it's good to check all the target organs to know which one is damaged, because oftentimes there's a damage to the target organ.
The World Health Organization's report that 1 in 7 adolescents globally now has elevated blood pressure. In Nigeria, school-based screening shows that 5 to 13% of secondary school students fall within the hypertension or pre-hypertension range. For many young people, hypertension doesn't come with dramatic signs. It may show up as headaches, tiredness, dizziness, or sometimes no symptom at all. And perhaps that's why awareness is low. Many youth don't believe someone their age can develop high blood pressure. A few know, but most still see it as an adult-only problem.
Well, I know that it significantly increases with age. If it is within young people, I do not know so much about it, but I know it happens quite often when it has to do with people of older ages, both male and female.
I don't know much, because I don't really care like that. I thought it's only old people.
I don't really know much about the high blood pressure, but I don't think it's actually a safe thing or a good thing for a young person.
I know much about high blood pressure because I'm also a victim of high blood pressure. You know, it's something that is there. It doesn't, how will I say, it doesn't have a cause, but it's there. Sometimes that's why it's good for you to check your health to know if it's there or not. Due to the fact, most people do not believe that hypertension is for youth. But for me, I'm letting them know that as a youth, it's also there for them. So that's why it's good once in a while you check your health to know the condition of your body and not just say by thinking.
Medical research shows chronic stress can increase hypertension risks by up to 70%. Less than 6 hours of sleep can double the chances of high blood pressure. Sedimentary habits interfere with body's natural regulation. Family history quietly increases vulnerability. During our conversation, Dr. Abubakar also noted that frequent consumption of sweetened beverages and energy drinks is becoming a major trigger, silently pushing blood pressure higher in children and in young adults. Some cases are discovered purely by accident during a school outreach, a sport event, or a routine checks at clinics. The good news is hypertension in young people is both manageable and preventable. Doctors link their rise to modern lifestyle habits, but say the food picture becomes clearer when you look at how today's young people live, eat, and cope with daily pressures.
A lot of young people have high blood pressure when they are checked. And some have very severe hypertension sometimes when we check. Some have no symptoms, some do have symptoms. Some will come with body pains, severe headache, some dizziness, weakness of the body, and so on. And they are taking drugs for malaria. They think they have malaria. So when they continue taking anti-malarials and nothing happens, they now venture to enter a hospital. And you check and find that the blood pressure is very high. I think the major thing to look at here is the lifestyle. What are they eating? What are they drinking? Because drug abuse is another problem. The parents should give the children what is right for them. What to eat, what to drink, because the kidneys regulate blood pressure more than any other organ in the body. So the take-off message, I repeat, is for parents to ensure that their children get regular checkup. If they are not sick, maybe every quarter they take their children to check the health status. What is the blood pressure? What is the blood sugar? What is this?
Little Aniefjog Odu's experience shows that high blood pressure is no longer